Marcus Chen Williams leaned closer, adjusting the retractor with his left hand while his right held the suction wand steady. The laceration ran deep across the right lobe, a ragged tear where metal had punched through flesh at 60 miles per hour. Blood welled up faster than he could clear it, dark and arterial, the kind of bleeding that killed people on operating tables while surgeons watched. "More suction," he said, "clamp ready." His hands didn't shake. They never shook, even when the rest of him wanted to. The scrub nurse passed the clamp. Marcus placed it with the precision of 10,000 hours of practice, feeling the tissue give way, finding the vessel by touch as much as sight. The bleeding slowed, not stopped, never that easy, but slowed enough. "Pressure's dropping," the anesthesiologist said from behind the drape. 80/50. "Hanging the second unit now," someone answered. Marcus didn't look up. The liver was his universe, this ragged landscape of purple-red tissue and pooling blood. He'd deal with the pressure when he dealt with the bleeding. Prioritize, sequence, solve. Bovie. The electrocautery pen hummed as he sealed smaller vessels, the smell of burning flesh rising sharp and familiar. Most people couldn't stomach that smell. Marcus had stopped noticing it his second year of residency. Now it meant progress, control. Suture. The needle driver found his palm with practiced efficiency. He began the repair one bite at a time, watching the tissue come together. The liver was forgiving if you treated it right, strong enough to regenerate from a third of its mass, fragile enough to kill you in minutes if you didn't respect it. "BP's coming up," the anesthesiologist said. 90/60. Good. The blood was staying where he put it now. Marcus worked faster, falling into the rhythm that had defined his adult life, the controlled urgency of the trauma bay, the strange peace he found only here, hands deep in someone else's catastrophe. 40 minutes later, he placed the final suture and stepped back. "Close him up," he said, stripping off his gloves. "I'll talk to the family." He pushed through the OR doors into the scrub room, and the first thing he saw was the girl. She stood at the window that looked into the surgical suite, pressed against the glass, eyes swollen and red. 12 years old, maybe. Dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, purple backpack on the floor beside her. She'd been watching through the window, he realized, the whole time. Marcus's hands paused under the running water. She was about Maya's age, the same dark hair, though Maya wore hers in braids. The same concentrated intensity in her expression. The same way of standing with her weight forward like she was ready to run towards something or away from it. A social worker stood nearby, one hand on the girl's shoulder. The girl didn't seem to notice. She was staring at her father's opened body, at the red-soaked drapes and the surgeon's steady hands. Marcus finished scrubbing out, dried his hands, pulled off his surgical cap and ran fingers through sweat-damp hair going gray at the temples. "Dr. Chen Williams?" The social worker, young, earnest, holding a clipboard like a shield. "His daughter?" Marcus said. It wasn't a question. "Sophie. Her mother's in the ER, stable, minor injuries. She insisted on staying with her father. We couldn't. It's fine." Marcus moved toward the window. The girl, Sophie, finally looked at him. Her eyes were old in a way no 12-year-olds should be. "Is my dad going to be okay?" The question every family asked. The one Marcus had answered 1,000 times with 1,000 variations of truth and hope and careful clinical language. "Your father lost a lot of blood," he said. "We repaired the damage to his liver. The next 24 hours are critical, but he's stable now. He's a fighter." Sophie nodded once, sharp, decisive, like she was filing the information away for later analysis. "Thank you," she said. Her voice didn't waver. "For saving him." Marcus looked at her. At this child who'd watched her father's insides get sewn back together and somehow held it together, and felt something twist in his chest. 8 months ago, he'd made a choice. A girl about this age, dark hair, serious eyes. Her name was Emma. Her mother's name was Diane. He'd chosen wrong, or he'd chosen right and the universe hadn't cared. Either way, Emma was dead and her mother was alive, and Marcus couldn't stop seeing Emma's face in every girl her age who crossed his path. "I'll check on him tomorrow," Marcus said. "Get some rest if you can." He walked away before Sophie could say anything else, before her face could settle any deeper into his memory alongside the face that already lived there. The surgeon's locker room at Regional One Health smelled like industrial soap and exhaustion. Marcus sat on the bench between rows of gray metal lockers, staring at nothing. His body ached in the familiar way of 12-hour shifts, that bone-deep weariness he'd learned to function through. He should go home. His shift had ended 2 hours ago. The bungalow in Midtown would be empty and quiet, the way it always was these days, but there was a bed there and food in the refrigerator and all the trappings of a normal life. Instead, he reached into his locker and pulled out a folded newspaper clipping. The paper was soft with handling, the creases worn thin. He didn't need to unfold it. He'd memorized every word months ago, could see the photograph with his eyes closed. Emma Holloway, age 12, beloved daughter, promising student. Gone too soon. The obituary didn't mention that she died in this hospital on Marcus's table while he worked on her mother 10 feet away. Didn't mention the massive internal bleeding from the impact, the damage that would have killed her in an operating room with 10 surgeons and unlimited resources. Didn't mention that Marcus had looked at 2 patients and calculated odds and made the only choice the math allowed. It also didn't mention that her mother, Diane Holloway, had spent the past 8 months telling anyone who would listen that Marcus was a murderer, that he'd let a child die to save an adult, that something was broken in a man who could make that choice. The lawsuit was still pending. His lawyers said it would be dismissed. Standard of care, textbook triage, no deviation from protocol. They said it like that should comfort him. Marcus folded the clipping without looking at it and slid it back into his locker. "Still here?" Tom Okafor filled the doorway, his white coat straining across his shoulders. 52 years old and still built like the soccer player he'd been in Lagos, before medical school in America and 3 decades of saving lives. His gray beard was neatly trimmed, his reading glasses dangling from a chain around his neck. "Finish the lock," Marcus said. "Liver should make it." "Good, good." Tom moved into the room, settling his bulk onto the bench across from Marcus. "Aday's made a goosey soup. She'll be upset if I don't bring you home with me. You know how she gets." Marcus shook his head. "Early shift tomorrow. I'll crash here." Tom studied him for a long moment. His eyes, warm and brown and too perceptive, moved to Marcus's locker, to the spot where the newspaper clipping lived. "My friend," he said gently, "you cannot keep punishing yourself. I'm not. You eat here, you sleep here, you take extra shifts when you don't need money. You think I haven't noticed?" Tom leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "The Holloway case. It's eating you alive." Marcus's jaw tightened. "I made a choice. I live with it." "Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, you're not living at all. You're going through the motions, a very skilled machine performing surgery and forgetting to be human the rest of the time." "Tom? I've known you 15 years. I've watched you laugh, cry, rage at the universe when you lost patience. I've seen you hold dying strangers' hands and mean it." Tom's voice was soft, the Nigerian lilt more pronounced the way it always got when he was emotional. "I haven't seen that man in months. Where did he go?" Marcus didn't have an answer. He looked at his hands, steady, always steady, and remembered the feel of Emma Holloway's chest under his palms. The crack of ribs during CPR, the moment the monitor went flat and stayed flat. "I don't know," he said. Tom nodded slowly. He didn't push. That wasn't his way. He simply sat with Marcus in the silence, a presence as warm and solid as the man himself. "Tomorrow," Marcus said finally. "Maybe dinner tomorrow. I'll tell Adaz." Tom stood, clapping a hand on Marcus's shoulder. "Get some sleep, my friend. The dead will still be dead in the morning, but you might be a little less so." He left Marcus alone with his locker and his ghosts and the distant sounds of a trauma center that never slept. The call came at 9:23 p.m. Marcus was in the cafeteria pushing reheated coffee around his mouth and ignoring a sandwich that had gone stale hours ago. His phone buzzed with the trauma notification. "Incoming patient, transfer from Nashville, unknown condition, ETA 15 minutes. Odd, Nashville had its own level 1 trauma center. Transfers happened, but not usually on a Friday night when both hospitals were juggling the usual weekend chaos. He dropped the sandwich in the trash and headed for the ER. The ambulance bay doors stood open to the October evening, cool air pushing back against the hospital's recycled atmosphere. Marcus could smell autumn out there, fallen leaves, distant smoke from someone's fireplace, the muddy organic scent of the Mississippi a few miles west. The temperature had dropped into the low 60s, that perfect Memphis October that wouldn't last much longer. "Dr. Chen Williams." Denise, the charge nurse, intercepted him with a tablet. "Nashville transfer. 43-year-old male found unconscious at a rest stop on I-40. Bite wound to the left forearm reported as dog attack. High fever, altered mental status. They stabilized him but couldn't identify the infection." Marcus frowned. "Why'd they transfer?" "Nashville's slammed. 3-car pileup on the interstate. They triaged him as stable enough to move." Denise scrolled through the notes. Fever of 104 when they found him. Down to 102 after fluids. Wound looks infected, red streaking, some necrosis at the edges. They're thinking sepsis. "Any history?" "None available. No ID, no wallet, no phone. They're running him as a John Doe." The ambulance pulled into the bay, lights flashing but no siren. The paramedics moved with the unhurried efficiency of a stable patient as they unloaded the stretcher. The man on it was unremarkable. Middle-aged, white, thinning brown hair, about 30 pounds overweight. Hospital gown already in place, IV running into his right arm. His face was slack, eyes closed, breathing shallow but steady. The bandage on his left forearm was soaked through with something yellowish-brown. "Dog bite?" Marcus asked, falling into step as they wheeled toward the ER. "That's what the gas station attendant said. Found him in the parking lot, dog already gone. Looked like a stray." The paramedic handed over the chart. "Been in and out of consciousness. When he's awake, he keeps saying the same thing. 'I told you I was bit.' Over and over." Marcus glanced at the chart. Vitals stable but wrong. Fever still elevated, blood pressure lower than he'd like. Heart rate too fast. The wound notation described a ragged laceration with unusual tissue presentation and a recommendation for surgical consult. "Trauma 2, Denise said, directing the stretcher. "I'll page Dr. Okonkwo for the consult." Marcus hesitated at the doorway. Emergency medicine wasn't his department. He was trauma surgery, called when someone needed to go under the knife. But something about the patient nagged at him. "I'll take a look," he said. "Quick one." The bite wound was ugly. Marcus peeled back the bandage carefully and the smell hit him first. Sweet and rotten, the smell of dying flesh. The wound itself was a mess of torn tissue and dark blood, but what caught his attention was the pattern. Not clean punctures like a dog bite. More like something had torn into the arm with blunt force and then ripped. "This wasn't a dog," he muttered. "Doctor?" Denise hovered nearby, tablet ready. Marcus shook his head. Nothing. Just thinking. He replaced the bandage and stepped back. He's not surgical. Not yet, anyway. Let Okonkwo handle the infection workup. Call me if anything changes. He left the patient in Denise's capable hands and headed back toward the cafeteria. His coffee would be cold by now, but he needed something in his system before the next crisis hit. He never made it. 10:47 p.m. Marcus was halfway through a fresh cup of coffee when the screaming started. It came from the direction of the ER, high and sharp and cut off in a way that made his stomach drop. He was moving before his mind fully processed what he'd heard. Coffee abandoned on the table, feet carrying him down the corridor toward the sound. More screams joined the first, a crash, something heavy hitting the floor. Alarms began blaring, the sharp electronic wail of the emergency alert system. He rounded the corner into the ER and stopped. Denise was on the floor. She was on her back, dark blood pooling under her head, her hands clawing weakly at the thing on top of her. The thing that used to be the Nashville patient, the John Doe. He was crouched over her, face buried in her throat, and the sounds coming from him weren't human. Wet, guttural tearing, the thick slurp of something feeding. Marcus's brain refused to process what his eyes were seeing. This wasn't possible. Patients couldn't. Denise's hands stopped moving. The thing looked up. Its eyes were wrong, filmed over, cloudy gray like cataracts had bloomed in the 60 seconds since the attack began. Blood coated its chin, dark and dripping. Its mouth opened and Marcus expected a roar, a scream, something monstrous. What came out was words. "I told you I was bit," it said. "I told you, I told you, I told you." The same words, the same cadence, looping like a broken recording. Someone was screaming. Multiple someones. The ER had descended into chaos, nurses running, patients scrambling, security guards shouting. The thing that had been a patient turned toward the sound, toward the movement, and something in its filmed-over eyes locked on a new target. It lunged. Marcus unfroze. "Get back!" he shouted, grabbing the nearest person, a young resident too shocked to move and shoving her toward the exit. "Move! Everyone move!" A security guard appeared, taser drawn. The crackling discharge hit the thing in the chest and it jerked, stumbled but didn't stop. It kept moving toward the screaming nurse, steps halting but inexorable. Another taser shot. Another. The thing flinched but recovered, reaching the nurse, grabbing her arm with fingers that bent at wrong angles. "Told you," it muttered into her ear. "I told you I was bit." She screamed as teeth sank into her shoulder. Marcus looked around wildly for a weapon, for something, and his eyes landed on the crash cart against the wall. He sprinted for it, grabbed the metal sides, and shoved it forward with every ounce of strength he had. The cart hit the thing square in the back, sending it sprawling off the nurse. Marcus was already shouting, "Pin it down! Hold it!" Two orderlies responded, brave or stupid, throwing themselves onto the thing's legs and torso. It thrashed beneath them, still muttering its endless loop, still trying to bite anything within reach. Dr. Chen Williams. Security had arrived in force. 3 guards with batons and one with a shotgun he'd retrieved from somewhere. "What the hell is happening?" Marcus didn't have an answer. He dropped to his knees beside Denise, fingers finding her throat where a pulse should have been and wasn't. Too much blood. Too much damage. The throat was torn open, exposing severed vessels and the white gleam of vertebrae. She was gone. "Call the police," Marcus said, his voice strange and distant in his own ears. Call whoever you call. Lock down the ER, nobody in or out until—" "Sir." One of the orderlies holding the thing down had gone pale. "Sir, something's wrong. Its chest, it's not breathing, there's no heartbeat. How is it still—" The thing bucked once hard and threw both orderlies off. It scrambled to its feet with the jerky movements of a broken marionette and turned toward the nearest sound. A patient in a wheelchair, frozen in terror. The guard with the shotgun fired. The blast caught the thing in the shoulder, spinning it around. Flesh and bone sprayed across the floor, but it didn't fall. It turned toward the guard, toward this new source of noise, and started walking. "The head!" someone yelled. Marcus didn't know who. "Shoot it in the head!" The second blast was cleaner. The thing's skull came apart in a red-gray spray, and the body finally collapsed, finally stopped moving, finally. Denise sat up. Her eyes were clouded over. Her torn throat still leaked blood. And when she opened her mouth, the sound that came out was a wet rattle, followed by words Marcus recognized. "I told you I was bit." Not her words, his words, the first patient's words, somehow copied, somehow spreading. No. Her words now. Different. Her last words, her final moments, the loop of her dying brain. "Doctor, help," Denise's corpse said. "Doctor, help! Doctor!" The guard didn't hesitate this time. The shotgun roared and Denise stopped talking. Marcus stood in the middle of the ER, surrounded by blood and bodies and screaming. His hands, still steady, always steady, hanging useless at his sides. The next 3 hours were chaos. 3 zombies became 7. Marcus didn't know when he started using that word in his head. Zombie, the ridiculous movie monster word. But nothing else fit. Dead patients rose. Dead staff rose. Anyone bitten rose, usually within hours, sometimes faster. The hospital went into lockdown, but the infection was already inside. Marcus found himself in the trauma wing, barricading doors with gurneys and medical equipment, directing nurses and orderlies and anyone who could still follow orders. His surgical training had never covered this, but the principles held: triage, prioritize, stop the bleeding. The bleeding wouldn't stop. By 2 a.m., the ground floor was lost. Security had retreated to the stairwells, maintaining barricades on the second floor and above. The zombies, 15, 20 more coming, wandered the ER and lobby, drawn by sound, occasionally attacking each other in confusion before losing interest. And they all talked. That was the worst part. The endless muttering, the looped words from their final moments. A cacophony of last words, overlapping and echoing through the corridors. "Help me. It hurts. Where's my daughter? I can't feel my legs. God, please." Marcus sat in a supply closet on the 4th floor, his back against the wall, and tried to breathe. His phone still had signal. Spotty, but there. He'd tried Maya's number 6 times. No answer. Her mother's number twice. Nothing. It was 2:47 a.m. on Saturday morning, and his daughter was somewhere in a city that was falling apart. A knock on the door made him flinch. "Marcus," Tom's voice muffled by the heavy metal. "Are you in there?" He opened the door. Tom's white coat was splattered with blood that wasn't his, and his face looked 10 years older than it had this afternoon. "We need you," Tom said simply. "There are decisions to make." The 4th floor conference room had become a command center. 33 people were packed into a space meant for 12, the air thick with sweat and fear and the metallic tang of blood. Patients in hospital gowns huddled next to nurses still in scrubs. A few visitors, people who'd come to see loved ones and gotten trapped, stood along the walls. Tom stood at the head of the table, projecting an authority he'd earned over 3 decades of crisis after crisis. The other doctors deferred to him automatically, and even the security guards seemed to relax slightly in his presence. "We have 6 confirmed bite victims in isolation on the 3rd floor, Tom said. "None have turned yet, but based on what we've seen, it's only a matter of time. The question is what we do about it." "We need to tie them down," someone said. A security guard, young, his name tag reading M. Fitch. "If they're going to turn, we need to make sure they can't hurt anyone when they do." They're still patients, Dr. Keller, one of the ER attendings, objected. We can't just restrain them like what? Like they might try to eat us when they die? Fitch's voice cracked. Did you see what happened down there? Did you see Denise? Marcus thought of Denise's clouded eyes, her broken voice. Help, doctor, help. He's right, Marcus said quietly. The room turned to look at him. Restraints. Full isolation protocol. Anyone who's bitten goes behind locked doors until we know more. Dr. Keller's face reddened. We don't even understand what this is. Which is why we can't take chances. Marcus met her eyes steadily. I watched a nurse die tonight. I watched her get up again 4 minutes later. I'm not watching that happen to anyone else if I can help it. The silence stretched. Tom nodded slowly. Marcus is right. Restraints and isolation. We'll monitor them, try to understand the progression, but safety comes first. He looked around the room. What else? Food, said a woman in a patient's gown. Late pregnancy, Marcus noted automatically, maybe 7 months along. The cafeteria's on the ground floor, we can't get to it. Vending machines on every floor, Tom said. Not ideal, but it'll keep us going for a few days. There are also supplies in the outpatient clinic on 6. Non-perishable snacks, water bottles. We'll organize a scavenging run when it's safer. When will that be? The pregnant woman's voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. When will it be safer? No one answered. 3:17 a.m. The bite victims were secured in isolation rooms on the 3rd floor, wrists and ankles strapped to bed rails. Marcus stood outside the glass wall of room 312, watching the boy inside. Jason Tillman, 16 years old. He'd been visiting his grandfather when the outbreak started. Wrong place, wrong time, a bite to his right calf when he'd tried to run. His grandfather was dead now, one of the first to turn. Jason's fever had spiked to 104 in the past hour. Sweat soaked through his hospital gown, and his breathing had gone rapid and shallow. His eyes, when they opened, were glassy and unfocused. How long? Marcus asked. Tom stood beside him, arms crossed, watching the same terrible progression. The others are similar. 4 to 6 hours from bite to whatever comes next. Maybe faster for wounds closer to the head. And prevention? The cauterization worked on one patient. Mrs. Chen, no relation to you, I checked, got a bite on her arm. We burned the wound within 8 minutes. Her fever stabilized. It's been 5 hours with no progression. Marcus turned. 1 out of how many? Tom's face tightened. 5. The others, cauterization didn't take. Wrong timing, wrong wound location, I don't know. In room 312, Jason Tillman began to seize. His body arched against the restraints, foam flecking his lips, eyes rolling back to show white. The monitors wailed alarms. Heart rate spiking, oxygen plummeting, blood pressure crashing. And then, just like that, everything went flat. Jason Tillman's heart stopped beating at 3:21 a.m. on Saturday, October 12th. His eyes opened at 3:27. They were clouded over, gray-white, like cataracts had bloomed in the minutes since his death. His mouth worked silently for a moment, jaw clicking against teeth. Then the words came. Grandpa? Grandpa, help, Grandpa, they're eating, Grandpa. Over and over, the echo of his final moments playing on repeat. Marcus watched through the glass as Jason Tillman tested his restraints, pulled against them with the steady, tireless strength of something that didn't need rest. The leather creaked, but held. We need to end this, Marcus said quietly. He's not suffering, he's not him, not anymore. Tom's voice was heavy. But you're right. We can't leave them like this. Who does it? Tom was silent for a long moment, then, I will. Tom, someone has to. Better me than you right now. Tom's hand found Marcus's shoulder, squeezed once. Go check on the others. Make sure we haven't missed anyone. I'll take care of the isolation rooms. Marcus wanted to argue, wanted to take this burden himself because that's what he did, because carrying impossible weight was all he knew how to do. But Tom was right. Marcus was barely holding together. The sight of another child dying, even a child who was already dead. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay." He walked away before the first gunshot sounded. Dawn came gray and grudging, filtered through the hospital's tinted windows like the world was embarrassed to show its face. Marcus stood at a window on the 6th floor, looking out at a city in flames. Not literally, not everywhere, but there were fires. Scattered across Memphis, small ones and large ones, smoke rising into the October sky. The streets below were clogged with abandoned cars, doors hanging open, belongings scattered on asphalt, no movement except the slow shuffle of shapes that might have been human once. His phone buzzed, one bar of signal flickering in and out. He dialed Maya's number again. It rang once, twice, 3 times. Voicemail. "Hi, I can't come to the phone right now because I'm probably doing something super important. Leave a message and I'll call you back." "Maybe." The sound of her voice, bright, playful, alive, hit him like a physical blow. "Maya," his voice cracked. "Maya, baby, it's Dad. Something's happening. Stay where you are. Stay inside. Don't let anyone who's hurt, just stay safe. I'm coming. I'll find you. I love you." The signal died before he could finish. He stood there for a long time, phone pressed to his forehead, and tried not to think about all the things that could have already happened. The school would have protocols, shelter in place, lock the doors, keep the kids safe. Unless someone inside was already sick. Unless the protocols weren't designed for people who didn't stay dead. Dr. Chen Williams, he turned. A boy, 8, maybe 9, stood in the hallway clutching a worn stuffed elephant to his chest. Blonde hair, too thin, clothes slightly too large, eyes that had seen things no child should see. "I can't find my grandma," the boy said. "She said she'd be right back, but that was hours ago." Marcus crouched down to the boy's level, the motion automatic after years of pediatric consults. "What's your name?" "Jamie. Jamie Reeves." The boy squeezed the elephant tighter. "This is Dr. Gray. He's a surgeon, like you." "That's a good name." Marcus tried to keep his voice steady. "Do you remember where you last saw your grandmother, Jamie?" "Room 515. We came because she fell and hurt her arm. Then everything got scary and she said to wait here while she went to check on something." Jamie's lip trembled, but he didn't cry. "That was a really long time ago." "Room 515, 5th floor." Marcus thought about the chaos of the night, the running and screaming and barricades going up too fast to check who was on which side. "Stay here," he said. "Stay right here with Dr. Gray. Can you do that?" Jamie nodded solemnly. "Dr. Gray is very brave. He'll protect me." Marcus found the grandmother in room 515, exactly where Jamie said. She was on the floor beside the bed, curled on her side, eyes closed. No visible wounds, no signs of attack. Just an elderly woman in a hospital gown who'd lain down and never gotten up. Heart attack, probably. The stress, the fear, the running. Too much for an already weakened system. He checked for a pulse anyway. Nothing. The body wasn't cold yet, which meant... The grandmother's eyes opened. Marcus stumbled backward, hitting the bed frame, hands scrabbling for something to defend himself with. But the eyes that looked up at him weren't clouded. They were clear, brown, confused. "What? Where am I?" The woman blinked. "Where's Jamie? Not turned, not dead, just unconscious somehow, despite... No. Wait, no pulse. He'd checked. There was no pulse." "Don't move," Marcus said, grabbing his stethoscope. He pressed it to her chest, holding his breath. Nothing. Silence. The heart wasn't beating, but she was talking, blinking, breathing even if it sounded wrong, too shallow and too slow. "I don't feel right," the grandmother said. Her voice was dreamy, disconnected. "Something's wrong with me, isn't it? I can't feel my heart." Marcus backed toward the door. "Stay there, stay on the floor. I'm going to get help." He ran. Tom met him on the stairs and Marcus explained in rapid, broken sentences. The grandmother, no heartbeat, still talking, still aware. "That's not possible," Tom said. "None of this is possible. She's in room 515. We need to—" The scream from the 5th floor cut him off. They ran, past the barricades, past the huddled survivors, toward the sound that was already becoming a familiar horror. Room 515's door hung open. Inside, the grandmother stood over a nurse's aide who'd clearly made the mistake of trying to help. Blood spread across the floor in a widening pool. The grandmother's hospital gown was splattered red and her mouth worked around words that weren't hers. "Jamie? Jamie, where are you? Jamie?" Her final thoughts. Her final moments of consciousness searching for her grandson. Tom was faster than Marcus. He grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall and swung it in a single brutal arc, catching the grandmother in the temple. She went down hard. She didn't get back up. "New information," Tom said, breathing hard. "Transition isn't always immediate. Sometimes they wake up first, walk, talk, and then—" He looked at the body on the floor, then at Marcus. "We need to warn everyone. Anyone who seems to recover after cardiac arrest. They're not recovered. They're just between states." Marcus thought of Jamie, waiting in the hallway with Dr. Gray. Jamie, who'd been promised his grandmother would come back. "I'll handle it," he said. "The boy. He needs to hear it from someone, not just silence." Tom nodded. "Go. I'll deal with this." Jamie was exactly where Marcus had left him. Dr. Gray clutched to his chest, eyes fixed on the stairwell door. "Did you find her?" he asked. "Is Grandma okay?" Marcus crouched down again. The words felt like gravel in his throat. "Jamie, I need to tell you something very hard." The boy's face went still. Not scared. Not yet. Just waiting. "Your grandmother." Her heart stopped. The doctors did everything they could, but sometimes bodies get too tired, too sick to keep going. "She died?" Jamie's voice was small. "Yes. I'm so sorry." Silence. Jamie looked down at Dr. Gray, at the elephant's worn fabric ears. His fingers moved across the stitching, tracing a pattern only he could see. "Is she going to be like the bad people?" he asked. "The ones who bite?" Marcus's heart cracked. This boy, 8 years old, already understood more than he should. "We made sure she won't hurt anyone," Marcus said carefully. "She's at peace now." Jamie nodded. One tear tracked down his cheek, but he didn't sob, didn't wail. Just sat there with his stuffed elephant and his 8-year-old grief, processing loss the way children did, one terrible moment at a time. "Can I stay with you?" he asked finally. "I don't have anyone else." Marcus should have said no. Should have found a social worker, another adult, anyone else to take this burden. He was barely keeping himself together. The last thing he needed was responsibility for someone else's child. But Jamie was looking at him with those 2 old eyes, and somewhere in the city Maya was waiting for him. And Marcus couldn't say no to a child who'd just lost everything. "Yeah," he said. "You can stay with me." Jamie reached out and took his hand. His fingers were cold and small, but his grip was surprisingly strong. Together they walked back toward the others. Saturday afternoon, the hospital had settled into a grim routine. Barricades on the 2nd floor held. The zombies below wandered aimlessly, occasionally bumping into walls or each other, their muttered loops overlapping into a constant murmur of lost words. Tom had organized work shifts, medical care for the wounded, inventory of supplies, rotation of guards at the stairwells. Everyone had a job, Purpose kept the panic at bay. Marcus was in the triage area they'd set up on the 4th floor, checking sutures on a security guard who'd caught a piece of broken glass during the night's chaos. Jamie sat nearby, Dr. Gray in his lap, watching everything with quiet intensity. "Hold still," Marcus said. "This will sting. Worse than getting stabbed by a zombie? You weren't stabbed by a zombie, you were stabbed by a window." Marcus cleaned the wound with antiseptic. The guard, Fitch, the young one who'd argued for restraints, hissed but didn't flinch. "Does it matter? They're all dangerous now." Fitch glanced toward the stairs. "My buddy's down there somewhere. Turned during the first wave. Can still hear him sometimes talking about his girlfriend. Stacy, don't leave, Stacy." Over and over. Marcus finished the sutures in silence. There wasn't anything to say. A commotion at the 4th floor barricade drew his attention. Raised voices, someone arguing. He handed Fitch a bandage and headed toward the sound. The pregnant woman, he still didn't know her name, was blocked by 2 guards trying to push past them toward the stairs. "My husband's out there," she was shouting. "He went for supplies and he didn't come back. I have to find him." "Ma'am, the ground floor isn't safe." "I don't care. He's my husband." Marcus stepped in front of her. "What's your name?" She stopped, breathing hard. Elena Vasquez." "Elena, I'm Dr. Chen Williams. How far along are you?" The question threw her off balance. 7 months. Why?" "Because if you go down there, you're risking 2 lives, not 1. And if your husband is still alive, he'd want you to stay safe." Her face crumpled. "You don't understand. He went out last night, said he'd be back in an hour. That was 18 hours ago." Marcus thought about the chaos of the previous night. The screaming, the running, the people who'd made wrong turns and never returned. "What's his name?" "Miguel. He was wearing a blue jacket, jeans. Elena's voice broke. "He kissed me before he left. Said he'd bring back something sweet for the baby. I'll look for him." The words came out before Marcus could stop them. "When we send a scavenging team, I'll make sure they check for him. But you have to stay here. You have to stay safe." Elena stared at him, eyes wet. Then she nodded once. "Find him," she whispered. "Please." Marcus didn't make promises. He'd learned that lesson a long time ago. The window in the 6th floor break room faced west toward the river. Marcus stood there as the sun dropped toward the horizon, painting the sky in oranges and reds that seemed obscene given what was happening below. His phone still worked. 1 bar, flickering. He tried Rachel's number 4 more times. Nothing. Maya's voicemail was burned into his memory now. He'd listened to it 6 times just to hear her voice. "Hi. I can't come to the phone right now because I'm probably doing something super important." She was always doing something super important, her science projects and her artwork and her long, detailed explanations of why her mother's new boyfriend's taste in movies was cinematically tragic. She was 11 years old and already certain about everything. Marcus missed her so much it felt like a physical wound. "There you are," Tom's voice. Marcus didn't turn from the window. "The school she goes to," Marcus said. "It's in Germantown. Private academy, good security. They'd have protocols for this kind of thing." "Shelter in place." "Yes." Tom moved to stand beside him. "We heard from some parents earlier. Schools across the district went into lockdown Saturday morning. Doors sealed. Staff armed with whatever they could find." "Did anyone mention Germantown? The Hutchison School?" "I'm sorry, my friend. No one mentioned it specifically." Tom paused. "But that doesn't mean anything. The phones are barely working. The parents who got through, pure luck." Marcus pressed his forehead against the cool glass. "I should be there. I should be with her. And abandon the people here, the ones who need you. She needs me more." Tom was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was gentle but firm. I've known you for 15 years, Marcus. I've watched you make impossible choices and live with them. But this, leaving people to die so you can maybe reach your daughter, through miles of infected city with no weapons and no plan, this isn't a choice. It's suicide. Then it's my suicide to choose. No. Tom gripped his shoulder, turned him to face him. You don't get to choose that. Not with Jamie looking at you like you're the only solid thing left in his world. Not with Elena counting on you to find her husband. Not with all these people trusting you to keep them alive. I didn't ask for that. No one asks for it. We just get it, and we do what we can, and we live with what we can't. Tom's eyes were tired but kind. Maya is smart. Maya is tough. Her school has walls and locks and adults who care about her. She's going to be okay. You don't know that. No, I don't. But I know that you dying in the street won't help her. And I know that you're needed here. Tom released his shoulder. Stay. Tonight. Tomorrow. Help us get stable, get organized, get safe. And then we'll find a way to get you to her. Together. Marcus wanted to argue, wanted to push past Tom and sprint down the stairs and fight his way through every zombie in Memphis until he reached his daughter. But Tom was right. Tom was always right. Tomorrow, Marcus said. We figure out a plan tomorrow. Tomorrow, Tom agreed. Neither of them knew how many tomorrows they had left. Night fell like a held breath finally released. The hospital was quieter now. The zombies below had settled into their endless patrol, bumping and shuffling and muttering. The survivors above had found places to sleep, on gurneys in patient rooms curled against walls in makeshift nests of blankets and coats. Marcus made rounds, checking on patients, adjusting IV drips, changing bandages. Medical care didn't stop for the apocalypse. The wounded still bled. The sick still struggled. The pregnant woman still needed monitoring, her baby's heartbeat strong and steady on the fetal monitor. Jamie followed him like a shadow, Dr. Gray tucked under one arm. The boy didn't talk much, but he watched everything. The way Marcus moved, the way he spoke to patients, the way his hands stayed steady even when his voice threatened to shake. Why do you keep checking their hearts? Jamie asked during a quiet moment. If the heart stops, they'll just turn anyway. Because sometimes the heart tells us things before the rest of the body catches up, Marcus said. Patterns, rhythms, little changes that mean big problems are coming. Like an early warning system? Exactly like that. Jamie nodded seriously. Dr. Gray says the heart is just a pump. But that doesn't seem right. It feels like more than that. Marcus thought about Tom's stethoscope, the one he'd borrowed after leaving his own in the surgeon's locker, the way he'd listened to hundreds of thousands of heartbeats over the years, each one a signature, a fingerprint, a proof of life. Dr. Gray's right about the mechanics, he said. But you're right too. The heart is more than a pump. It's where we feel things, where we carry the people we love, even when they're gone. Especially when they're gone. Jamie considered this. Then he lifted Dr. Gray to his ear as if listening. Dr. Gray says his heart is made of stuffing, but he still carries people, like my grandma. And my mom, even though she left a long time ago. Marcus didn't know what to say to that, so he just kept walking and Jamie kept following and the hospital kept breathing its strange new life around them. 2:30 a.m. Sunday. A commotion at the west stairwell. Marcus was there in minutes. Jamie left sleeping in a supply closet with explicit instructions not to move until Marcus came back. The barricade was holding, but barely. Something was different. The zombies below were agitated, clustering, pressing against the door with more purpose than they'd shown before. What happened? Marcus asked Fitch, who was bracing the door with his shoulder. Someone tried to leave. Fitch's face was sheened with sweat. One of the visitors said he had to get home to his wife. We tried to stop him, but he made it to the stairs before we could. A scream from below cut short. They heard him, they all heard him, and now they're trying to get to where the sound came from. Marcus grabbed the other side of the door and pushed. More guards arrived, adding their weight. We need reinforcement, he said. More furniture, more weight. This door isn't meant to hold against this kind of pressure. They worked for an hour, piling gurneys and cabinets and anything heavy against the stairwell door. By the time they finished, the barricade was solid enough to hold back a car. It would have to be enough. Dawn on Sunday. Marcus found Tom in the fourth-floor conference room, staring at a whiteboard covered in names and numbers and hastily drawn diagrams. "Resources," Tom said without looking up. "We've been inventorying. 6 floors of hospital, minus the ground floor, which is lost. Approximately 340 people. Patients, staff, visitors, strays. Food for maybe a week if we ration carefully. Water depends on city pressure, which is still running, but who knows for how long. Medical supplies are plentiful, obviously, but we're using them fast. Generator fuel? 5 days, maybe 6 if we're conservative with the non-essentials." Marcus stepped closer to the board. "What happens after 6 days? We hope the power comes back. Or we hope someone comes to rescue us. Or we hope we find a way out before the lights go off." Tom finally turned to face him. "None of those are good options. There's another option. Leaving?" Tom shook his head. "We discussed this. The streets, not leaving, expanding." Marcus grabbed a marker and drew on the board a rough map of the medical district. The hospital is connected to the medical school building through an underground tunnel. Old service corridor. I've walked it once years ago during a maintenance tour. If it's still passable. More space, more supplies. Maybe a way to get out that isn't through the ground floor. Tom's eyes lit up. Who knows about this tunnel? Probably no one. It's on the old maintenance maps, but it's not used for anything anymore. We need to check it today. I'll go. No. Tom held up a hand. You're one of 2 trauma surgeons we have. If something goes wrong, then I'll take backup, but I know the layout. I know what to look for. Tom studied him for a long moment. This is about more than supplies, isn't it? You're looking for a way out, a path to your daughter. Marcus didn't deny it. If the tunnel leads somewhere useful, somewhere away from the main horde, it could be our best chance. For all of us. Or it could be full of zombies and dead ends, and you could die in the dark under the city. Tom sighed heavily. But you're right. We need to know. Take Fitch and 2 others. Check the tunnel, map what you can, and get back before nightfall. I will. Marcus. Tom's hand found his shoulder again, warm and solid. Be careful. We can't afford to lose you. We can't afford to lose anyone, Marcus said. That's the whole problem. The tunnel was everything Marcus remembered. Dark, damp, and forgotten. They entered through a maintenance access in the hospital's basement, a rusted door that took 3 people to force open. The corridor beyond stretched into blackness, lit only by their flashlights and the faint glow of emergency lights that somehow still worked. Fitch went first, shotgun ready. Marcus followed with the map, a faded blueprint he'd found in a maintenance closet. 2 nurses, both young, both terrified, brought up the rear. This place smells like death, one of the nurses whispered. Like old death. That's just mold, Marcus said. Water damage. Nothing's been down here in years. They walked for what felt like hours, but was probably 20 minutes. The tunnel branched twice, once toward the Methodist building, once toward the medical school. Marcus chose the medical school route. It was closer, and the building was less likely to have been overrun. The door at the end was locked from the other side. Now what? Fitch asked. Marcus studied the hinges, old, corroded, barely holding the door in place. We go through, together on 3. It took 5 tries, but the door gave way with a shriek of protesting metal. Beyond it, a storage room, dark and quiet, boxes of ancient supplies stacked to the ceiling. No zombies, no bodies, no signs of disaster at all. They sealed it, one of the nurses breathed. Before the outbreak reached here, they sealed the building. Marcus pushed forward into corridors that looked eerily normal. Lights still on, powered by generators or battery backup. Classrooms empty but undisturbed. A cafeteria with food still in the fridges. Cold, sealed, waiting. "This is good," Fitch said. "This is really good." "It's better than good," Marcus was already planning. "We can move people here, expand our safe zone. There might even be—" The sound stopped him cold. Footsteps, coming from somewhere deeper in the building. "Weapons up," Fitch hissed. They moved forward slowly, flashlights cutting through shadows. The footsteps grew louder, accompanied by muttering. No, that wasn't right. The zombies muttered, but this was different. Words that made sense. A conversation. A woman stepped around the corner, saw them, and screamed. She was young, maybe 25, wearing scrubs splattered with dried blood. Behind her, 2 others, a man in a white coat, an older woman in patient clothes. "Don't shoot!" the young woman shrieked. We're alive! We're alive!" Fitch lowered the shotgun. "We're from Regional 1, the hospital next door. We came through the tunnel." The woman sagged against the wall, tears streaming down her face. "We thought everyone was dead. We've been hiding since Saturday morning. Someone sealed the tunnel door and we couldn't—" "How many of you are there?" 12. There were more, but... She didn't finish. Marcus stepped forward. "I'm Dr. Chen Williams, trauma surgery. We're organizing survivors at the hospital. If you want to join us—" "Yes," the word came out like a prayer. "Yes, please, get us out of here." By Sunday afternoon, the survivor count at Regional 1 had jumped from 340 to 352. The medical school survivors were a mix of students, faculty, and patients from a small clinic that had been running weekend hours when the outbreak hit. They'd sealed themselves in, rationed supplies, and waited for rescue that never came. Now they were folding into the hospital's nascent community, finding bunks, accepting work assignments, beginning the process of integration. Marcus left the logistics to Tom. This was what Tom excelled at, the human side of crisis management, and returned to his own work. Patients to check, wounds to treat. A pregnant woman whose contractions had started too early and needed careful monitoring. Elena's baby wasn't coming yet. False labor brought on by stress and fear and the impossibility of relaxing when the world was ending. Marcus gave her fluids, monitored her vitals, and sat with her while she cried. "Miguel's dead," she said, the words flat and final. "If he was alive, he'd have found his way back. He always finds his way back." Marcus didn't argue, didn't offer empty comfort, just sat with her in the silence, one hand on hers while the machines beeped their steady rhythm. "I don't know how to do this without him," Elena whispered. "I don't know how to be a mother alone." "You won't be alone. We're here. All of us. It's not the same." No, it's not. Marcus thought of Maya, of the years of co-parenting and custody schedules and the way divorce had fractured his family without quite destroying it. But different isn't always worse. Sometimes it's just different. Elena closed her eyes. "I miss him. I miss him so much." "I know." He sat with her until she fell asleep, and then he sat a while longer, watching the fetal monitor trace the heartbeat of a child who would never know their father. Sunday evening. Marcus was in the supply closet. His supply closet, the one with the door that locked when the argument started. He could hear it through the walls. Raised voices, accusations, the building tension of people who'd been terrified for too long and were starting to crack. He found the conflict in the fourth-floor corridor. Two groups facing off, the original hospital survivors and a contingent from the medical school. "We should decide who eats," one of the medical school students was shouting. "The injured take up space and resources. If they can't contribute, why should they get full rations?" "Because they're human beings," Fitz shot back. "Because that's what separates us from what? Those things down there? They were human too, and look what happened." Marcus pushed through the crowd. "What's going on?" Both sides started talking at once. He held up a hand, and the noise died down. Something about his presence, maybe, or just the exhaustion in his eyes that mirrored everyone else's. One at a time. "You," he pointed to the medical school student. "What's the problem?" "Resources. We have limited food, limited water, limited everything. There are people here who can't walk, can't work, can't do anything but take up space. I'm saying we have to make hard choices." "You're saying we let the weak die." The student's chin came up. "I'm saying we survive. That's all that matters now." Marcus looked around the corridor. Dozens of faces, tired and scared, waiting to see how this would play out. "When I was in residency," he said quietly, "I had an attending who told me something I've never forgotten. He said, 'The way we treat our weakest patients tells us who we really are. Anyone can save the strong.' Pretty words don't—" "I'm not finished." Marcus's voice sharpened. "If we start deciding who deserves to eat based on what they can contribute, we're not surviving. We're just dying slower. The injured heal, the sick recover. Today's patient is tomorrow's doctor, or guard, or teacher, or parent. And if they don't heal, if they're too far gone..." Marcus thought of Emma Holloway, 12 years old, massive internal bleeding, no chance from the moment she hit the table. He'd known she was dying. He'd chosen to save her mother instead. The textbook choice. The right choice, everyone said. It still felt like murder. "Then we care for them until the end," he said, "because that's what humans do. Because the moment we stop doing that, we might as well be those things downstairs." The student opened his mouth to argue, but someone else spoke first, the older woman from the medical school group. "The boy's scared," she said. "We all are, but he's wrong. I've been a nurse for 40 years, and I've never seen a situation where giving up on patients made things better." Murmurs of agreement. The tension began to dissolve, not into resolution, but into exhaustion. "We'll figure out the rationing," Marcus said. "Together. But we don't abandon anyone. Not now. Not ever." The crowd dispersed. The student who'd started the argument stood alone in the corridor, anger fading into something that looked like shame. "I didn't mean," he started. "I know. Go get some sleep. We'll talk more tomorrow." The student nodded and walked away. Marcus leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Leadership. He'd never asked for it, never wanted it. But here it was, settling onto his shoulders like a weight he couldn't shrug off. Sunday night, power grid failure. The lights went out at 9:47 p.m., plunging the hospital into darkness before the generators kicked in. When the backup power hummed to life, it brought only half the lights: critical systems, emergency corridors, medical equipment. Everything else stayed dark. 5 days of fuel, Tom said, staring at the generator panel. Maybe 6 if we're conservative. That's our new deadline. Marcus looked at the emergency lights casting their pale glow through the corridor. What happens in 5 days if we don't find more fuel? The medical equipment fails. Life support, monitoring, refrigeration for medications, then the security systems, then everything. Tom's voice was heavy. We become a fortress without walls. There has to be fuel somewhere, the ambulances, other buildings. The ambulances are on the ground floor, the parking garage. We'd have to fight through the horde to reach them. Then we fight. Tom turned to look at him. Yesterday you wanted to leave. Today you want to lead a charge into the dead zone. What changed? Marcus thought about it. Yesterday I was thinking about one person, my daughter. Today, he gestured at the corridor behind them, at the hundreds of lives pressed into these walls. Today I'm thinking about all of them. And Maya? The name was a knife between his ribs. Maya's smart, Maya's tough, she's going to be okay. He didn't believe it, but he had to say it, because the alternative was unthinkable. Get some sleep, Tom said gently. We'll make plans in the morning, scavenging runs, fuel expeditions, a path to your daughter if we can find one. And if we can't, then we adapt. That's all any of us can do. Marcus nodded, but his feet didn't move. He stood in the dimness of the emergency lights, listening to the distant murmur of zombies on the floors below, and thought about the phone in his pocket. 1 bar of signal. Sometimes. He pulled it out, dialed Maya's number. Ring, ring, ring. Voicemail. Hi, I can't come to the phone right now because I'm probably doing something super important. Leave a message and I'll call you back. Maybe. The beep. He cleared his throat. Hey, sweetheart, it's Dad. I'm at the hospital. Things are bad here, but we're managing. We're organizing. There are a lot of people who need help, and you know me, can't walk away from that. His voice cracked. He swallowed hard. I'm going to find you, I promise. It might take a little while, but I'm coming. Just stay safe. Stay inside. Trust your teachers, and remember what I always tell you, when everything gets scary, just breathe. 1 breath at a time. You can survive anything if you just keep breathing. The signal flickered. He talked faster. I love you, Maya. I love you so much. I'm coming. Dead air. The call dropped. Marcus stood in the darkness, phone pressed to his forehead, and tried to follow his own advice. 1 breath at a time. Monday morning, day 4. The first scavenging run was organized at dawn. A small team, carefully selected with a specific objective, reach the ambulances in the parking garage, siphon whatever fuel they could, and get back before the horde noticed. Del Washington led the team. Marcus had found him in the ER on Sunday morning. Another survivor they'd missed in the initial chaos. Gunshot wound to the shoulder, treated before the outbreak started, healing but not yet healed. He'd been sleeping through the worst of it, hidden in a supply closet, and emerged to find the world transformed. He was 29, thin, quick, covered in amateur tattoos. His eyes never stopped moving, cataloging exits and threats and opportunities. He moved like someone who'd spent his life navigating dangers that didn't need to be dead to kill you. I know these streets, Del had said when Marcus asked why he should lead the run. Grew up in Orange Mound. You want to survive Memphis, you ask someone who's been surviving it their whole life. Now Marcus watched from a 3rd-floor window as Del and his team approached the parking garage. 4 people, 2 guns, crowbars and knives for backup. They're going to make it, Jamie said beside him. Dr. Gray was pressed against the glass, trunk pointing toward the action below. You don't know that. Dr. Gray knows. He says the quiet man is very smart. Marcus looked at the boy, at the stuffed elephant, at the absolute certainty in those young eyes. I hope Dr. Gray is right. The team disappeared into the parking structure. Minutes passed. 5, 10, 15. Marcus's hands were steady on the windowsill, but his heart was racing. Movement at the garage entrance. Del emerged first, followed by 2 others pushing a rolling fuel cart. The 4th team member, a young nurse named Sarah, came last, walking backward, gun up. No zombies following. Clean exit. They did it, Jamie breathed. They did. Marcus let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. They really did. The fuel bought them time. 3 days, maybe 4, added to the generator's reserves. Not enough, but something. A foundation to build on. Tom organized more runs. The medical school building, fully explored now, yielded a cache of canned goods and bottled water. A pharmacy across the street, accessed through the underground tunnels, added antibiotics and painkillers to their stores. Each expedition was a risk, and not all of them succeeded. 2 people lost on Tuesday, one to zombies and one to a fall down an unsecured stairwell. But the community was growing stronger. Marcus split his time between medical care and mission planning. He learned the maps, studied the routes, calculated the risks. Every expedition brought them closer to something, survival or escape, he wasn't sure which. But Maya was still out there, 8 miles east in Germantown, in a school that may or may not have held. He tried her phone every hour. Sometimes it rang, usually it didn't. The signal was dying by degrees, the cell network collapsing along with everything else. On Tuesday afternoon, he got through. Ring, ring. Hello? Not Maya's voice, an adult woman, tired and scared. Who is this? Marcus demanded. I'm sorry, who are you calling? My daughter, Maya Chen Williams. This is her phone. A pause. The woman's voice softened. Mr. Chen Williams? This is Sarah Patterson. I'm a teacher at Hutchison. Marcus's heart stopped. Is she? She's alive. She's here. We've been locked down since Saturday morning. The phone's just started working again a little, and she's been trying to call you, but the signal keeps... Let me talk to her, please. She's asleep right now. We've been taking shifts, and she just... Wake her up. The words came out harder than Marcus intended. Please, I need to hear her voice. Another pause, rustling, distant voices, then, Dad? Maya. Maya's voice, sleepy and scared and alive. Baby. Marcus pressed his hand against the wall to keep from falling. Oh God, baby, you're okay. Dad, what's happening? The TV stopped working and there were people outside, bad people, and Mr. Richards went to check and he came back wrong. I know, sweetheart. Listen to me. Are you safe? Are the doors locked? Yes. Ms. Patterson made everyone stay inside. There are 23 of us, kids and teachers. We're in the gymnasium because the doors are thick and there are no windows low enough for them to get in. Good. That's good. You're doing exactly right. Marcus's mind was racing. 8 miles. Through a city full of the dead. I'm coming to get you. It might take a couple days, but I'm coming. Dad, no, it's too dangerous. Ms. Patterson says we should wait for the army. The army isn't coming, Maya. Not soon enough. He forced his voice steady. I'm going to find a way. I'll get there. You just have to hold on a little longer. I knew you'd come. Maya's voice was thick with tears she was trying not to shed. I told everyone you would. I said my dad's a doctor and he saves people and he'll come save us too. Marcus closed his eyes against the sting of moisture. I'm coming, I promise. I love you, Dad. I love you too, sweetheart, so much, more than... The line went dead. Marcus stood in the corridor, phone pressed to his ear, listening to silence. She was alive. She was okay. And she was waiting for him. He told Tom that night. She's in Germantown, 8 miles east. The school's holding, but I don't know for how long. Tom listened without interrupting, then sat back in his chair with a heavy sigh. You're going to go after her. Nothing I say will stop you. No, nothing will. Then we do it right. Tom spread a map across the table between them. Dell knows the city. Vance knows tactics. You know medicine. We put together a small team, fast, quiet, capable, and we find a route that doesn't get you all killed. We? You think I'd let you do this alone? After everything? Tom shook his head. My friend, I have known you for 15 years. I have watched you save lives and break yourself trying. I am not going to watch you die in the street because you tried to be a hero without backup. Marcus opened his mouth to argue, but nothing came out. The relief was overwhelming. Thank you, he managed. Don't thank me yet. We have to survive long enough to mount the rescue. Tom turned back to the map. Now, tell me everything Maya told you about the school's layout. Wednesday, day 6. The plan was coming together. Dell had identified a route through back streets and alleys, avoiding the main roads where the hordes clustered. Vance, who'd arrived on Saturday and immediately taken charge of security, had agreed to lead the tactical side of the mission. The rescue team would leave Thursday at dawn. 4 people. Light and fast. Bring Maya and anyone else who wanted to come back. It would work. It had to work. Marcus was checking supplies in the staging area when the alarms went off. Not the zombie alarms. They'd learned to distinguish between the different sounds of disaster by now, but something else. Emergency. Medical. He ran. The 3rd floor isolation ward, where they kept the new arrivals, where anyone with a bite wound or unexplained fever was quarantined until they proved they weren't turning. Dr. Keller met him at the door, her face white. It's the girl from the medical school, the one who was scratched, not bitten. We thought she was clear. Marcus pushed past her into the ward. The girl, 19 maybe, dark hair, terrified eyes, was thrashing against her restraints. Her fever had spiked. The scratch on her arm had turned black at the edges, dark veins spreading outward like roots. The infection got in, Marcus said. Deep enough to take hold. What do we do? He looked at the girl. At her clouding eyes, her rattling breath, the foam flecking her lips. Tom's voice came from behind him. Marcus, we need to step out. I can help her. Amputation of the arm might... Look at the veins, my friend. The infection's already past the shoulder. It's systemic. Marcus looked. The dark tendrils were creeping up her neck, spreading across her clavicle. Too far. Too fast. How long? He asked. An hour. Maybe less. The girl's eyes found Marcus. For a moment they were clear, scared and young and desperate. Please, she whispered. Please don't let me become one of them. Marcus thought of all the choices he'd made, all the patients he'd saved and lost, all the weight he carried that never seemed to get lighter. I won't, he said. He stayed with her until the end, held her hand while her heart slowed and stopped, and when her eyes opened again, clouded and dead, he did what needed to be done. The knife went in quick. The light went out of her eyes for good. Marcus cleaned the blade and walked out of the isolation ward without looking back. Wednesday night. The hospital was quiet. The survivors had found their rhythms, work shifts and sleep shifts, and the careful rationing that would keep them alive another few days. Marcus sat in the 6th floor break room looking out at the city. The fires had stopped mostly. The streets below were still, the zombies having settled into their endless patrol. A few blocks away something was burning, but the flames were small and contained. He held his phone in his hand. The signal was gone. Completely gone now. Not even a flicker. The cell network had finally collapsed, or maybe just the towers in this part of the city. No more calls to Maya. No more voicemails to remind him of her voice. But he'd talked to her. She was alive. She was waiting. Tomorrow he would go get her. A knock on the door. Jamie appeared, Dr. Gray in his arms. Can't sleep, the boy said. Me neither. Jamie crossed to the window and sat down beside Marcus, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Dr. Gray says you're scared, Jamie said. About tomorrow? Dr. Gray's right. He says it's okay to be scared. Being scared means you care about something. Marcus looked at the stuffed elephant, at its worn ears and missing button eye. Dr. Gray's pretty smart. He's a surgeon, like you. Jamie paused. He also says you should take him with you tomorrow for good luck. I can't take Dr. Gray, he's your friend. He's my friend, but he can be your friend too. Friends are supposed to help each other. Jamie held out the elephant, his small face solemn. He'll keep you safe. Marcus looked at the offered gift, at the trust behind it, at this boy who'd lost everything and was offering to lose something more just to help. I'll bring him back, Marcus said, taking the elephant carefully. I promise. I know. Jamie leaned against him, warm and small and alive. Dr. Gray knows too. They sat there in the darkness looking out at the ruined city and waited for dawn. Thursday, day 7. The rescue team assembled at 5:30 a.m. in the staging area. Dell, with his street knowledge and quick eyes. Vance with her shotgun and military bearing. Marcus with his medical kit and a borrowed pistol he'd never fired. One more. Sarah, the nurse who'd survived the first fuel run, quiet and capable. Tom met them at the barricade. Come back, he said simply. All of you. Plan on it. Marcus clasped his friend's hand. Keep things running here. I'll do my best. Tom's eyes were warm and worried. Bring your daughter home, my friend, and then get some sleep. You look terrible. You always know just what to say. Tom laughed, a real laugh, tired but genuine, and stepped back to let them pass. The ground floor was chaos. Zombies everywhere, wandering, shuffling, muttering their endless loops. The team moved through them like ghosts, slow, quiet, invisible in the early morning shadows. Dell led them along walls and through doorways, finding paths through the horde that seemed impossible until you walked them. They made it to the parking garage, found an ambulance that still had fuel, piled in, breathed, and drove. Memphis unfolded around them like a nightmare. Abandoned cars and open doors and shapes in the street that turned toward the sound of the engine. Dell navigated by instinct, taking back roads and alleys, avoiding the main arteries where the hordes clustered. 8 miles felt like 800. But finally they saw it, the Hutchison School. Stone walls and iron gates looking like a fortress from another age. And standing on the roof, waving frantically, a small figure with dark hair and messy braids. Maya. The reunion was chaos and joy and tears that wouldn't stop. Maya ran down from the roof the moment the gates opened, throwing herself into Marcus's arms with a force that nearly knocked him over. He held her so tight it hurt, and didn't want to ever let go. You came, she kept saying. I knew you would, I knew it. I told you I would. I know. But knowing and believing are different things. Ms. Patterson said. Ms. Patterson was right to be careful. Marcus pulled back enough to look at his daughter. She was dirty and tired and thinner than he remembered, but her eyes were bright and alive. Let me look at you. Are you hurt? I'm fine. We're all fine. It was scary at first, but Ms. Patterson kept everyone calm, and there was food in the cafeteria, and we turned the gymnasium into a... Maya. Marcus held up a hand, smiling despite everything. We can talk in the car. Right now, we need to move. There were 23 survivors at the school, students, teachers, a few parents who'd been on campus for a conference when the world ended. They piled into the ambulance and a school bus that still had fuel, forming a small convoy that crept back toward the hospital. The journey home was longer than the journey out. More vehicles meant more noise, more attention, more zombies turning to follow. Dell drove with desperate skill, and Vance hung out the ambulance window, firing at any threats that got too close, but they made it. The hospital barricades opened, and the convoy rolled through. Survivors poured out, shell-shocked but alive. Tom was there to meet them, organizing, directing, turning chaos into order the way he always did. Marcus helped the last of the children out of the bus, then turned to find Maya at his side. Is this where you've been? She asked, looking up at the hospital. The whole time? Most of it. There are a lot of people here who needed help. Maya nodded slowly. Her hand found his and gripped tight. I'm glad you're here, she said. I'm glad I'm here too. Marcus looked at his daughter, alive, safe, home, and felt something shift in his chest. The weight was still there. Emma Holloway was still there, and all the other ghosts he carried. But for the first time in months, there was something else too. Hope. That night, the hospital celebrated. It wasn't much of a celebration, stale chips and warm soda and the closest thing to joy that anyone had felt in a week. But it was something. Survivors from the school mixed with survivors from the hospital, sharing stories, finding connections, building the first fragile threads of community. Jamie was glued to Maya's side within minutes of meeting her. Dr. Gray was returned with great ceremony, and Maya inspected him gravely before pronouncing him well-traveled and distinguished. He says you kept him safe, Jamie said. He says you're a good person. Dr. Gray is too kind. Maya looked at Marcus, her eyes soft. But he's right about my dad. Marcus watched them, his daughter and this orphaned boy who'd somehow become part of their family, and felt the walls around his heart crack just a little more. Tom found him near midnight, when the celebration had wound down and the hospital had returned to its rhythms of watchfulness. You did it, Tom said. You brought them home. We did it. I couldn't have done it alone. No, none of us can. Tom's hand found his shoulder, that familiar weight, warm and grounding. This is just the beginning, my friend. Tomorrow we'll face new challenges, new choices, new losses, probably. I know. But tonight we rest. Tonight we remember why we're fighting. Tom smiled, tired but genuine. Go be with your daughter. Let the rest of us worry about the world for a few hours. Marcus nodded. He was so tired his bones ached and his eyes felt full of sand. But when he walked to the room where Maya and Jamie were setting up beds, something in him felt lighter than it had in months. Maya looked up when he entered. Dad, you okay? I'm okay. He sat down on the edge of her bed and she immediately scooted over to make room. Just thinking. About what? About Emma Holloway. About the choice he'd made 8 months ago and all the choices since. About the weight of being the person who decides who lives and who dies. But Maya didn't need to hear about that. Not now. Not yet. About how lucky I am, he said instead, to have you. Maya rolled her eyes, an expression so familiar it made his heart ache. But she was smiling. You're being sappy, she said. I'm allowed. World's ending. Dad. Sorry, go to sleep. He leaned down and kissed her forehead the way he'd done when she was small. I'll be here when you wake up. Promise? Promise. She closed her eyes. Within minutes, her breathing had evened out into sleep. Marcus sat beside her in the darkness, watching her breathe, and let himself believe just for a moment that everything might be okay. Friday. Day 8. The days began to blur together. More survivors arrived in ones and twos in desperate groups. The population of the hospital climbed toward 400. Food rationing tightened. Water became a concern as city pressure dropped. The generators kept running, but the fuel wouldn't last forever. And everywhere the zombies waited, patient, tireless, hungry. Tom organized work crews and scavenging teams and a council of survivors to make decisions. Marcus split his time between the medical ward and the planning meetings, trying to contribute where he could. But the mission to save Maya had changed something in the group dynamic. People looked at him differently now, not as just another doctor, but as someone who got things done, someone who could lead. They want you on the council, Tom told him Saturday afternoon. Formal leadership, decision-making authority. Marcus shook his head. I'm a surgeon. I work with patients. This isn't politics, it's survival. Tom's voice was patient but firm. You brought 30 people home from that school. You organized the scavenging runs. You've been making decisions whether you realize it or not. I don't want to lead. Nobody does. That's usually a sign you should. Tom smiled, but his eyes were serious. Think about it. We need people who can make hard choices, people who've proven they can be trusted. People who've proven they can be trusted. Marcus thought about Emma Holloway again, about the lawsuit still pending somewhere in a world that might not exist anymore, about the mother who blamed him for making the only choice the math allowed. I'll think about it, he said. Sunday. Day 10. The crisis came at dawn. A breach on the second floor. A maintenance door that should have been sealed but wasn't. Zombies pouring through, finding the residential wing where families slept. Marcus was there in minutes, pistol drawn, medical bag over his shoulder. The corridor was chaos, screaming survivors, shambling dead, blood on the walls and floor. "Get them out!" he shouted. "Through the east stairwell, move!" Dell was beside him, knife in hand, cutting through the zombies with brutal efficiency. Vance covered the retreat, shotgun booming in the enclosed space. They saved most of them. Most. 7 dead, 3 bitten. Families torn apart in seconds. Afterward, Marcus stood in the corridor with blood on his hands and ringing in his ears, and something inside him cracked. "We can't keep doing this," he said to no one in particular. "We can't just react. We need to get out. Find somewhere defensible, somewhere safe." "There is nowhere safe." Dell was cleaning his knife, his face unreadable. "You think there's some magic place where the dead don't walk? There isn't. There's just here and there and everywhere, and all of it's bad. Then we make somewhere safe. We take somewhere and we hold it and we build something worth surviving for." Dell looked at him for a long moment. Something shifted in his expression. Respect, maybe, or recognition. "You want to fight," Dell said, "not just survive, fight. I want my daughter to have a future. I want that boy with the elephant to grow up. I want—" Marcus trailed off. "I want it to matter. All of this death and fear and loss. I want it to mean something." "Then make it mean something." Dell shrugged. "That's on you. But if you're going to lead, you'd better be ready to make the hard calls. The ones nobody else wants to make." Marcus looked at his hands. Steady. Always steady. "I've been making those calls my whole life," he said. "One more won't break me." He wasn't sure if he believed it, but he was going to find out. Sunday night. The hospital was quiet again. The breach had been sealed, the dead cleared, the bitten isolated. 7 funerals would happen tomorrow. Cremations, to be safe, the smoke rising into the October sky. Marcus stood at the window in the 6th-floor break room looking out at the city. The Mississippi glinted in the distance, a ribbon of silver under the half-moon. Somewhere out there the world was still turning. Somewhere maybe there were places where people slept without fear. Maya appeared beside him, quiet as a ghost. "You saved them today," she said. "The people in the corridor, you saved them." "Not all of them. Most of them. That's more than would have made it without you." Marcus didn't answer. His eyes stayed fixed on the horizon. "Dad?" Maya's voice was small. "Are you still sad about the girl from before? The one you couldn't save?" Emma. Even now, even here, even with the world ending around them, her face was never far from his thoughts. "Yes," he said. "I'll always be sad about her. Ms. Patterson said that sadness and okay can happen at the same time. Is that true?" Marcus thought about it. Really thought, for the first time in months. "I think it is," he said finally. "I'm still learning how to make them fit together." Maya nodded, as if this made perfect sense. "Dr. Gray says you're doing a good job. Jamie says so too. Tell them I said thank you." I will. Maya slipped her hand into his, her fingers warm against his palm. Dad, whatever happens tomorrow, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad we're together. Marcus looked at his daughter, at her messy braids and serious eyes and the smudge of dirt on her cheek. At the person she was becoming, strong and brave and more than he deserved. Me too, sweetheart, he said. Me too. They stood there in the darkness, father and daughter, watching the moon rise over the ruins of Memphis. The dead were still out there. The crisis wasn't over. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new fears, new impossible choices, but tonight, just for tonight, they had each other. And for now, that was enough. He found his phone in his pocket later that night. Dead, no signal, useless as a communication device. But the voicemail was still there, cached in the memory, accessible even offline. He pressed play. Hi, I can't come to the phone right now because I'm probably doing something super important. Leave a message and I'll call you back. Maybe. Her voice, still bright, still playful, still alive. Marcus listened to the whole message. Then he listened again. She was here now, safe. Sleeping in a room down the hall with Jamie and Dr. Gray, her face peaceful for the first time in days. He should delete the voicemail, move on, focus on the future. Instead, he saved it. Just in case. Her voice. It was still her voice. That meant she was still out there. That had to mean something. Marcus stood at the fourth-floor window, watching sheets of water hammer the streets below. The drainage system had given up hours ago. Gutters overflowing, storm drains backing up. The pavement disappearing under inches of murky floodwater. The few zombies still visible moved sluggishly through the deluge, their muttered loops drowned out by the constant percussion of rain on glass. Monday, day 4 of whatever this was. 4 days since patient 0 walked into his ER and changed everything. Behind him, the hospital hummed with its new rhythms. Work crews reinforcing barricades, scavenging teams sorting supplies, medical staff tending to the wounded, the sick, the traumatized. 362 people, last count, crammed into floors 2 through 6 of a building designed to hold half that many. His phone sat heavy in his pocket. No signal since last night. No way to know if Maya was still alive, still waiting, still believing her father would come. The rain's driving them inside. Tom's voice from the doorway. Marcus didn't turn. I noticed. Several of the ground floor windows have broken under the pressure. They're flooding in with the water. The zombies, I mean. The lobby is becoming problematic. Define problematic. Approximately 80 of them now by Vance's count. More coming. The rain is pushing them toward shelter, and we're the biggest shelter in the district. Tom moved to stand beside him, his reflection ghosting across the rain-streaked glass. We're going to need to reinforce the second-floor barricades. What we have won't hold if they start pushing. Marcus finally looked at his friend. Tom's face was tired. They were all tired now, exhaustion becoming the baseline, but there was something else there too. Concern. The particular worry that came from watching someone you cared about fall apart. I'll help with the barricades, Marcus said. That's not what I came to talk about. Tom, 4 days. Tom's voice was gentle but firm. 4 days, and you've barely spoken to anyone except patients. You defer every decision to me or Vance. You work your shifts and then you disappear into that supply closet you've claimed as a bedroom, and you stare at your phone waiting for a signal that isn't coming. My daughter is out there. I know, and I know how much that hurts. But the people in here need you too. Tom turned to face him fully. You're one of 2 trauma surgeons we have. You're respected. When you speak, people listen. And right now, you're not speaking, you're not leading, you're going through the motions while the rest of you waits by the phone. Marcus's jaw tightened. What do you want me to do? Pretend I don't have a daughter trapped in a school 8 miles from here? Pretend I'm not counting every minute I'm not looking for her? I want you to be present, here, now, with the people who need you. Tom's hand found his shoulder warm and solid. Maya is smart. Maya is tough. Her school has walls and protocols and adults who care about her safety. She is going to survive long enough for you to reach her. But only if you survive too. Only if we all survive. You don't know that. No, I don't. Tom's grip tightened. But I know that you watching the rain and waiting for your phone won't change anything. And I know that there are 362 people here who are looking for someone to follow. Someone who can make the hard choices. Someone who can lead them through this. You're leading them. I'm organizing them. That's not the same thing. Tom released his shoulder and moved toward the door. Think about it. And when you're done thinking, come help with the barricades. We could use a surgeon's precision. He left Marcus alone with the rain and the silence and the weight of everything he couldn't control. The barricade work was brutal and necessary. They reinforced the second-floor access points with everything they could find. Hospital beds welded together, steel cabinets filled with concrete rubble, chains and padlocks on every door. Vance directed the operation with military efficiency, her clipped commands cutting through the chaos of 30 people working in tight spaces. Marcus found himself wedged between a security guard and a cafeteria worker, hauling a refrigerator unit toward the east stairwell. The physical labor felt good, mindless, purposeful, something to do with the fear that had nowhere else to go. Heard you did the run to the medical school. The security guard, Fitch, young and scared and trying not to show it, spoke between grunts of effort. Found those survivors. Dell did most of the work, I just tagged along. That's not what people are saying. People are saying you made the call, took the risk. Fitch adjusted his grip on the refrigerator. People are saying you're the one who gets things done. Marcus didn't answer. He didn't feel like someone who got things done. He felt like someone barely holding on, going through the motions of competence while his mind screamed Maya, Maya, Maya with every beat of his heart. They got the refrigerator in place, started on the next piece, a heavy industrial laundry cart that would be filled with sandbags once they found enough sand. My girlfriend's out there somewhere, Fitch said quietly. Stacy. We were supposed to meet up Saturday morning. She never showed. Phone's dead. I keep thinking. He trailed off. I know. How do you do it? How do you keep working when someone you love might be? I don't know. Marcus's voice was rougher than he intended. I just keep moving. One task at a time, one breath at a time. Because the alternative is falling apart, and falling apart won't help anyone. Fitch nodded slowly. One breath at a time. Yeah, okay. They worked in silence after that, the rain drumming against the windows, the zombies murmuring below. Vance found him during the dinner break. She was 45, weathered face, gray-streaked hair pulled back in a military bun. She'd been an army sergeant in Afghanistan before joining Memphis PD, and she carried herself like someone who'd seen worse than zombies and come out the other side. You're the surgeon, she said. It wasn't a question. One of them, the one who organized the medical school run, the one who keeps deferring to Tom on every decision except the ones that matter. Marcus set down his tray, canned vegetables and crackers, the closest thing to a meal they could manage. Is there a point coming? I don't like you. Vance's voice was flat, matter-of-fact. You're too soft, too worried about feelings. But you're also smart and you're capable, and you're the only one besides Tom that people actually listen to. So I'm going to tell you something and you're going to hear it. I'm listening. This hospital is a death trap. We've got 362 people, limited supplies, zombies massing on the ground floor, and no extraction plan. The military broadcasts stopped 2 days ago. No one is coming to save us. If we stay here, we die, all of us, one by one, until there's no one left to die. Marcus had known this somewhere in the back of his mind. Hearing it stated so baldly was different. What do you suggest? Evacuation. Find somewhere more defensible, the pyramid maybe, or Mud Island. Somewhere with natural barriers, limited access points, room to grow food and collect water. Vance's eyes were hard. But we can't do it alone. We need leadership. We need someone who can make the hard calls and live with them. Tom is a doctor, a good one. But he's not a leader, not for something like this. He's too kind, too worried about keeping everyone happy. What we need is someone who can choose who lives and who dies and not break under the weight of it. Marcus thought of Emma Holloway, of the choice he'd made, the lawsuit, the newspaper clipping in his locker. You think I'm that person? I think you might be. You made choices on the medical school run. Hard ones. People who couldn't keep up got left behind and you didn't flinch. Vance leaned forward. That's what we need. Someone who can make the ugly calls and keep moving. I didn't leave anyone behind. We brought everyone back. This time, what about next time? What about when there's a child slowing us down and a horde coming up behind? What about when someone gets bitten and begs you to save them even though you know there's no saving? Marcus didn't have an answer. Think about it, Vance stood. And when you're done thinking, come find me. We need to start planning the evacuation, whether Tom wants to admit it or not. She walked away, leaving Marcus with cold vegetables and colder thoughts. That night he dreamed of Emma. She was lying on his operating table, chest cracked open, heart visible and beating. But instead of blood, the wound leaked darkness, black tendrils spreading across her skin, crawling up her neck, reaching for her eyes. You chose wrong, she said, her voice coming from somewhere else, somewhere outside her body. You always choose wrong. I made the only choice I could. And look what happened. Look what you became. The darkness reached her eyes. They clouded over, gray-white, the same film he'd seen on a dozen zombies now. Her mouth opened, and the words that came out weren't hers anymore. I told you I was bit. I told you, I told you, I told you. Marcus woke gasping, drenched in sweat, the supply closet walls pressing in around him. 3:47 a.m. The rain had stopped, but water still dripped somewhere nearby. A rhythmic plink, plink, plink that sounded almost like footsteps. He didn't sleep again. Tuesday. Day 5. The rain had cleared overnight, leaving the streets below glistening in weak autumn sunlight. The temperature had dropped. Marcus could feel it even through the hospital's climate control, a chill seeping in through cracks and broken seals. Tom gathered the council, such as it was, in the 4th floor conference room. Marcus, Vance, Dr. Keller, the Reverend Whitmore, Dell, and a handful of others who'd emerged as informal leaders over the past few days. Status report, Tom said. Vance, start with security. Vance stood, arms crossed. The ground floor is overrun. Approximately 130 zombies at last count, with more finding their way in through the flooded entrance points. 2nd floor barricades are holding, but they're designed for zombies, not for hordes. If we get a mass push, they'll break. How long do we have? Days. Maybe a week if we're lucky. The zombies down there aren't organized, aren't trying to get to us specifically. But if something draws their attention, a loud noise, someone accidentally opening a door, they'll push. And when they push, we'll have problems. Tom nodded, making notes. Medical? Dr. Keller spoke up. We're stable for now. 12 patients in serious condition, most from injuries sustained during the initial outbreak. We lost 2 overnight. Cardiac events, both elderly, nothing we could have done. But our supplies are holding. Medications, surgical equipment, basic necessities. We're good for at least another 2 weeks. Food and water? Elena, the pregnant woman Marcus had met that first night, had taken over supply management despite her condition. Food is tight but manageable. We've got canned goods for maybe 10 days at current rationing. Water is the bigger concern. City pressure is failing. We're down to a trickle on the upper floors. The roof tanks give us another few days after that, but then we're looking at rationing water along with food. We need more supplies, Tom said. Which brings me to the main agenda. Scavenging runs. We've been reactive so far, grabbing what we can when we can. We need to be proactive, systematic. Dell raised his hand. I know places, warehouses, grocery stores, gas stations that still have inventory. Problem is, they're outside the hospital's immediate area. We'd need vehicles, supplies, weapons, and we'd need time. Time we might not have if something goes wrong while we're gone. It's a risk either way, Vance said. Stay here and starve slowly or go out and risk dying fast. I know which one I'd choose. Marcus had been silent through the meeting, watching, listening. Now he spoke. We need to think longer term than the next scavenging run. This hospital isn't sustainable. Too many access points, too many zombies accumulating below us, too few resources to survive a prolonged siege. We need to start thinking about relocation. The room went quiet. Relocation to where? Dr. Keller asked. Somewhere defensible. Mud Island, maybe. It's a peninsula with limited access points, natural water barrier, homes with supplies. Or the pyramid. Massive structure, easily secured, enough space for hundreds of people. You're talking about abandoning this hospital. Reverend Whitmore's voice was gentle but troubled. Abandoning patients who can't be moved. Leaving behind everything we've built. I'm talking about survival. Real, long-term survival, not just dying slower. Tom held up a hand. This is a conversation worth having, but not today. Today we focus on immediate needs. Dell put together a scavenging team. Vance will provide security support. Start with the pharmacy on Jefferson. It's close, relatively clear, and we need antibiotics. What about looking for survivors? Elena asked. There are people out there. People trapped in buildings, homes, waiting for rescue. We can't just ignore them. We can't save everyone, Vance said flatly. We save ourselves first. Then if we have the resources, we save others. It's reality. I know it's hard to hear. But we have 362 people depending on us right now. Every risk we take for strangers is a risk we take with their lives. The argument continued, but Marcus had stopped listening. His eyes had drifted to the window, to the city beyond, to the 8 miles of zombie-infested streets between him and his daughter. Every day he stayed here was another day Maya waited. Another day she wondered if he was coming. Another day the school's supplies dwindled and the zombies gathered outside. He had to find a way. The scavenging run left at 2 p.m. Dell led a team of 5, himself, Vance, Fitch, a nurse named Sarah who'd proven surprisingly capable with a shotgun, and Marcus. Tom had argued against including him. Too valuable to risk, he'd said. But Marcus had insisted. I need to see what's out there. I need to understand the terrain. What he really needed was to scout a route to Germantown, to start building a plan, even if he couldn't execute it yet. They exited through a second-floor window that opened onto a maintenance platform, then climbed down a drainage pipe to the street. The zombies below were slow to react, many still milling inside the flooded lobby, others scattered through the nearby blocks without apparent purpose. Dell led them through back alleys and service corridors, navigating the city with the instinct of someone who'd grown up learning to avoid danger. He didn't speak, just moved, quick, quiet, efficient. And the others followed. The pharmacy was 3 blocks away. A small independent shop, not a chain, overlooked by the initial looting. The door was locked, but Sarah had them inside in 30 seconds with a crowbar and determination. "Spread out," Dell whispered. "Grab what we need, leave what we don't. 5 minutes, then we're gone." Marcus headed for the prescription section. Antibiotics, antivirals, pain medication, the building blocks of survival medicine. He filled his pack with systematic efficiency, prioritizing the drugs that would be hardest to replace. A sound made him freeze. Footsteps, coming from the back room, not the shuffling gait of a zombie, something more purposeful, more alive. He signaled to the others, who converged silently on the back door. Vance took point, shotgun ready. The door burst open before she could reach it. A man stumbled through, alive, terrified, hands raised in surrender. Behind him, a woman and 2 teenagers, all wearing the same expression of desperate hope. "Don't shoot," the man gasped. "Please, we're not infected. We've been hiding in the stockroom since Saturday. We heard you come in and we thought—" "How many?" Vance's voice was sharp. "Just us. 4. My wife, my kids." The man's voice cracked. "We ran out of food 2 days ago. We were going to try to make it to the highway, but there were too many of them outside, and then we heard your voices and—" "Lower your weapons," Marcus said quietly. "They're not a threat." Vance didn't move. "We don't know that. They could be bitten, they could be sick, they could be— They're terrified civilians who've been starving in a stockroom for 5 days. Put the gun down." A long moment. Then Vance lowered the shotgun, though her finger stayed near the trigger. Marcus approached the family slowly, hands visible. "I'm Dr. Chen Williams. We're from Regional 1, the hospital a few blocks from here. We've established a safe zone. If you want, you can come with us." The relief in the man's eyes was almost painful to witness. Thank you, God, thank you. We need to move." "Dell, how's our time?" 2 minutes past due." Dell was already at the front window, scanning the street. "We've got company. 6 shamblers coming from the west. They must have heard something." "Back exit." "Blocked. Dumpster fell across it during the flooding." "Then we go through." Vance was already moving. "Fast and quiet, don't engage unless you have to." They slipped out the front door in a tight formation, the family pressed between the armed survivors. The zombies were visible now, 6 of them wet and gray in the afternoon light, moving with the uncoordinated stumble that marked the older turns. One of them spotted the group. Its head came up, clouded eyes fixing on the movement. Its mouth opened, and the echo that came out was high and broken. "Mommy, Mommy, where are you, Mommy?" A child. It had been a child. The teenager behind Marcus, the daughter, made a choked sound. Her mother grabbed her hand, pulled her forward. "Don't look," the mother whispered. "Just move." They ran. The zombies followed, but slowly. By the time the group reached the hospital's drainage pipe, they'd put 2 blocks between them and the pursuit. The climb up was harder with untrained civilians, but they made it, everyone gasping and terrified and alive. Tom met them at the window. 4 new survivors, Marcus said. "They're not bitten, they need food, water, and a place to sleep." "We'll find room." Tom's eyes were worried as they swept over the new arrivals. "Are you hurt?" "We're fine. The run was successful. Antibiotics, painkillers, everything we needed." "Good, good." Tom clapped his shoulder. "Get some rest. You look terrible." "You always know just what to say." But Tom wasn't smiling. His eyes followed Marcus as he walked away, heavy with concern and something else. Something like forewarning. That evening, the radio crackled to life. Marcus was in the break room, the 6th-floor break room that had become his unofficial thinking space, when Fitch burst in with the news. "We found a shortwave radio in one of the patient rooms. Ham radio setup. It's picking up a broadcast. Military sounds like." Marcus followed him to a small room on the 5th floor where a crowd had already gathered around an ancient-looking radio set. Static hissed through the speakers, broken by fragments of voice. Evacuation points have been established at the following locations: Olive Branch Regional Airport, Millington Naval Station, Memphis International Airport, Terminal B. Survivors should proceed to the nearest evacuation point by any means available. Military personnel will provide transport to secure zones. It's a loop, Vance said. She'd arrived before Marcus, her expression grim. Same message, repeating. Timestamp says it was recorded Saturday afternoon. That's 3 days ago, someone said. Do you think the evacuation points are still active? No way to know, the message hasn't been updated. Either they're still running and too busy to broadcast, or... She didn't finish. She didn't need to. We should try, a woman said. Marcus recognized her, one of the teachers from the medical school group. If there's even a chance that the military is still extracting people. It's a 40-minute drive to any of those locations, Dell cut in. Through streets we haven't scouted, past who knows how many hordes. And when we get there, what? A handful of soldiers who've been overrun like everyone else? You don't know that. I know that 3 days is a long time in this mess. I know that broadcasts on repeat usually mean there's no one left to update them. The argument erupted, people talking over each other, fear and hope colliding. Marcus listened for a few minutes, then spoke. We're not going to settle this tonight. The noise died down. Everyone looked at him. The evacuation points might be active. They might not. Either way, we can't reach them in the dark. Too dangerous. Tomorrow we send scouts. Fast team, low profile. They check the closest point, Olive Branch, and report back. If it's active, we organize a full evacuation. If it's not, we keep building here and plan for the long term. Heads nodded around the room. Even Vance looked grudgingly approving. Who leads the scout team? Fitch asked. Marcus looked at Dell. You know the streets. Can you get a small group to Olive Branch and back in 1 day? Dell considered. Maybe. 3 people moving fast, leave at dawn, back by dark, if the roads are clear enough. Then that's the plan. Marcus looked around the room. Get some rest, everyone. Tomorrow we find out if there's still a world out there waiting for us. The crowd dispersed. Marcus stayed, staring at the radio, listening to the loop cycle through again. Evacuation points have been established at the following locations. Somewhere in the static, he thought he heard something else, a different frequency bleeding through, words too garbled to make out. But it sounded almost like a child's voice. Maya. He was imagining things. He knew he was. The mind did that when you wanted something badly enough. Found patterns in noise, meaning in chaos. But he stayed by the radio for another hour anyway, just in case. Wednesday morning, day 6. The scout team left at first light. Dell, Sarah, and a former Marine named Jackson who'd shown up with the medical school survivors. They took the ambulance, the one with the most fuel, and headed east toward Olive Branch. Marcus watched them go from the 4th floor window, east toward Maya. 8 miles that might as well be 800. They'll be back before dark, Tom said beside him. And then we'll know. What do you think we'll find? Honestly? Nothing. The evacuation points were probably overrun within the first 48 hours. The military didn't expect this to spread so fast. No one did. By the time they set up extraction, there was nothing left to extract. Then why send the scouts? Because people need hope. They need to believe that somewhere, someone is in control, that the government is functioning, the military is protecting, the world is still spinning on its axis. Tom sighed. Even if it's not true, the belief keeps them going. Marcus thought about that. You don't believe it. I believe in what I can see, what I can touch. The patients in our care, the supplies in our storerooms, the barricades on our doors. Everything else is speculation. And if the speculation turns out to be true, if there are rescue operations happening, secure zones forming, then we adapt. That's what humans do. Tom clapped his shoulder. Come on, we have work to do while we wait. The work was endless. Patients to treat, supplies to inventory, disputes to mediate. Marcus threw himself into it, trying to drown the constant thrum of worry beneath a tide of useful activity. It didn't work, but it helped. By mid-morning, the hospital had settled into its routines. Marcus was checking on Elena. Her false labor had subsided, but he wanted to monitor her closely when the commotion started. Shouting from the third floor, running footsteps, the distinctive crack of a gunshot muffled by walls but unmistakable. Marcus grabbed his medical bag and ran. The third floor was chaos. A crowd had gathered outside one of the isolation rooms, the rooms where they kept the bitten, the possibly infected, the cases that couldn't be resolved. Vance was at the center, shotgun raised, facing down a man Marcus didn't recognize. You can't do this, the man was screaming. She's my wife. She's not one of them. She was bitten 12 hours ago. She's running a fever of 104. In another hour, maybe less, she's going to turn. Vance's voice was flat, emotionless. I'm sorry for your loss, but we can't wait. She's still breathing. She's still talking. How can you? She's talking because the infection hasn't reached her brain yet. Once it does, she'll stop being your wife and start being a threat to everyone in this building. Marcus pushed through the crowd. What's happening? Dr. Chen Williams. The man turned to him, desperation etched in every line of his face. Please, you have to help her. There has to be something. Marcus looked past him through the isolation room window. A woman lay on the bed, strapped down, her skin flushed with fever. Her eyes, still clear, still conscious, met his. Please, she whispered through the glass. Her voice was thready, weak. I don't want to die, not like this. Marcus had seen this before. The transition phase, still aware, still human, the infection spreading through the body like slow poison. It lasted hours, sometimes longer. Some patients went peacefully, slipping into unconsciousness before the turn. Others fought to the end, clinging to consciousness even as their bodies betrayed them. This woman was fighting. How long since the bite? 13 hours, Vance said. Bite to the torso, right side. We cauterized immediately, but the infection took hold anyway. Has she shown any other symptoms? Confusion, aggression, loss of motor control? Not yet, but it's coming. You know it's coming. Marcus looked at the woman, at her husband, at the crowd watching, waiting to see what he would do. Give her another hour, he said. Vance's expression didn't change. That's a risk. She's restrained. The room is secured. If she turns, we'll handle it. But she deserves another hour of being human before we take that away from her. A long pause. Then Vance nodded once, shortly, and lowered her shotgun. 1 hour. After that, we do what needs to be done. The husband sobbed with relief, pressing his hands against the isolation room glass. The woman inside reached toward him, her fingers trembling. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you. Marcus walked away before she could say anything else. He was halfway down the corridor when Vance caught up with him. That was soft, she said. That hour could cost lives. It could also be the difference between murder and mercy. There's no murder in a mercy killing. That woman is dead. She just doesn't know it yet. Maybe. But her husband knows she's alive. The crowd knows. And right now, what they believe matters more than what's coming. Marcus stopped, turned to face her. We're not just surviving here, Vance. We're building something. A community. And communities don't work if people think their leaders will execute them the moment they become inconvenient. Vance studied him for a long moment. Something shifted in her expression. Not agreement exactly, but something like recognition. "You're not as soft as I thought," she said finally. That was calculated. Political. It was human. Same thing sometimes. She started walking again. 1 hour. Then we do what needs to be done. Agreed. The woman turned 47 minutes later. Marcus was there when it happened. He'd been checking her vitals, fever spiking, blood pressure crashing, all the signs of final stage transition, when her eyes rolled back and her body went rigid. The husband was in the room holding her hand. Marcus had warned him, had given him the choice to leave, but he'd stayed. "I love you," the husband was saying over and over. "I love you, I love you. I'll always—" The woman's eyes opened. They were clouded over, gray-white, empty of everything that had made her human. Her mouth opened, and the words that came out were her own, twisted into the echo of the dying. "Where's Tommy? Where's my son? Tommy, where are you? Tommy." Their son, maybe. Dead or alive, somewhere in the city. Now a loop, playing forever in the mind of something that used to be a mother. The husband stumbled backward, horror replacing grief. That's not her." "No," Marcus said quietly. "It's not." He did what needed to be done. A needle to the brainstem, quick and clean. The woman's body stilled, the loop cutting off mid-word. The husband collapsed against the wall, sobbing. Marcus left him there. There would be time for comfort later, and walked out of the room. Vance was waiting in the corridor. 47 minutes, she said. "You were right to give her the hour." Was I? Her husband had to watch her turn, had to hear her become something else. He would have had to live with not being there, not saying goodbye. Vance's voice was oddly gentle. "Sometimes the hard choice is the right one. You know that better than most." Marcus didn't answer. He walked to the nearest window and stared out at the city, trying not to think about the sound of a mother calling for a child who might already be dead. The scouts returned at dusk. Marcus was in the 4th-floor conference room when Dell walked in, his face grim. Sarah and Jackson followed, both looking shell-shocked. "Report," Tom said. Dell sat down heavily. "Olive Branch is gone, overrun. We could see it from a mile out, fences down, buildings burning, zombies everywhere. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands. The military? Bodies, vehicles. Some of them were still in uniform." Dell's voice was hollow. "They tried to hold the line, they couldn't." Silence fell over the room. "What about the other evacuation points?" someone asked. "We didn't get close enough to check. But the roads going north toward Millington were packed with abandoned cars. Looked like a lot of people had the same idea, tried to make a run for it. They didn't make it." Marcus thought of the radio message looping endlessly. "Evacuation points have been established. Military personnel will provide transport. Hope offered to people who would never reach it." "So we're on our own," Vance said. It wasn't a question. "We're on our own," Tom confirmed, "which means we need to start planning for the long term. Relocation, self-sufficiency, building something that can last." "The pyramid," Marcus said. "It's the most defensible structure in the city. One main entrance, limited access points, massive interior space. We could hold it with a fraction of the resources we're burning through here." "Getting there is the problem," Dell said. "Downtown is bad, real bad. The Beale Street area alone. There must be 10,000 of them. They were there when the outbreak hit. All those tourists and party people. Now they're just wandering, waiting. We find a route around, through the industrial district maybe, along the river. That's a lot of ground to cover with 300+ people, including wounded, children, elderly. Then we do it in stages. Scout the route first, secure waypoints. Move people in groups, not all at once. The discussion continued, but Marcus could see the fear behind the planning. They were talking about abandoning everything they'd built, about venturing into a city full of the dead with nothing but hope and desperation. It was necessary. He knew that. But knowing didn't make it easier. That night, Marcus found himself in the supply closet that had become his bedroom, staring at the ceiling. 3 days since he'd talked to Maya. 3 days of silence, of not knowing, of imagining all the ways a school full of children could fall to the dead. His phone was useless. The cell network had collapsed completely. The shortwave radio had picked up nothing but static since the evacuation point message. For all he knew, Maya was... No, he wouldn't think that. Couldn't. She was alive. She was waiting. And somehow he was going to reach her. A knock on the door. "Marcus?" Tom's voice. "Are you awake? Come in." Tom squeezed into the small space, settling against the wall with a grunt. "Can't sleep either?" "Haven't slept properly since Friday. I'm starting to think it's my new normal." "That's not sustainable. You'll make mistakes. In surgery, in leadership, I know. But every time I close my eyes, I see..." Marcus stopped, swallowed. "I see my daughter, waiting for me, wondering why I haven't come." Tom was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I need to tell you something." "Okay." "When Adaze and I first came to America, this was 30 years ago more, we left our families behind, parents, siblings, everyone we loved. We told ourselves it was temporary. We'd make money, establish ourselves, then bring them over. What happened? Life happened. Medical school, residency, career, children of our own, born here, American, and every year going back got harder, more expensive, more complicated. Until one day we woke up and realized our parents were dying and we hadn't seen them in 15 years. Marcus didn't know what to say. I made it back before my mother passed. Barely. 3 days at her bedside, and then she was gone." Tom's voice was heavy. "But my father, he died while I was in surgery. Couldn't get away, didn't make it in time. Tom, I'm sorry. The point is this. Some things you can't fix, some choices you can't unmake, but some things, some people you can still reach, if you're willing to take the risk." Tom met his eyes. "Your daughter is alive. I know it in my bones, and when we're stable enough here, when we have the resources and the plan, we're going to get her. Together. The hospital isn't stable. It's never going to be stable. Every day we wait is another day. Something could go wrong at that school. I know, but we can't help her if we're dead. We can't help anyone if we rush in without preparation and get ourselves killed." Tom gripped his shoulder. "Trust me, my friend, a few more days, that's all I'm asking." Marcus wanted to argue, wanted to scream that a few more days might be too late, that his daughter was alone and scared and counting on him. But Tom was right. Tom was always right. "A few more days," he said. "But then we move, whether we're ready or not." Agreed. They sat in silence after that, two old friends in a closet barely big enough for one, waiting for a dawn that felt like it might never come. Thursday, day 7. The morning started with a crisis. One of the barricades on the second floor had shifted overnight. Settling of debris maybe, or pressure from the zombies below. A gap had opened, barely 6 inches, but it was enough. 3 zombies had squeezed through before anyone noticed. The alarm came at 6:17 a.m. Marcus was already awake. Still awake, really, having never managed to fall asleep. And he was on the second floor in under a minute. The scene was contained chaos. The 3 zombies had made it into a patient ward, attacking before anyone could react. 2 patients were down, one bitten, one with a crushed skull where a zombie had fallen on her. A 3rd patient was screaming, crawling toward the door on broken legs. Fitch was already there, baton in hand, smashing at one of the zombies with more enthusiasm than skill. Vance came in behind Marcus, shotgun up, and the first blast took the zombie's head clean off. The other two went down in the next 10 seconds. Marcus with a fire extinguisher, Vance with her shotgun. By the time the smoke cleared, the immediate threat was neutralized, but the damage was done. "Seal that gap," Marcus ordered. "Now. And someone get Tom. We have wounded." Tom arrived 3 minutes later, already in motion. He assessed the bitten patient, a man in his 60s with a deep wound on his forearm, and shook his head. "Too far to cauterize. The infection's already spreading. Then we isolate him. He knows what that means." Tom's voice was gentle. "He's asking for something faster." Marcus looked at the man, at his terrified eyes, his trembling hands, the dark veins already creeping up his arm. "I don't want to become one of them," the man whispered. "Please. I've seen what happens. I can't. Marcus thought of the woman from yesterday, of her husband sobbing against the wall, of the endless loop of a mother calling for her son. "Okay," he said. "Okay, we'll make it fast." Tom handled the injection. Morphine first, then something stronger. Enough to stop the heart before the infection could take over. The man's breathing slowed, deepened, and then stopped. He didn't get up again. "That's 3, Vance said. She was standing at the door, watching. 3 in 2 days. We should start tracking," Dr. Keller said. She'd arrived during the chaos, still in scrubs from an overnight shift. "The turning rate, the progression time. We're learning, but we need to document." "Good idea, set it up." Marcus straightened. "And reinforce every barricade on the 2nd floor. No more gaps, no more surprises." The work continued. The rest of Thursday passed in a blur of labor and worry. Marcus divided his time between the medical ward and the barricade crews, trying to be everywhere at once. The gap had shaken everyone. If 3 zombies could get through while they were awake and vigilant, what might happen at night? Tom organized a watch schedule, rotating shifts of armed guards at every access point. Vance drilled them on response protocols. What to do if a zombie appeared, where to retreat, when to fire and when to run. Dell reported that the routes to Mud Island looked passable. "Gonna be a hell of a walk, but it's doable if we start the evacuation soon." "How soon?" "Days, maybe a week if we're lucky." A week felt like forever. A week felt like not enough time to do anything. Marcus checked his dead phone out of habit. No signal, no hope. Friday, day 8. The memorial service was Reverend Whitmore's idea. "These people died under our care," he said at the morning council meeting. "They deserve to be remembered, and we need to mourn, as a community together. Otherwise the grief will poison us." Tom agreed. "We'll hold it this evening. Anyone who wants to attend can come. We'll read names, share memories, and then we'll move forward." Marcus wasn't sure he wanted to attend. The dead had names and faces that he preferred not to think about. Denise, the nurse from that first night, the elderly woman with the heart attack, the bitten patients he'd failed to save. But he went anyway. Because the community needed to see him there. Because his absence would be noticed and interpreted. Because somewhere underneath the exhaustion and the fear he needed to grieve too. The service was held in the 4th floor conference room, the largest space that wasn't being used for patients or supplies. Nearly 200 people crowded in, standing shoulder to shoulder, their faces solemn in the candlelight. Reverend Whitmore spoke about loss and hope and the persistence of the human spirit. His words were familiar, the comfort of ritual, the language of faith, but they seemed to land differently now, weighted by the reality of what waited outside these walls. Names were read, stories were shared, people wept, for the dead and for themselves, for the world they'd lost and the world they feared was coming. Marcus didn't speak. He stood in the back, watching, feeling the weight of every name like a stone added to the pile he already carried. Afterward, Tom found him in the hallway. "You're carrying too much," Tom said simply. "You can't save everyone, you know that. Knowing and feeling are different things." "Yes, they are." Tom sighed. "I'm worried about you, my friend. You're not sleeping. You're not eating properly. You're running yourself into the ground trying to be everywhere at once. There's too much to do. There will always be too much to do. That doesn't mean you have to do it all yourself." Tom gripped his shoulder. "Tomorrow you're taking a rest day. No patients, no meetings, no barricade work. Sleep, eat, spend time with Jamie. The boy adores you." "I can't." "You can and you will. That's not a request." Tom's voice was firm but kind. "We need you functional, Marcus, not burned out, not broken, functional. Take the day, that's an order." Marcus wanted to argue, but Tom was right. He was always right. And the exhaustion was a physical weight now, pressing down on every thought. "Fine. One day? Good. Now go get some sleep." Marcus went, and for the first time in a week he slept without dreaming. Saturday, day 9. The rest day was strange and uncomfortable. Marcus woke late, past noon according to the wan light filtering through the supply closet's small window. His body felt like it belonged to someone else, heavy and unfamiliar, muscles aching from a week of constant tension. He forced himself to eat. Real food, not just scraps grabbed between crises. A can of soup heated over a portable burner, some crackers, an apple that had somehow survived the initial chaos. Jamie found him in the break room, Dr. Gray tucked under his arm. "Dr. Tom said you're not allowed to work today," the boy announced. "That's right." "So what are you going to do?" Marcus considered. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had a day without purpose, without tasks to complete and problems to solve. "I don't know," he admitted. "What do you do on days off?" Jamie thought about it. "I talk to Dr. Gray. I look out the window. Sometimes I count things, cars or buildings or zombies. That sounds peaceful. It's boring, but boring is better than scared." Jamie sat down across from him, settling Dr. Gray on the table between them. "Dr. Gray says you're sad about your daughter." Dr. Gray's pretty observant. "He's a surgeon. He notices things." Jamie paused. "My mom left when I was little, before I can remember. Grandma said she wasn't ready to be a mom. She said some people need more time to grow up before they can take care of someone else." Marcus didn't know what to say. "I used to think she'd come back. Every birthday I'd wish for it, but she never did." Jamie's voice was matter-of-fact, the way children spoke about wounds that had long since scarred over. "Dr. Gray says maybe she wanted to. Maybe she tried. But wanting and doing are different things." "Jamie, you're different, though. You're going to get your daughter, I can tell." Jamie's eyes, too old for an 8-year-old face, met his. "You don't look like someone who gives up." Marcus felt something crack open in his chest. This boy, orphaned and alone, carrying a stuffed elephant and a weight of grief no child should bear, was trying to comfort him. "Thank you, Jamie," he said. "That means a lot." "Dr. Gray says you're welcome." Jamie smiled. "A small thing, but real. Can we count zombies now? I've been working on the ones near the parking garage. I'm up to 47. "Sure, let's count zombies." They spent the afternoon at the window counting. It was boring, like Jamie said, but boring was better than scared. And somewhere in the boredom, Marcus felt something inside him loosen. Just a little. Just enough to breathe. Sunday, day 10. The morning started quietly. Marcus was back on duty, refreshed, relatively, from his enforced rest day. He made rounds in the medical ward, checking on the patients, adjusting medications, doing the work that had defined his life for 20 years. It felt different now. The weight was still there, but it sat differently. Less crushing, more bearable. He was checking on Elena. The baby's heartbeat was strong, the pregnancy progressing normally despite everything, when the alarm sounded. Not the barricade alarm. Something else, something worse. The isolation ward. Marcus ran. The child was 7 years old. She'd been in isolation since Tuesday, a scratch on her arm from the initial chaos that had looked minor enough to dismiss. They'd watched her for fever, for confusion, for any sign of turning. She'd shown none, until now. Marcus arrived to find the ward in chaos. The girl, small, blonde, wearing a hospital gown that was too big for her, was thrashing against her restraints, eyes rolled back, foam flecking her lips. She crashed 5 minutes ago, a nurse reported. No warning. 1 second she was asking for her mom, the next. Her mom? Died on day 1. The girl's been alone since then. Marcus looked at the girl, at her clouding eyes, her rattling breath, at the dark veins spreading up her neck from the scratch on her arm. The scratch was too deep, he said. The infection was dormant, hidden, until now. What do we do? The girl's back arched. Her mouth opened and words came out, the last words of her final conscious thoughts. Mommy? Mommy, wake up. Mommy, please wake up. Mommy. We end it, Marcus said, before she turns fully, before she... No. Tom's voice. Marcus turned to find his friend in the doorway, face white. Tom, she's going to... I know what she's going to do. Tom was already moving forward toward the girl's bed. But she's a child. Someone should be with her. Someone should... Tom, stop! But Tom didn't stop. He reached the bedside, took the girl's small hand in his own, and leaned down close to her ear. It's okay, sweetheart. It's going to be okay. You're not alone. The girl's eyes opened. They were clear for a moment, the last flash of consciousness before the end. She looked up at Tom, and her mouth formed one word. Mommy? Then the light went out. The eyes clouded, and the thing that had been a child lunged. Tom's scream was brief. The bite caught his neck right where the artery pulsed. Blood sprayed, bright, arterial, the kind of bleeding that killed people in seconds. Marcus was moving before he knew it, grabbing the girl, the zombie, and throwing her back. She hit the wall, crumpled, started to rise again. Someone else was there, Vance maybe, or Fitch, and the gunshot ended it. But Marcus wasn't looking at the zombie anymore. He was looking at Tom. His friend was on his knees, hand pressed to his neck, blood streaming through his fingers. His eyes found Marcus, and the fear in them was absolute. Marcus, don't move, don't move. Marcus was already applying pressure, his hands slipping in the blood. Someone get a surgical kit now, we can... You can't. Tom's voice was calm despite everything. We both know you can't. Neck wound. Too close to the brain, cauterization won't work, amputation isn't possible. There has to be something, there has to be... My friend. Tom's hand found his, blood slicked but warm. Stop, please, it's done. Marcus couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but stare at the wound, at the blood, at the impossible reality of what was happening. I'll stay with you, he whispered. The whole time I know you will. Tom squeezed his hand. But first, we need to get somewhere private. I have things to say, and I'd rather not say them while I'm bleeding on the floor. They moved Tom to a private room on the 4th floor. The bleeding had slowed, not because the wound was healing, but because Tom was dying. His blood pressure was dropping, his heartbeat irregular, his body shutting down in the slow-motion collapse that came before the end. Marcus sat beside the bed, holding his friend's hand. Outside the door, the hospital continued its work, barricades and scavenging and the endless labor of survival. But in here, there was only silence. and the sound of Tom's breathing. "How long do I have?" Tom asked. His voice was weaker now, but still calm. 4 to 6 hours, maybe less. "Enough time." Tom closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. "I need you to do something for me. Anything. Find a Days, my wife. She's in Olive Branch. Assuming she's still alive. The house on Meadow Lane. She'll have tried to hold out there. She's strong, practical. She'll have found a way." Marcus thought of the scout report. Olive Branch overrun. Fences down. Bodies everywhere. "I'll find her," he said. "I promise." "Good. Good." Tom's grip tightened. "And Marcus, about what I said. About you leading. About making hard choices. Tom, you don't have to." "I do. I need to say this before I can't." Tom's eyes found his, and despite the pain, despite the fear, there was something else there. Something like peace. "You're going to be okay. I've always known that. I just needed you to know it too." Marcus felt tears on his cheeks. He didn't bother wiping them away. "You've been carrying Emma Holloway like a stone around your neck for 8 months. The choice you made, the choice that saved a mother's life. You've been treating it like a sin, like something broken inside you. It wasn't the right choice. It was the only choice. You know that. Deep down, in the part of you that's still a doctor, you know." Tom's voice was fading now, his breaths coming slower. "Being the person who makes those choices, who has to make those choices, isn't a flaw. It's a gift, a terrible gift. But a gift nonetheless. Not everyone can carry that weight. You carried it, and now it's your turn." Tom smiled, weak and fading. "Find my wife, protect these people, and forgive yourself. That's all I ask." Marcus couldn't speak, could only hold his friend's hand as the light dimmed, as the breathing slowed, as the impossible became the inevitable. "One more thing," Tom whispered. "What?" "Don't let me become one of them, promise me." Marcus closed his eyes against the pain. "I promise." "Good, good." Tom exhaled long and slow. "My friend, thank you for everything." His eyes closed, his breathing stuttered, stopped, started again. Marcus counted the seconds between breaths. 15, then 20, then 30, then nothing. Tom Okafor died at 3:47 p.m. on Sunday, October 20th. His heart stopped, his lungs stilled. His hand, still clasped in Marcus's, went cold. Marcus sat with him for 4 minutes, counting, waiting, knowing what was coming. At the 4-minute mark, Tom's fingers twitched. At 5 minutes, his eyes opened. They were clouded over, gray-white, empty of everything that had made him Tom. His mouth worked, and the words that came out were a loop, his final thoughts, the last thing he'd said before the end. "My friend, you're going to be okay. My friend, my friend." Marcus had promised. He'd made a vow. He took the knife from his belt, the knife he'd been carrying since day one, the knife he'd never wanted to use, and did what needed to be done. The light went out of Tom's eyes, the loop stopped mid-word, the body stilled. Marcus sat there for a long time afterward, holding a dead man's hand, tears streaming down his face in the silence. The hospital fell at 8:23 p.m. Looking back, Marcus would never know exactly what triggered it. A loud noise, maybe. Someone dropped something heavy, or a generator misfired. Or maybe it was just time. Maybe the zombies below had finally accumulated enough mass, enough pressure, enough blind hunger to push through. The barricade on the east stairwell went first. The reinforcements they'd spent days building crumbled in seconds, swept aside by a wave of corpses that poured into the second floor like water through a broken dam. Marcus was in Tom's room when the alarm sounded. He'd been sitting with the body, unable to leave, unable to accept what had happened. The alarm changed everything. He was moving before the sound registered, medical bag over his shoulder, knife in hand. The corridors were chaos, people running, screaming, the unmistakable sounds of combat echoing from the stairwells. "West stairs," someone was shouting. "Everyone to the west stairs." Marcus ran toward the sound. He found Jamie first. The boy was frozen in the middle of the hallway, Dr. Gray clutched to his chest, eyes wide with terror. "Come with me," Marcus said, grabbing his hand. "Now." They ran together toward the west stairwell. People joined them along the way, nurses, patients, survivors from a dozen different walks of life, all converging on the same escape route. The west stairs were holding. Vance was there, shotgun in hand, directing traffic. "Down to the garage," she was shouting. "Ambulances are running. Move, move, move." Marcus pushed Jamie toward the stairs. "Go with the others, I'll find you. But go, now." Jamie went, carried along by the flow of bodies. Marcus turned back, scanning the chaos for anyone left behind. He found Elena trying to help a patient who couldn't walk, a man with 2 broken legs, too heavy for her to lift alone. Marcus grabbed the other side, and together they dragged him toward the stairs. More survivors streamed past. The sound of gunfire echoed from the east, Vance and her team holding the line, buying time for the evacuation. They made it to the garage. Ambulances and civilian vehicles were already pulling out, packed with survivors. Marcus shoved Elena and the patient into the back of the nearest ambulance and looked for the next crisis. "Where's Tom?" Dell appeared at his elbow, blood on his face. "Someone said, 'He's gone. He was bitten.'" The words came out flat, mechanical. "We need to move." Dell's face went blank with shock, but there was no time to process. They had to run. The last vehicles were pulling out. Marcus threw himself into an ambulance, landing hard against a row of survivors who shifted to make room. The doors slammed shut. The engine roared. They were moving. Through the small rear window, Marcus watched the hospital shrink behind them. The building he'd spent a decade in, the patients he'd saved, the colleague he'd lost, all of it disappearing into the night. And then he heard it. Over the engine noise, over the screaming and crying of the survivors crammed around him, over everything, a sound that cut through the chaos like a knife. A voice, familiar, impossible. "My friend, you're going to be okay, my friend, my friend." Tom's echo, playing from somewhere in the horde, from one of the zombies they'd left behind. His final words twisted into the endless loop of the dead. Marcus pressed his hands against the window, straining to see, to find the source. But there were too many zombies, too much darkness, too much distance. The ambulance turned a corner, and the hospital disappeared from view. But the voice didn't. It stayed with him, echoing in his mind, whispering the same words over and over in the silence that followed. They drove for 20 minutes before stopping. The convoy, 3 ambulances, 4 civilian vehicles, pulled into a strip mall parking lot that had been cleared of zombies days earlier by some unknown hand. The engines cut off. Doors opened. Survivors spilled out, gasping, weeping, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Marcus counted heads. 217. That's how many had made it out. Over 140 people had been left behind. He found Vance organizing a perimeter, posting guards at the parking lot entrances. Her face was stone, her voice steady, but her hands were shaking. Casualties? At least 24 dead in the breach, maybe more. We didn't have time to count. She paused. Tom? Gone. He was bitten saving a child. Vance was silent for a moment, then, he was a good man. The best I've ever known. Then honor him by keeping the rest of us alive. Vance turned back to her work. We can't stay here long. The noise will have drawn attention. We need to find somewhere more defensible by dawn. Mud Island? That's still the plan. But it's 5 miles from here, and we've got wounded children, elderly. We're not making that journey tonight. Marcus looked at the survivors, huddled in groups, holding each other, staring at nothing. They'd lost their home, their leader, their sense of safety. They needed someone to tell them what to do next. He thought of Tom's words. Being the person who makes those choices isn't a flaw, it's a gift. Then we find shelter for the night, Marcus said, somewhere close, and tomorrow we move. There's a warehouse 2 blocks east. Dell scouted it last week. Empty, defensible, enough space for everyone. Lead the way. They moved the convoy in stages, keeping the noise to a minimum. The warehouse was exactly as Dell had described. A cavernous space filled with abandoned shipping containers, easily secured, big enough to hold 200 people. They worked through the night, setting up barricades and bedding and the bare necessities of survival. Marcus treated the wounded, stabilized the critical cases, did the work that had always grounded him in moments of chaos. But every time he closed his eyes, he heard the voice. My friend. You're going to be okay. My friend. My friend. Dawn came slow and gray. Marcus stood at the warehouse entrance, watching the sun rise over a city of the dead. Behind him, the survivors were waking, stirring in their makeshift beds, reaching for loved ones who might not reach back. Jamie appeared at his side, Dr. Gray in his arms. Is Mr. Tom really gone? Yes, he's really gone. Dr. Gray says he was a good person. He says good people don't really disappear. They just change into something else. Marcus thought about that, about Tom's voice echoing in the horde, about the gift of terrible choices passed from one broken man to another. Dr. Gray's pretty wise. He's a surgeon. Jamie paused. What do we do now? Marcus looked at the survivors, at the wounded, the scared, the desperate, at the impossible task ahead. 5 miles of zombie-infested streets, an island fortress to capture, a community to build from nothing. And somewhere 8 miles east, his daughter was waiting. We keep moving, Marcus said. We find somewhere safe. We protect each other. That's what we do now. Jamie nodded solemnly. Dr. Gray says that sounds like a good plan. Tell Dr. Gray I said thank you. They stood there together, man and boy and stuffed elephant, watching the sun rise over the ruins of their world. The convoy left the warehouse at 8 a.m. Dell led the way, navigating through back streets and alleys, avoiding the main roads where the hordes clustered. The journey was slow. Stop and start, clear a path, move forward, repeat. By noon, they'd covered 2 miles. The river was visible in the distance, a silver ribbon cutting through the urban wasteland. Mud Island rose from the water like a promise, green and intact, waiting. Marcus was in the lead vehicle with Vance and Dell when the radio crackled. Not the military broadcast. That had been dead for days. Something else. A civilian frequency, weak but clear. Anyone out there? This is Sarah Patterson at Hutchison School. We have 23 survivors, including children. We're running low on supplies. If anyone can hear this... Marcus grabbed the radio. This is Dr. Marcus Chen Williams. We hear you. Is my daughter, is Maya Chen Williams with you? A pause. Static. Then, Dad? Dad, is that you? Maya's voice. Alive. Real. Maya. Oh God, baby, I'm here. I'm coming. Dad, we're running out of food. There are zombies outside, and Ms. Patterson says we can't hold much longer. I'm coming. We're a few miles west of you. We'll be there as soon as we can. Hurry. Please hurry. The signal cut out. Marcus looked at Vance, at Dell, at the convoy behind them, packed with survivors who needed him. We have to go, he said. Now. The convoy can't make it to Germantown, Vance said. Too far, too dangerous, too many people. Then I go alone, small team, fast, and leave 200 people without medical care, without leadership. My daughter is out there. I know. Vance's voice was hard but not unkind. "And we'll get to her. But not at the expense of everyone else, not today." Marcus felt something building in his chest. Rage, fear, desperation, all the emotions he'd been suppressing for days. He wanted to scream, to throw things, to force the universe to give him what he needed. But Tom's voice was in his head. The only choice, the impossible choice. "Tomorrow," he said. The word was ash in his mouth. "We secure Mud Island today, and tomorrow we go for Maya." "Tomorrow," Vance agreed. Marcus closed his eyes, breathed, imagined his daughter's face, her voice on the radio, her certainty that he would come. "I'm coming," he thought. "Just hold on. One more day." Mud Island was everything they'd hoped for. They reached it by late afternoon, crossing the Auction Avenue Bridge in a tense convoy that stretched for what felt like miles. The bridge was clear. Someone had done the work of barricading the approaches, keeping the zombies at bay. The island itself was a revelation. Natural barriers on every side, homes stocked with supplies, a community of perhaps 50 survivors who'd held the position since day 2, organized and cautious and deeply suspicious of newcomers. The negotiations took hours. Marcus was too exhausted to participate. That fell to Vance and Dell, who handled the territorial negotiations with a blend of military directness and street diplomacy. By nightfall, they had a deal. The Mud Island survivors would accept the hospital refugees in exchange for medical care, security reinforcement, and a seat on the new community council. Marcus spent the evening treating patients. There were a lot of them. The journey had taken a toll, and the stress of displacement was manifesting in 100 small and large medical crises. He worked until he couldn't see straight. Then he found a corner in one of the harbor townhomes and collapsed into something like sleep. He dreamed of Tom, of Emma, of Maya, calling for him across an endless field of the dead. Monday, day 11. He woke to sunlight and the sound of the river. Mud Island was quiet in the morning, peaceful almost if you didn't look too closely at the barricades or count the armed guards at the bridge. Birds sang in the trees that lined the walking paths. The Mississippi flowed past, brown and indifferent, carrying debris from a city that no longer functioned. Marcus found Vance at the community center, a converted hotel lobby that served as the island's command post. "Today," he said. It wasn't a question. "Today. Dell's already scouting a route. Small team, fast approach. We hit the school by noon, grab everyone, and we're back before dark." "I'm going." "I assumed." Vance handed him a map, hand-drawn based on Dell's reconnaissance. "The route goes through the industrial district. Minimal zombie activity. From there we cut through the subdivisions to Germantown. Dell estimates 2 hours each way plus an hour for extraction." "That's a lot of variables." "War is variables. You handle what you can and adapt to the rest." Marcus studied the map. 8 miles of hostile territory, unknown obstacles, a school full of children depending on him. "When do we leave?" 20 minutes. Say your goodbyes." Jamie found him at the bridge. The boy was crying, silent tears that streamed down his face without sound. Dr. Gray was clutched to his chest, trunk drooping. "You're leaving," Jamie said. "I'm going to get my daughter. I'll be back by tonight." "What if you don't come back?" Marcus crouched down to the boy's level. He thought about lying, about offering false comfort, about the 1,000 small deceptions adults told children to protect them from truth. He chose honesty instead. "I might not come back. I hope I will, but I might not. The world is dangerous now, and sometimes people who leave don't return." Jamie nodded slowly. "Like my mom. Maybe. But I want you to know something." Marcus took the boy's hand. "If I don't come back, it won't be because I didn't try. It won't be because I gave up or forgot about you. It will be because something happened that I couldn't control. Dr. Gray says that's the difference between you and my mom. Dr. Gray's pretty smart. He's a surgeon. Jamie paused. Will you take him with you? For luck? Marcus looked at the stuffed elephant, at the worn fabric and the missing button eye and all the years of love stitched into its seams. I can't take Dr. Gray. He needs to stay here and protect you. But what if you need him more? I don't. Marcus squeezed the boy's hand. I have something better. I have the promise I made. To you, and to my daughter, and to everyone on this island. I'm going to come back, and when I do, we're going to build something worth living for. Jamie studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded. Okay, but you have to promise to be careful. I promise. Marcus stood. The team was gathering at the bridge. Dell, Vance, 2 others from the original hospital group. They were armed, supplied, ready. Time to go. The journey was everything he'd expected and worse. 8 miles of ruins, of abandoned cars and broken bodies and things that had once been human shuffling through the debris. They moved fast and quiet, following Dell's route through the maze of industrial buildings and suburban streets. Twice they had to hide, once from a horde that blocked an intersection, once from a pack of feral dogs that had learned to associate humans with food. Both times Marcus held his breath and thought of Maya, and both times the danger passed. They reached the school at 11:47 a.m. The Hutchison School was a fortress of stone and iron, a private academy built to look like an English manor. Its walls were intact, its gates were closed, and on the roof, visible from blocks away, a small figure was waving frantically. Maya. Marcus felt something inside him crack open. Relief, joy, terror, hope, all the emotions he'd been holding at bay for 11 days flooding through him at once. That's her, he said. That's my daughter. Then let's go get her. They approached the gates carefully. A woman met them. Ms. Patterson, Marcus assumed. The teacher who'd kept 23 children alive for nearly 2 weeks. Dr. Chen Williams? That's me. I'm here for my daughter. She's inside. She's been counting the hours. Ms. Patterson's face was haggard, lined with the stress of impossible responsibility. We're almost out of food. Another day, maybe 2, and we would have had to make some very hard choices. You won't have to make them now. We have a safe location, Mud Island 5 miles west. We're evacuating everyone. The relief that washed over Ms. and Patterson's face was almost painful to witness. Thank God, thank God. The reunion was everything Marcus had imagined and more. Maya came running the moment she saw him, bursting through the school's front doors, arms pumping, face a mask of joy and tears. She slammed into him hard enough to knock him back a step, and then she was in his arms, her face buried in his chest, sobbing. You came. You came, you came, you came. I told you I would. Marcus held her tight, feeling the warmth of her, the reality of her, the impossible gift of her survival. I told you I'd always come. I knew. I told everyone you would. Ms. Patterson said we had to be prepared, said we might have to leave on our own, but I knew you'd come. I'm here now. I'm not going anywhere. They held each other for a long time. The rest of the world, the zombies, the ruins, the impossible journey ahead, faded into background noise. There was only this moment, this miracle, this daughter he'd fought through hell to reach. When they finally separated, Maya looked up at him with wet eyes and a trembling smile. I missed you, Dad. I missed you too, sweetheart. More than I can ever say. Can we go home now? Home. The word meant something different now, not a house, not a city, but a community. A group of people who'd chosen to survive together, to build something new from the ashes of the old. Yeah, Marcus said, let's go home. The journey back was easier than the journey out. Maybe it was the smaller group. The school survivors were mostly children, quiet and obedient, following the adults without question. Maybe it was the route, now familiar, the dangers already mapped and avoided. Maybe it was just the weightlifting, the mission accomplished, the future suddenly possible in a way it hadn't been before. They reached Mud Island at 4:17 p.m. Jamie was waiting at the bridge. He saw Maya first, saw the girl holding Marcus's hand, saw the relief on their faces, and something in his expression shifted. Hope, maybe. Or recognition. The understanding that promises could be kept, that adults could return, that the world wasn't always cruel. "You came back," he said. "I told you I would. Dr. Gray said you would too." Jamie paused, looking at Maya. "Is this your daughter?" "Yes, Maya, this is Jamie. He's been helping me at the hospital the whole time, really. He and Dr. Gray." Maya crouched down to Jamie's level. "Hi, Jamie, Dad told me about you. He said you're very brave." "I'm not brave. Dr. Gray is brave. I'm just—" "You stayed," Maya said. "When everything was scary, you stayed with people instead of running away. That's what brave is." Jamie considered this. Then he held out Dr. Gray. "You can hold him if you want. Just for a minute. He's good at making people feel better." Maya took the stuffed elephant carefully, cradling him like the treasure he was. "Thank you, Jamie. He's beautiful." And just like that, Marcus's family grew by one. That evening, as the sun set over Mud Island, Marcus stood on the shore and watched the river flow. Maya was beside him, her hand in his. Jamie was nearby, chatting with some of the other children from the school. Behind them, the community was coming together. Survivors from the hospital, from the school, from the island's original population, all finding their places in something new. "Dad?" Maya's voice was soft. "Yeah? What happened to you? While I was waiting?" Marcus thought about the past 11 days, the outbreak, the hospital, Tom. The choices made and unmade, the lives saved and lost, the weight that never quite went away. "A lot of things," he said. "Hard things. Some of the hardest I've ever done. Do you want to tell me about them? Someday, when you're older, when I'm ready." He squeezed her hand. "Right now, I just want to be here. With you. That's enough." Maya leaned against him, her head on his shoulder. "I missed you, Dad. I missed you too." They stood there in the fading light, father and daughter, watching the river flow toward the sea. The dead were still out there. The crisis wasn't over. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new fears, new impossible choices, but tonight they had each other. And somewhere in the distance, carried on the wind from a city of ruins, a voice echoed in the gathering dark. "My friend, you're going to be okay." Marcus closed his eyes against the sound. He would never forget that voice, would never stop hearing it in quiet moments, in the spaces between breaths. But he was starting to understand what Tom had meant. Carrying the dead wasn't a burden. It was a gift, a responsibility, a promise to keep living, keep fighting, keep being the person who made the impossible choices. He couldn't unhear the echo, would never unhear it. His best friend's voice whispering forever in the ruins of what had been their life's work. But maybe, just maybe, he could learn to carry it. Marcus stood at the edge of Mud Island's southern shore, watching the mist curl and shift across the water. Behind him, the community was waking. 217 survivors from the hospital evacuation, plus the 50-odd residents who'd held the island since the outbreak began. Nearly 300 souls crammed onto a peninsula that had once been a tourist attraction. 11 days since patient Zero walked into his ER. 4 days since Tom died in his arms. 2 days since they'd crossed the Auction Avenue Bridge and found something like safety. Maya was still asleep in the harbor townhouse they'd claimed, one of the upscale residences on the island's northern end, abandoned by owners who'd fled or died or turned. Jamie was with her, Dr. Gray standing guard on the pillow between them. Marcus should have been sleeping too. His body screamed for it, that bone-deep exhaustion that went beyond tired into something clinical, something dangerous. But every time he closed his eyes, he heard Tom's voice looping in the darkness. "My friend, you're going to be okay." He couldn't unhear it, couldn't stop hearing it. So he stood at the water's edge and watched the fog and tried to remember how to breathe. "You're up early," Dell's voice quiet, coming from somewhere to his left. Marcus didn't turn. "Couldn't sleep." "Yeah." Dell materialized from the mist, his thin frame wrapped in a jacket too large for him. "Me neither. Keep thinking about the hospital. All those people we left behind." "We didn't leave them. Marcus stopped. The words felt hollow even before he spoke them. "We did what we could." "Did we?" Marcus didn't have an answer. They stood in silence for a while, watching the sun begin to burn through the fog. The Mississippi slid past, brown and eternal, carrying debris from a city that no longer functioned. Somewhere downstream, New Orleans was probably burning too. Somewhere upstream, St. Louis. The whole world may be reduced to pockets of survivors clinging to whatever ground they could hold. "The council's meeting at 8, Dell said finally. "Gerald wants to talk about resource allocation. Who gets what, how much, all that." Gerald, the hotel manager who'd organized Mud Island's original defense, who'd negotiated with Vance for the hospital refugees' admission. He was competent and territorial and suspicious of newcomers, and Marcus already didn't trust him. "I'll be there." "You sure? You look like you could use another week of sleep." "A week won't help." Marcus turned from the water. "Nothing's going to help except time and work. Might as well work." Dell nodded slowly, something like respect in his eyes. "I hear that. One foot in front of the other, right?" "Right." They walked back toward the community together, leaving the fog to swallow the shore behind them. The council meeting was held in the Mississippi River Museum, a converted brick building that had once housed exhibits about the waterway's history. Now it served as the island's command center, its display cases pushed aside to make room for folding tables and mismatched chairs. Gerald sat at the head of the table, flanked by two of his original settlers, a woman named Patricia who handled food distribution, and a heavy-set man called Morris who supervised security. Across from them sat the hospital contingent: Vance, Dr. Keller, Reverend Whitmore, and Marcus. "First order of business," Gerald said, his voice carrying the practiced authority of someone used to managing difficult guests. "Integration. We have 217 new residents as of yesterday. That's a significant strain on our resources." "We brought supplies with us," Vance said. "Medical equipment, medications, food from the hospital stores, which helps, but doesn't solve the problem." Gerald spread his hands on the table. "Before you arrived, we had enough food for 60 days. Now we're looking at maybe 20. Water's less of an issue. We can filter from the river, but food is going to become critical very quickly. Then we expand our scavenging operations," Marcus said. "The city is full of supplies, grocery stores, warehouses, homes. We just need to organize collection runs. We've been doing that since day 2. The easy pickings are gone, at least in the areas we can reach safely. Anything further out means going through zombie territory, and we've already lost people that way." "How many?" Gerald's jaw tightened. 7. 3 on supply runs, 4 defending the bridge when a horde tried to cross. He paused. "We're not soldiers here, Dr. Chen Williams. We're hotel staff and tourists and people who happened to be on the island when the world ended. Every life we lose is one we can't replace." Marcus thought of Tom, of the choices that led to his death, the child who'd seemed safe, the instinct to help that had cost everything. "I understand, but isolation isn't sustainable either. Eventually, we run out of food regardless. The question is whether we take controlled risks now or face uncontrolled collapse later. He's right. Vance leaned forward. We need to establish supply lines, scout routes to other potential safe zones, maybe make contact with other survivor groups. Sitting here waiting to starve is just dying slowly. Gerald's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. You're talking about expansion, taking territory. I'm talking about survival, whatever that requires. The silence stretched. Patricia and Morris exchanged glances, the kind of look that suggested previous conversations, previous concerns. There's something you should know, Gerald said finally, about the other survivor groups in the area. Marcus felt the temperature in the room drop. What about them? Most of them are dead, overrun in the first week or scattered or absorbed by... Gerald hesitated. There's a man, calls himself the Builder. He's taken over the Bass Pro Pyramid. You know the big pyramid on the riverfront? I know it. He's been consolidating power since day 3, gathering survivors, but not like we are. More like... Gerald searched for the word. Like a warlord. People who join him work. People who don't or who can't don't last long. Define don't last long. Rumors, executions, exile into zombie territory. There's a woman who made it here 2 days ago, Sarah. She was at the pyramid for a week before she escaped. She says... Gerald stopped. It's better if you hear it from her. They found Sarah in one of the smaller houses on the island's eastern edge, a cottage that had been converted into a medical overflow area. She was in her 30s, thin and pale, with the hollow eyes of someone who'd seen things they couldn't forget. Marcus introduced himself. Sarah looked at him without really seeing him. You want to know about the pyramid, she said. It wasn't a question. If you're willing to talk about it, Sarah laughed, a brittle sound empty of humor. Willing, sure, why not? She pulled her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. His name is Vernon Teague. City councilman before, maybe you've heard of him. Marcus had, vaguely. A face on campaign posters, a name in the news during some development controversy. Nothing memorable. He was at the pyramid when it started, some kind of fundraiser event, donors, politicians, rich people. When everything went to hell, he just took over, started giving orders like he was born to it. And people followed? At first? Sure, someone had to lead, right? The pyramid was defensible, well-stocked. Bass Pro shops, hunting gear, camping equipment, food that'd last for years. It made sense to stay. Sarah's voice flattened. Then things changed. How? Work assignments. At first it was volunteer. Who wants to do what? Everyone chips in. Then it became mandatory. Shifts. Quotas. People who didn't meet their quotas didn't eat. People who complained got extra shifts. That doesn't sound... I'm not done. Sarah's eyes finally focused on Marcus, and the pain in them was staggering. There are levels at the pyramid, the people who got there first, the donors, the politicians, they're on top. Literally. The upper floors, the nice rooms, the best food. Everyone else is below, workers. Some of them... She swallowed hard. Some of them are treated like property. The room was very quiet. And if someone tries to leave, you don't try to leave. There are guards, patrols. The builder says it's for protection, keeping zombies out, but the guns point both ways. Sarah hugged herself tighter. I only got out because I was on a supply run. 3 of us were supposed to go to a warehouse downtown. The other 2 got killed by zombies. I just kept running. Marcus felt something cold settling in his chest. Not surprise. Nothing surprised him anymore but recognition. He'd seen this pattern before in history books and news reports, the speed with which crisis could collapse into tyranny. How many people does he have? When I left, maybe 400. He sends teams out to recruit from smaller groups, offers protection, resources. Some people go willingly, some... Sarah didn't finish. Does he know about Mud Island? Everyone knows about Mud Island. It's the only other major settlement in the area. Sarah met his eyes. He'll come for you eventually. He comes for everyone. The council reconvened that afternoon, the mood considerably darker. We need to fortify, Vance said immediately. The bridge is our only access point. That's an advantage, but it's also a bottleneck. If Teague sends enough people, enough force... We don't know that he will, Gerald interrupted. Sarah's been through trauma. She might be exaggerating. You want to bet 300 lives on that? I want to not panic over rumors and second-hand stories. We have enough real problems without inventing new ones. Marcus listened to the argument, his mind elsewhere. He was thinking about Tom, about what Tom would have said, how Tom would have handled this. Tom had been the voice of reason, the one who could find the middle ground between caution and action. Tom was dead, echoing forever in a hospital full of the walking dead. We need more information, Marcus said, cutting through the debate. Sarah's account is valuable, but it's one perspective. Before we commit to any course of action, we need to scout the pyramid ourselves. See what we're actually dealing with. Gerald frowned. That's a risk. Everything's a risk. The question is which risks are worth taking. And you think this one is? Marcus thought of Maya, sleeping in a house that might not be safe. Of Jamie, who'd already lost everything once. Of the hundreds of people on this island who were depending on leaders to make the right choices. Yes, he said, I do. The scouting mission was organized for the following morning. Dell would lead. His knowledge of Memphis streets was invaluable, and he'd proven himself during the hospital evacuation. Marcus wasn't part of the team. His medical skills were too important to risk, and besides, he could barely stand without swaying. But the night before the mission, he found himself unable to sleep again. He wandered the island in the darkness, past the shuttered museum and the barricaded bridge, past the homes where survivors slept in fitful peace. The fog had returned with nightfall, softening the edges of everything, making the world feel wrapped in cotton. He ended up at the shore again, the same spot where he'd stood that morning watching the river flow past. Dad? Maya's voice, soft and worried. He turned to find her standing a few feet away, wrapped in a blanket, her feet bare on the cold ground. What are you doing up? I heard you leave. I wanted to make sure you were okay. I'm fine, just couldn't sleep. You haven't been sleeping at all. Maya moved closer, her eyes too knowing for 11 years. Jamie says you walk around at night. He hears you sometimes. Jamie should be asleep too. He has nightmares, we both do. Maya reached out and took his hand. Her fingers were cold. Dad, what happened at the hospital while I was at school? You won't talk about it. Marcus closed his eyes. He could see Tom's face clear as day. The wound on his neck, the blood spreading through his fingers. The moment when his eyes had clouded over. Someone died, he said. Someone important to me. Who? His name was Tom. He was my best friend. We'd known each other for 15 years. Marcus's voice cracked. He was bitten saving a child. There was nothing I could do. Maya was silent for a moment. Then she leaned against him, her head resting on his arm. I'm sorry, Dad. Me too. Is that why you can't sleep? Because you're thinking about him? Partly. Partly I'm just tired. In a way that sleep can't fix. What can fix it? Marcus thought about the question. Really thought for the first time since Tom's death. Time, maybe, work, Being useful. He squeezed her hand. Being with you. I'm not going anywhere. I know. He managed a small smile. Thank you for checking on me. That's what family does. Maya paused. Jamie says Dr. Gray thinks you're very brave, for keeping going even when you're sad. Dr. Gray's a wise elephant. He's a surgeon. Maya said it with such seriousness that Marcus almost laughed. He knows about hard things. They stood there together, watching the fog curl over the water, and for the first time in days, Marcus felt something other than grief. It wasn't peace. It wasn't hope, but it was something, and for now that was enough. The scouting team left at dawn. Dell led 4 others, Vance, Fitch, a woman named Rosa who'd been a police officer before, and Jackson, the Marine from the medical school group. They moved out in a small boat, crossing to the mainland east of the bridge, then disappeared into the morning mist. Marcus spent the day working. The medical ward on Mud Island was primitive compared to regional one. Just a few houses converted for patient care with limited equipment and supplies. But there were sick people and injured people and people whose bodies were failing under the stress of survival, and they needed care regardless of conditions. He treated infections, set broken bones, monitored Elena's pregnancy. The work was familiar, grounding, a tether to the person he'd been before. Mid-morning, he found himself in a converted living room examining a middle-aged man with a cough that wouldn't quit. Pneumonia, Marcus said after listening to his lungs. Not surprising given the conditions. I'll start you on antibiotics, but you need rest. Real rest, off your feet, sleeping as much as you can. There's too much work to do, the man protested. The barricades will be there tomorrow. Your lungs might not be if you don't take care of them. Marcus softened his voice. I know everyone wants to help, but helping means staying healthy. We can't afford to lose people to preventable illness. The man subsided, grumbling but compliant. Marcus prescribed the antibiotics, made notes on a pad that was running low on pages, and moved on to the next patient. By evening, he'd seen 37 people. Minor injuries, stress symptoms, the accumulated toll of 2 weeks of terror. Nothing life-threatening, not today, but the undercurrent of fear was palpable in every interaction. These people were survivors, but they didn't feel safe. Wouldn't feel safe maybe until the world outside stopped trying to kill them. He wondered if that day would ever come. The scouting team returned at dusk. Marcus met them at the boat dock, along with Gerald and the rest of the council. Dell's face was grim as he climbed ashore. It's bad, he said without preamble. Worse than Sarah described. They convened in the museum, the doors closed against curious ears. The debrief took an hour, and with each new detail, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. The pyramid was a fortress. Teague had turned the massive structure into a self-contained kingdom, with guards at every entrance and patrols circling the perimeter. The lower floors were converted into work areas, people sorting supplies, maintaining equipment, performing the endless labor of survival. The upper floors were reserved for Teague's inner circle. There's a hierarchy, Vance reported. Clear divisions. The citizens, that's what they call them, live in the middle levels. The workers are below, and below the workers. What? Prisoners, people who tried to leave or broke the rules or just pissed off the wrong person. They're kept in the basement levels. Some of them are used for labor, some of them. She didn't finish. How many people total? Hard to say without getting inside, but the patrols we observed, the activity we saw, I'd guess at least 500, maybe more. Gerald looked like he'd swallowed something sour. 500, and we have 300, most of them civilians. If he decided to take this island, he'd roll over us, Vance finished, unless we prepared, unless we fortified, or unless we left. Dell said. The room turned to look at him. The island's defensible, sure, but it's also a trap. One bridge in, one bridge out. He blocks that bridge, we're stuck. Where would we go? South, maybe. The rural areas. Less population means fewer zombies, fewer people competing for resources. We could find a farm, a compound, somewhere we could disappear. Run and hide, Vance said flatly. That's your plan? My plan is to not be here when Teague decides we're worth taking, because he will decide that. It's just a matter of time. The argument spiraled from there. Stay or go, fight or flee, the eternal calculus of survival. Marcus listened without speaking, his mind turning over the pieces. 500 people under Teague's control. Some of them willing, probably, the ones who'd traded freedom for safety or who'd found a place in the hierarchy. But others would be there against their will. Workers, prisoners, people like Sarah looking for a chance to escape. And somewhere out there, Tom's wife might still be alive, at ease. In Olive Branch, maybe, in the house on Meadow Lane. Tom had made him promise. Find my wife. Tell her what happened. He'd been putting it off, telling himself there were too many other priorities, too many people who needed him here. But the truth was simpler and uglier. He was afraid of what he'd find, afraid of adding another body to the weight he already carried. Marcus, Vance's voice cut through his thoughts. The council was looking at him expectantly. Sorry. What? Your opinion. Stay or go? Marcus considered, the faces around the table, tired, frightened, looking for someone to tell them what to do. We stay, he said, for now. But we prepare for both options. Fortify the bridge, expand our supply reserves, scout escape routes in case we need them. And we need more intelligence about Teague, his resources, his plans, his weaknesses. That's a lot of work for a maybe, Gerald said. Everything's a maybe now. We plan for all of them. The council debated for another hour, but in the end, they agreed. They would stay on Mud Island, but they would prepare to run if needed. And they would keep watching Teague, waiting for him to make his move. Marcus left the meeting exhausted, the weight of leadership settling onto his shoulders like a coat he didn't want to wear. The next few days passed in a blur of labor and worry. Marcus threw himself into work, organizing the medical ward, training volunteers in basic first aid, helping with the barricade reinforcement. Physical activity kept his mind from spiraling, kept the grief at bay. But at night, when the work stopped, Tom's voice found him anyway. My friend, you're going to be okay. He stopped sleeping in the house with Maya and Jamie. Instead, he took to walking the island's perimeter, patrolling with the night watch, using exhaustion as a substitute for peace. The other survivors noticed. Of course they noticed. But they didn't say anything. Everyone had their own way of coping with the unthinkable. On the fourth day at Mud Island, Vance cornered him after the morning council meeting. You look like death. Thanks. Very comforting. I'm serious. She stepped in front of him, blocking his path. I've seen soldiers do this before. The sleepless nights, the constant work, the avoidance of anything that might require you to actually feel something. It's a coping mechanism, but it doesn't work long-term. I don't have a long-term right now. I have today, tomorrow. That's all any of us have. Bullshit. You have a daughter who needs you. You have 300 people looking to you for leadership. You can't help any of them if you collapse from exhaustion. Marcus wanted to argue, wanted to push past her and lose himself in the next crisis, the next patient, the next problem to solve. But she was right. He knew she was right. What do you suggest? Sleep. Actual sleep, not just passing out for an hour or two. Let someone else handle the night patrols. Spend time with your daughter instead of avoiding her. I'm not avoiding her. You've barely spoken to her in 3 days. She's noticed. Jamie's noticed. Everyone's noticed. Vance's voice softened slightly. I know you're grieving. I know you lost someone important, but you're still here and so is she. Don't waste that. Marcus stared at her for a long moment. The exhaustion was like static in his head, fuzzing the edges of his thoughts. Okay, he said finally. Tonight, I'll try. That's all I'm asking. Vance stepped aside. Now go eat something. You're making me tired just looking at you. That evening, Marcus made dinner. It wasn't much. Canned soup heated over a camp stove, some crackers, an apple split 3 ways. But they ate together, the 3 of them, in the living room of the house they'd claimed. Maya talked about her day, the other kids on the island, the games they'd invented, the way the river looked when the sun hit it just right. Jamie was quieter, but he listened intently. Dr. Gray propped on the table beside his plate. Ms. Patterson taught us a new game, Maya said. You have to find things that are different colors, like a scavenger hunt, but with colors instead of objects. I found 17 different blues today. 17. That's impressive. Jamie found 12 reds. He's getting better at looking. Jamie ducked his head, pleased but embarrassed. Dr. Gray helped. He's good at spotting things. Dr. Gray has very good eyes, Maya agreed solemnly. For a surgeon. Marcus felt something ease in his chest. This was what he'd been avoiding. The normalcy, the connection, the reminder that life went on even when it felt impossible. Tell me more about the blues, he said. Where did you find them? Maya launched into a detailed explanation of her color hunt, her hands moving as she described the different shades she'd discovered. The river, the sky, a faded awning on one of the abandoned shops, the eyes of a woman who'd smiled at her. Marcus listened, really listened, and for a little while the voice in his head went quiet. That night, he slept. Not well. The dreams still came, Tom's face drifting through landscapes of blood and fog. But when he woke at dawn, he felt marginally more human. The static had faded slightly. The weight was still there, but it sat differently. He found Maya in the kitchen attempting to make coffee with a hand-crank grinder they'd salvaged from one of the houses. Morning, she said without looking up. You slept. I did. Good, you needed it. She finished grinding and dumped the grounds into a filter. Jamie's still asleep. He had another nightmare. What about you? Maya shrugged. I slept okay, better than some nights. Marcus watched her work. Efficient, capable, older than her 11 years in ways that broke his heart. She'd grown up fast in the past 2 weeks, they all had. I'm sorry, he said. For what? For disappearing. For being so focused on my own grief that I forgot you might be grieving too. Maya paused, the coffee pot in her hand. When she looked at him, her eyes were older than they should have been. I miss Grandma, she said quietly. And Grandpa. And Mom. Even though I know she's probably... She stopped, swallowed. I miss everyone, but you're here, that's what matters. Maya. You don't have to apologize, Dad. I know you're sad about Mr. Tom. I know it hurts. She set down the pot and crossed to him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Just don't disappear again, okay? I need you here, present. Marcus held her tight, his daughter who'd always been wise beyond her years. I'm here, he said. I promise. Good. Maya pulled back, her expression shifting to something more playful. Now help me figure out this coffee thing. I think I'm doing it wrong. They figured out the coffee together. It was bitter and slightly burned, but they drank it anyway, sitting at the kitchen table, watching the sun rise over the river. It was a small thing, a quiet thing, but it was enough. Day 16 brought trouble. Marcus was in the medical ward treating a child with an ear infection when the shouting started. He finished his examination quickly, antibiotics and observation, nothing critical, and headed toward the sound. A crowd had gathered in the central square, the open area near the museum that served as the island's de facto meeting place. At the center of the crowd, two men were facing off. One of them was Morris, Gerald's security chief. The other was Dell. "Caught him red-handed," Morris was saying, his voice loud enough to carry. "Stealing from the supply stores, food that was supposed to be rationed, supposed to last us through the winter." "I wasn't stealing," Dell shot back. "I was taking what was owed to me. You want me to risk my life on scouting runs, you can damn well feed me properly. Everyone gets the same ration. That's the rule. Rules made by people who sit on their asses while others do the dangerous work. You want to talk about fair? Let's talk about fair." Marcus pushed through the crowd, Vance appearing at his side. The tension was palpable. Too many days of fear and hunger boiling over into something ugly. "What's going on?" Marcus asked. Morris turned to him, his face red with anger. "This one was caught taking extra food. Canned goods, mostly. Enough to feed a family for a week. I wasn't... We have witnesses, clear as day." Marcus looked at Dell. The younger man's jaw was set, defiant. But there was something else underneath. Fear, maybe, or shame. "Is it true?" Dell's silence was answer enough. "Then he should be punished," Morris said. "We have rules for a reason. If people start taking more than their share..." "And what punishment do you suggest?" "Exile. That's what we did before you people showed up. Steal from the community, you're out of the community." A murmur ran through the crowd, some agreeing, some objecting. Marcus saw faces he recognized. Hospital survivors, island originals, people who'd found themselves suddenly cast into this new world of scarcity and fear. "Exile means death," Marcus said. "You send someone out there alone, they're not coming back. Then they should have thought of that before they stole. He's a scout, one of our best. He's risked his life multiple times for this community. And now he's betrayed it." Morris crossed his arms. "Rules are rules. We can't have exceptions or the whole system breaks down." The argument was drawing more attention, more voices joining in. Some called for leniency, others wanted blood. The fragile unity of the island was cracking, fault lines appearing that had been invisible until now. "Enough," Marcus said, loud enough to cut through the noise. "This isn't a mob decision, it goes to the council. The council will take too long. We need to act now while people still remember. We need to act fairly, that's the whole point of having rules." Marcus stepped between Dell and Morris. "Take him to the museum. Keep him there until the council can convene. We'll hear all sides and make a decision together." Morris looked like he wanted to argue, but the crowd's mood had shifted. The bloodlust was fading, replaced by uncertainty. People wanted justice, but they weren't sure anymore what justice looked like. "Fine," Morris said finally. "But if the council goes soft on this, there'll be consequences." "Noted." Marcus watched as Dell was led away, his expression unreadable. Then he turned to Vance. "Get the council together. We need to deal with this before it gets worse." The trial, if it could be called that, convened that afternoon. Dell stood before the council, his hands unbound but his options limited. Gerald presided, his expression carefully neutral. The other council members sat in a rough semicircle, their faces a mix of judgment and exhaustion. "The facts are simple," Gerald began. "Cordell Washington was observed taking food from the community stores without authorization. The amount taken was approximately 7 days' worth of rations for one person. He has not denied this." "I took food," Dell said. "I'm not going to lie about it. But I'm also not going to apologize for trying to survive." "Survival doesn't give you the right to steal from others." "Steal?" Dell's voice sharpened. "I've been on more supply runs than anyone on this council. I've risked my life, watched people die, brought back more food than I took by a factor of 10. And what do I get? The same ration as someone who sits safe on this island while I'm out there dodging zombies. That's the system, Patricia said. Everyone contributes what they can. Everyone receives what they need. Bullshit. Everyone receives what you decide they need, which is barely enough to function while the original settlers get first pick of everything. Dell's eyes swept the room. You want to talk about stealing? Let's talk about who had the good houses when the hospital people arrived. Who got the extra blankets? Who gets to eat before everyone else? The silence that followed was uncomfortable. Marcus saw the hospital survivors shift in their seats, recognizing truth in Dell's words even if they didn't want to acknowledge it. This isn't about housing allocation, Gerald said stiffly. It's about the rules that keep this community functioning. The rules that keep some people comfortable while others do the dying. Dell shook his head. I'm not looking for sympathy. I know what I did. But don't pretend this is about justice. It's about control. It's about making sure people like me know their place. That's enough. Gerald's patience was wearing thin. The council will deliberate. You'll have a chance to speak in your defense, but accusations without evidence. I'll speak. Marcus's voice cut through the tension. Every head turned toward him. In his defense, Marcus clarified. I'll speak in Dell's defense. Gerald's eyebrows rose. You're not impartial. You're part of the hospital group. And you're not impartial either. You're part of the island group. None of us are impartial. That's not the point. Marcus stood. The point is that we're trying to build something here, a community, a future. And we can't build that on fear and punishment alone. He moved to the center of the room, facing the council. Dell Washington is the reason half of us are alive. He led the scavenging runs that kept the hospital fed during the evacuation. He navigated us through zombie territory when the hospital fell. He volunteered for the scouting mission to the pyramid when no one else would. Past service doesn't excuse... I'm not finished. Marcus's voice was quiet but firm. He broke the rules. I'm not defending that. But if we exile every person who breaks a rule, we'll be down to a handful of people within a month. We're all stressed, scared, hungry. We're all making decisions we wouldn't have made 3 weeks ago. He looked at Dell, at the defiance and the fear underneath. What he did was wrong. But the answer isn't exile. The answer is consequences that fit the crime. Extra work shifts, reduced rations, something that holds him accountable without throwing away a valuable member of our community. And what message does that send? Patricia demanded. That you can steal as long as you're useful? It sends the message that we're still human, that we still believe in second chances, in redemption, in the possibility that people can do better. Marcus met her eyes. We've all lost so much already. I'm not willing to lose our humanity too. The room was silent. Marcus could feel the weight of the decision hanging in the air. The council members wrestling with conflicting impulses. Finally, Gerald spoke. We'll vote. Exile or internal consequences, majority rules. The vote was close. 4 for consequences, 3 for exile. Dell would stay on the island, but he'd work double shifts for a month and receive half rations for 2 weeks. A punishment harsh enough to satisfy the hardliners, lenient enough to keep him alive. Afterward, as the council dispersed, Dell found Marcus outside the museum. Thank you, he said. His voice was rough. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. We need people who can get things done. We need you. Even though I stole? Even though, Marcus studied him. But don't do it again. Next time I might not be able to save you. Dell nodded slowly. Something shifted in his expression. Not trust exactly, but something approaching respect. You're different from the others. The council, I mean. They see rules. You see people. I'm a doctor, it's my job to see people. Nah, it's more than that. Dell paused. My brother was killed 3 years ago by cops during one of the revitalization projects, the one Vernon Teague pushed through city council. Marcus went still. Teague. The same one who's running the pyramid now. The builder. Dell's face hardened. I didn't recognize him at first. Just another white politician with a smile and an agenda, but when I saw his face during the scouting run, he shook his head. I'm not asking for anything, just wanted you to know. That's personal for me. Whatever comes next. Marcus processed this. The web of connections, Teague, Dell's brother, the pyramid, was more tangled than he'd realized. I'm sorry about your brother. Yeah, me too. Dell turned to go, then stopped. You should know something else. The council, they're not all what they seem. Gerald, Morris, they've been talking about making deals with Teague. What kind of deals? Don't know yet. But they're scared. Scared people do desperate things. Dell's eyes met his. Watch your back, Doc. Not everyone here is on your side. He walked away, leaving Marcus alone with a new weight to carry. Day 17. Maya and Jamie were playing in the park near the Harbor Town homes, a small green space that had become the children's unofficial territory. Marcus watched them from a distance, ostensibly reading a medical textbook he'd salvaged, but really just basking in the sight of his daughter being a child. She was teaching Jamie some kind of game involving stones and lines drawn in the dirt. Their voices carried on the wind, fragments of laughter and mock outrage when the rules weren't followed. She's good with him. Marcus turned. Reverend Whitmore had appeared beside him, his clerical collar slightly askew, his Bible tucked under one arm. She's always been good with younger kids, Marcus said. Even before all this, babysitting, tutoring, that sort of thing. A caretaker's heart. Whitmore nodded approvingly. Like her father. I'm not sure caretaker is the right word for what I do. Isn't it? You tend to the sick. You advocate for the vulnerable. You stand up for people who can't stand up for themselves. Whitmore smiled gently. That's caretaking, Dr. Chen Williams. Just on a larger scale. Marcus didn't know what to say to that. He turned back to watching the children. I've been meaning to ask you something, Whitmore said. About your friend, Tom Okafor. The name hit Marcus like a physical blow. He forced his expression to stay neutral. What about him? He was a man of faith, I understand, from the way people talk about him. He was. Nigerian, raised Catholic, but his beliefs were broader than any one tradition. He used to quote Igbo proverbs as often as he quoted scripture. And his wife, Adaze? Marcus went very still. What about her? I've been speaking with some of the survivors, making rounds, offering what comfort I can. One of them mentioned that Dr. Okafor asked you to find her, to tell her what happened. The weight of the promise pressed down on Marcus. He'd been avoiding it, pushing it aside, telling himself there were more urgent priorities. I promised him, but Olive Branch is dangerous, overrun. I know. Whitmore's voice was kind, but promises to the dying carry weight, Dr. Chen Williams, sacred weight. They stay with us until they're fulfilled. I don't know if she's even alive. No, you don't. But don't you owe it to your friend to find out? Marcus closed his eyes. He could hear Tom's voice, the loop that played every night in his dreams. My friend, you're going to be okay. I'll go, he said. When things are stable enough, I'll find her. Good. Whitmore clasped his shoulder. And when you do, when you find her or don't find her, come talk to me. Sometimes the living need comfort as much as the dying. He walked away. leaving Marcus with the children's laughter and the weight of another impossible task. The attack came that evening. Maya and Jamie had wandered further than usual, following a game, chasing a butterfly. The specific reason lost in the chaos of what happened next. Marcus was in the medical ward, treating a man with an infected cut when the alarm sounded. 3 sharp blasts, the signal for hostile contact. He dropped everything and ran. The community was mobilizing, people streaming toward the northern end of the island where the harbor town homes gave way to scrubland and scattered trees. Vance was already there, shouting orders, her shotgun in hand. "What's happening?" Marcus demanded. "Raiders, coming from the bridge, at least a dozen of them." Vance's face was grim. "They've got vehicles, and they've got hostages." Marcus's blood went cold. "Who?" "We're trying to figure that out. Someone saw children." He was running before she finished. The northern perimeter was chaos. Survivors were taking cover behind walls and vehicles, weapons pointed toward the bridge where a convoy of trucks was approaching. At the head of the convoy, visible even from a distance, 2 figures knelt in the road with bags over their heads. Small figures, child-sized. "Maya!" The word came out broken. "Maya!" "Marcus, wait!" Vance grabbed his arm, but he wrenched free. He was running toward the bridge, toward the raiders, toward his daughter who was kneeling in the road with a bag over her head. Nothing else mattered. Nothing else existed. A gunshot cracked over his head. He didn't stop. "Dad!" Maya's voice, muffled but alive. He could see her now, struggling against the hands holding her down. Beside her, Jamie, Dr. Gray still clutched in his arms, his small body shaking with fear. "That's close enough," a man's voice amplified by a megaphone. "Another step and the kids get hurt." Marcus stopped. His lungs were burning. His vision was narrowing to a tunnel with Maya at the end. "Let them go." His voice sounded strange to his own ears. "They're children. Let them go. We're not here to hurt children, we're here to negotiate." The man stepped forward, tall, heavy-set silver hair that gleamed in the fading light. "I represent the builder, Vernon Teague. You've heard of him?" "I've heard." "Then you know he's a reasonable man, a practical man. He's not interested in conflict. He's interested in cooperation." The man smiled, and it didn't reach his eyes. "The builder would like to invite your community to join his, to become part of something larger, something safer. And if we decline, let's not talk about declining yet. Let's talk about benefits." The man gestured expansively. "The pyramid has resources, food, weapons, medicine. More than you could find in 10 years of scavenging. All of it available to those who join us. In exchange for what? Labor, loyalty, a willingness to contribute to the greater good." The man's smile widened. "It's not a bad deal. Many people have taken it already. Many more will take it in the days to come. And those who don't contribute, what happens to them?" The smile flickered. Just for a moment, something ugly showed through. "There's a place for everyone in the builder's vision. Some places are just more comfortable than others." Marcus's mind was racing. The raiders had at least a dozen fighters, probably more in the trucks. Mud Island's defenders were outnumbered and outgunned. If it came to a fight— "I want the children released," he said. "Then we'll talk. The children are insurance. They'll be returned once we have an agreement." "That's not acceptable." "It's the offer." The man's voice hardened. "Take it or leave it." Behind Marcus, the island's defenders were gathering. Vance, Dell, Fitch, others with weapons drawn. But they were too far away, too exposed. If shooting started— "I'll come with you." Every head turned. A woman had stepped forward from the crowd of defenders, Elena, her pregnant belly visible even at this distance. "I'm valuable," she continued. "A doctor," she glanced at Marcus. Or close to it. Take me instead of the children. I'm worth more. Elena, no, Marcus started. She's got a point, the silver-haired man said. Pregnant women are valuable, especially ones with medical knowledge. He considered. Fine. The woman comes with us. The children stay. No. Marcus stepped forward. You don't get to take anyone. This isn't a negotiation. Dad, stop. Maya's voice, small but clear. She'd pulled the bag off her head, was looking at him with those two old eyes. Let them take her. It's okay, she's volunteering. Maya, I don't want anyone else to get hurt because of me. Maya's voice cracked. Please, Dad, just let her go. The world seemed to slow down. Marcus looked at his daughter, at Elena, at the raiders with their guns and their false smiles, at the impossible choice being presented to him. This was the trap. This was how Teague operated, not through brute force, though he had that too, but through impossible choices. Take the pregnant woman, take the children, take your pick and live with the consequences. Fine, Marcus heard himself say. Elena goes with you, the children stay, but this isn't over. It's a beginning, the silver-haired man said. The builder looks forward to a productive relationship. The raiders moved with practiced efficiency. Elena was bundled into one of the trucks. The children were released, stumbling toward the Mud Island defenders. Marcus caught Maya, held her tight, felt her heart pounding against his chest. I'm sorry, she whispered. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. None of this is your fault. The convoy was already pulling away, heading back across the bridge toward the mainland, toward the pyramid, toward whatever fate awaited those who fell into Teague's hands. Marcus watched them go, his daughter in his arms, the weight of another failure settling onto his shoulders. The aftermath was chaos. The community gathered in the museum, voices raised in fear and anger. Gerald was shouting about security failures. Morris was demanding retribution. Parents were holding their children tight, terrified of what had almost happened. This is what I warned you about. Gerald's face was red, spittle flying. We should have fortified more. We should have... Fortification wouldn't have stopped them, Vance cut in. They came with an army. We can't fight an army. Then what do we do? Wait for them to come back? Let them take whoever they want? We prepare, we plan. We find a way to hit them before they hit us again. Hit them? With what? We have 30 people who can fight, maybe. They have hundreds. The argument spiraled. Marcus listened for a while, then slipped out. He needed air, needed to think. He found Dell at the bridge, staring at the mainland with hollow eyes. They took Elena because of us, Dell said without turning. Because we scouted the pyramid. Because we knew too much. We don't know that, don't we? They came straight here. They knew exactly what to do. Someone told them about us. Dell's hands clenched. And now, a pregnant woman is in Teague's hands because of us. We'll get her back. How? You saw their numbers. You saw their weapons. We don't have anything close to matching that. Marcus didn't have an answer. The familiar helplessness was settling in again. The same feeling he'd had watching Tom die, watching the hospital fall, watching his world collapse piece by piece. There has to be a way, he said. There's always a way. That's a nice thought. A comforting thought. Dell finally turned to look at him. But this isn't a movie, Doc. Sometimes the bad guys win. Sometimes there's nothing you can do but survive and live with it. I won't accept that. Then you'll die. Or get people killed trying to save someone who might already be beyond saving. Dell walked away, leaving Marcus alone at the bridge, watching the darkness spread across the water. Day 18. Marcus didn't sleep. He spent the night in the museum poring over maps and notes, trying to find something, anything that might give them an advantage against Teague. By morning, he had nothing. Just more questions and no answers. The community was fracturing. Some people wanted to flee, pack up and head south, away from the pyramid, away from the threat. Others wanted to fight, organize a rescue mission, hit Teague before he could hit them again. Most were just scared, paralyzed by the impossibility of their situation. Gerald called another council meeting. The mood was grim. "We need to make a decision," he said. "Stay and fight or cut our losses and run." "What about Elena?" someone asked. "One person isn't worth risking the entire community. She's pregnant, she's one of us. And if we try to rescue her and fail, what then?" Gerald's voice was harsh. "We could lose everything, everyone. Is that what you want?" The silence that followed was answer enough. Marcus stood. "I'll go." Every head turned. "Alone," he continued, "or with a small team, volunteers only. We scout the pyramid, find where they're keeping Elena, and figure out if rescue is even possible." "That's suicide," Vance said flatly. "Maybe, but it's my suicide to choose." Marcus met her eyes. "I promised a dying man I'd find his wife. She might be out there too. This gives me a chance to keep that promise and help Elena at the same time." "And if you die, what about your daughter?" "Then she'll know her father tried to do the right thing. That's worth something." Vance studied him for a long moment. Something shifted in her expression. Not agreement, but something approaching respect. "Fine, but you're not going alone. I'll come with you." "And me," Dell said. His voice was rough. "I've got unfinished business with Teague." "That's 3, that's enough." Gerald looked like he wanted to argue, but the mood in the room had shifted. People were nodding, murmuring approval. The decision had been made before he could stop it. "You leave in the morning," he said finally. "And if you're not back in 3 days, then don't wait for us." That night, Marcus sat with Maya and Jamie in their house, watching the fire crackle in the small stove they'd rigged for heat. "You're leaving again," Maya said. It wasn't a question. "I have to. Elena's out there, so is someone else. Someone important to a friend of mine." "The friend who died? Mr. Tom?" "His wife. I promised I'd find her." Maya nodded slowly. She was getting used to this, Marcus realized. The constant danger, the endless departures, the uncertainty of whether each goodbye might be the last. He hated that she was getting used to it. "Be careful," she said. "I will. And come back. I'll try." Jamie was quiet. Dr. Gray clutched to his chest. When Marcus looked at him, the boy's eyes were wet. "What if you don't come back?" Jamie whispered. "Then Maya will take care of you, and the community will take care of both of you." Marcus knelt beside him, meeting his eyes. "But I'm going to try very hard to come back, okay?" "Okay." Jamie's voice was small. "Dr. Gray says you're brave. Tell Dr. Gray I'm just doing what needs to be done." "He says that's the same thing." Marcus smiled, despite everything. "Maybe it is." He held them both close, breathing in the smell of wood smoke and children and home. Tomorrow he would walk back into the darkness. Tonight he would stay in the light as long as he could. Day 19. The mission was supposed to be simple. Scout the approaches to Olive Branch, check Tom's house, then swing south toward the pyramid for reconnaissance. 3 days, in and out. Nothing was ever simple anymore. They took one of the small boats, crossing to the mainland at dawn. The fog was heavy, providing cover but also limiting visibility. Dell navigated by memory and instinct, following the waterways south and east toward Olive Branch. By mid-morning, they'd beached the boat in a quiet cove and begun the overland approach. The streets were empty, mostly, but the signs of destruction were everywhere. Burned homes, abandoned cars, bodies that had stopped moving months ago. And occasionally shapes that still shuffled through the ruins, echoing their final words to no one. They reached Tom's house at noon. It was a modest home on Meadow Lane, yellow siding now streaked with ash and grime. The front door stood open. The windows were dark. Marcus's heart sank. Could be she made it out, Dell said quietly. Could be she went somewhere else. Could be. Marcus didn't believe it. He entered the house first, moving carefully, weapon ready. The interior was dim, dusty, clearly abandoned. But there were signs of habitation. Canned food on the counter, blankets piled on the couch, a small fire pit set up in the living room where someone had burned furniture for warmth. Someone was here, Vance said. Recently. But not anymore. They searched the house room by room. In the master bedroom, Marcus found what he'd been dreading. A dark stain on the carpet, old enough to have dried but recent enough to still smell faintly of copper. Blood, he said. A lot of it. Doesn't mean she's dead. Could have been injured, got out, went for help. Where would she go? Dell appeared in the doorway. Found something, garage. The garage had been converted into a makeshift clinic. Medical supplies, some from a hospital, judging by the labels, were arranged on shelving units. A cot sat in one corner, blankets still rumpled, and on the wall, written in what looked like marker, taken by Teague's men. Day 15. God help us. Marcus stared at the words. Addie's had been alive, had survived 2 weeks on her own, building a shelter, treating the injured because of course she had. She was Tom's wife, she was a professor of biology, she was exactly as capable as he'd described. And then Teague had found her. She's at the pyramid, he said. She has to be. Then we find her there. Vance's voice was grim. Along with Elena. That's too big a coincidence, Teague targeting Tom's widow and our people on the same day. Unless someone told him, Dell said. His face was hard. Unless someone on the island is feeding him information. Marcus thought of Gerald and Morris, their private conversations, their reluctance to challenge Teague. We need to move, he said, before we lose any more time. The pyramid reconnaissance was supposed to be quick and quiet. Observe, document, get out. It didn't go that way. They approached from the south, using the industrial district as cover. The pyramid rose above the Memphis skyline like a monument to some ancient king, which Marcus supposed was exactly what Teague intended. Through binoculars, they could see the fortifications, guards at every entrance, vehicles patrolling the perimeter, supply runs coming and going with military precision, and people, hundreds of them moving between buildings, carrying loads, working under the watchful eyes of armed overseers. It's a labor camp, Vance said quietly, with extra steps. Look at the pattern, Dell said. The workers come and go in shifts, 12 hours on, 12 off, if I had to guess. And they're separated by section. See how the groups don't interact? Divide and control. Classic authoritarian tactics. He's not just surviving, he's building an empire. They watched for 2 hours, documenting everything, patrol routes, shift changes, the layout of the complex. It wasn't enough to plan a rescue, but it was a start. Then everything went wrong. The patrol came from nowhere, or rather from a direction they hadn't been watching. 3 men armed moving through the industrial buildings on what was probably a routine sweep. Dell saw them first. Down, he hissed. Down now! They pressed themselves against the rubble of a collapsed warehouse, barely breathing. The patrol passed within 20 feet, their conversation drifting through the still air. New shipment coming in tomorrow, fresh workers from the south. How many? 30, 40. They found another settlement, apparently. Holdouts near the old fairgrounds. The builder will be pleased. The builder's always pleased when the quota increases, more bodies, more production. They moved on. Marcus counted to 100 before exhaling. We need to get out of here, Vance said. We need to find Elena and Adai's. We don't even know where they're being held. Then we find out. Marcus's voice was harder than he intended. I didn't come all this way to give up. You didn't come here to get killed either. Vance grabbed his arm. Listen to me, this isn't a rescue, not yet. This is reconnaissance. We have information now. We go back, share it with the council, plan an actual operation. And how long does that take? Days, weeks, every hour Elena's in there. Is an hour she's still alive. Teague doesn't kill his workers, he uses them. Vance's eyes were steady. We'll get her out, both of them. But not today. Not like this. Marcus wanted to argue, wanted to charge in anyway, to do something instead of watching from the shadows while people he cared about suffered. But Tom's voice was in his head. The only choice. The impossible choice. Fine, he said. We go back. But we're coming back here. Soon. Agreed. They slipped away through the ruins, moving faster now, the weight of what they'd seen pressing down on all of them. Day 20. They were halfway back to the boat when they found her. The woman stumbled out of an alley, barely standing, her clothes torn and blood-stained. She was in her 50s, dark skin, hair in elaborate braids that had come undone. Her eyes were wild with fear, and then recognition. Dr. Chen Williams? Marcus froze. A daze? Oh, thank God. She collapsed against him, her legs giving out. Thank God, thank God. I've got you, I've got you. He lowered her to the ground, checking her for injuries. The blood wasn't hers, or most of it wasn't. There was a gash on her forehead, raw wrists where she'd been bound, but nothing life-threatening. And how did you... I escaped, last night. There was confusion. Someone in the camp started a fire, and I ran. Her voice was ragged. I've been running ever since. I didn't know where to go. I just knew I had to get away. Tom asked me to find you. The words came out thick. Before he died, he made me promise. Tom? Daisy's face crumpled. He's gone? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She wept then, deep-racking sobs that shook her entire body. Marcus held her, letting her grieve, thinking of the promise he'd made and the partial fulfillment that was all he could offer. I'm sorry, she said, finally pulling back. I knew. In my heart, I knew. He would have come for me if he was alive. He would never have let them. He wanted to. Believe me, he wanted to. A daze wiped her eyes. When she looked up, the grief was still there, but something else was pushing through. Determination, maybe, or the particular strength of someone who'd survived the unsurvivable. What happened to him? He was bitten, saving a child. Marcus's voice cracked. There was nothing anyone could do, but his last words, his last thoughts, were of you. Of course they were. Adaze almost smiled. That was Tom, always thinking of everyone else. He asked me to tell you something. He said... Marcus paused, remembering the moment, the blood, the words he'd been carrying for days. He said he loved you, and he said to forgive yourself, for whatever comes. Forgive myself? I don't know what he meant, but he was insistent. Adaze was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. I know what he meant. There were things, decisions we made years ago, things we carried. She looked at Marcus. My husband was a wise man, Dr. Chen Williams, even at the end. He was the wisest person I knew. They helped Adaze to her feet. Vance and Dell were watching from a distance, providing security while giving them space. We need to move, Vance said. This area isn't safe. I can walk, Adaze said. Her voice was stronger now. I'm not going to slow you down. Good, because we have a long way to go. They reached the boat as evening fell. The journey back to Mud Island was quiet. Adaze slept, exhausted beyond words, while the others took turns rowing. The current was with them, carrying them downriver towards something like home. Marcus's mind was racing. Elena was still at the pyramid. They had information now, patrol routes, shift schedules, the layout of the compound, but turning that into a rescue plan would take time and resources they might not have. And there was still the question of the leak. Someone on Mud Island was feeding information to Teague. Gerald? Morris? Someone else entirely? "You're thinking too loud," Vance said. She was at the oars, her stroke steady and mechanical. "Sorry, lot to think about." "That woman, Adiz, she's the one you were looking for? Your friend's wife?" "Yeah." "You kept your promise then. Half of it." Marcus looked at the water sliding past. "Tom asked me to find her and tell her what happened. I did that. But he also asked me to protect these people, all of them. And I'm failing at that. You can't protect everyone. Tom said the same thing. Doesn't make it easier." Vance was quiet for a while, her oars cutting through the dark water. "I had a squad in Afghanistan," she said finally. 12 soldiers. My soldiers. We were on patrol when we hit an IED. I made a call. Told them to advance when I should have told them to hold. 6 of them died. The other 6 made it out because of the ones who didn't. Marcus didn't know what to say. "I spent years carrying that. Drinking, fighting, destroying every relationship I had. Because I made a mistake and people I loved paid for it." Vance's voice was flat, emotionless. "Eventually, someone told me something that helped. Want to know what it was?" "What?" She said, "You can't undo the past. You can only decide what to do next." Vance met his eyes. "Your friend is dead. Elena's captured. The pyramid is a fortress. None of that changes no matter how much you beat yourself up. What changes is what you do about it." "That's surprisingly helpful. Don't get used to it. I have a reputation to maintain." Marcus almost smiled. Almost. "What do we do next?" he asked. "We go back to the island. We share what we learned. We make a plan to rescue Elena, a real plan with backup and contingencies. And we figure out who's been talking to Teague before they can sell us out again. That's a lot of steps. One at a time, Doc. One at a time." They rode the rest of the way in silence. Mud Island appeared out of the darkness like a dream. The bridge was lit with torches, guards visible at the barricades. As the boat approached, someone shouted recognition, and the community began to mobilize. People running to the shore, hands reaching to help them dock. Maya was the first to reach him. "Dad!" She threw her arms around him, burying her face in his chest. "You came back. I told you I would. You always say that." Her voice was muffled. "I always believe you. And I always try to keep my word." Jamie was there too. Hovering at the edge, Dr. Gray clutched tightly. Marcus reached out and drew him into the embrace. "I'm back," he said. "We're all back." "Who's that?" Maya asked, looking past him. Adiz was being helped off the boat, supported by Vance and Dell. Her appearance, haggard, bloodied, but alive, drew murmurs from the gathering crowd. "That's Mrs. Okafor, Mr. Tom's wife." Maya's eyes widened. "You found her?" "I promised I would." "You're really good at keeping promises." "I try." They walked back toward the houses together, the community swirling around them. There would be questions later, debriefings, planning sessions, the endless work of survival. But for now there was only this moment, his daughter safe in his arms, his promise to Tom fulfilled, at least in part, and the knowledge that whatever came next, they would face it together. The attack came 2 hours later. Marcus was in the museum with the council, briefing them on what they'd seen at the pyramid. Adiz was there too, adding details from her time inside, the layout, the routines, the locations where prisoners were kept. It was good information, valuable, exactly what they needed to plan a rescue. And then, the explosions started. The first one hit the south end of the island near the boat docks. The blast shook the museum walls, sent people stumbling into each other. Before anyone could react, the second explosion followed, this one at the bridge, severing their main access point in a column of fire and smoke. "We're under attack." Vance was already moving, weapon drawn. "Everyone to defensive positions." But it wasn't that simple. The attackers weren't coming from one direction. They were coming from everywhere. Boats in the water landing at multiple points around the island's perimeter. Trucks on the bridge somehow crossing the damaged structure, and people, dozens of them armed and organized and wearing the same insignia. Teague's people. Marcus grabbed Maya and Jamie, pushing them toward the back of the museum. "Stay here, hide, don't come out no matter what." "Dad, promise me." "I promise." He ran into the chaos. The night was lit with fire now, buildings burning, gunshots cracking through the air. The island's defenders were mobilizing, but they were outnumbered, outgunned, caught off guard by an attack they hadn't seen coming. And in the midst of it all, moving with terrible purpose, a column of raiders was heading for the harbor town homes. For the houses where the families lived, where the children slept. Marcus ran to intercept. He found Dell there, already fighting, his knife carving through raiders with desperate efficiency. Vance was nearby, shotgun booming, her face a mask of controlled fury. "They're after the houses," Marcus shouted. "We have to stop them." "We're trying." Dell ducked a swing, came up slashing. "There's too many of them." And there were. The raiders kept coming, wave after wave, overwhelming the island's defenses through sheer numbers. People were falling, defenders, civilians, children who'd wandered into the crossfire. This wasn't a raid. It was an invasion. Marcus saw Elena's house in the distance, flames licking at the windows. Saw people being dragged out, bound, thrown into waiting trucks. Saw the silver-haired man from before, Teague's envoy, directing the operation with cold efficiency. "Stop them!" Someone was screaming. "Stop them!" But they couldn't stop them, couldn't even slow them down. The island was falling just as the hospital had fallen, and there was nothing. A hand grabbed his arm. "We have to go," Vance's voice cutting through the chaos. "Now!" "I can't. My daughter, she's at the museum. She's safe. But she won't be if we stay here and die." Marcus looked at the burning island, at the raiders with their weapons and their cruelty, at the community he'd tried so hard to protect falling apart around him. And then he ran. They gathered at the museum, what was left of them. Maybe 100 people huddled in the darkness while the island burned around them. Maya was there, Jamie beside her, both of them shaking with fear but unharmed. Adaz was there, her face grim, her hands steady despite everything. The council was there too, or what remained of it. Gerald was missing. Morris was dead, killed in the first minutes of the attack. Patricia was wounded, blood seeping through the bandage on her arm. "What do we do?" someone asked. "They've got the bridge, the docks. We're trapped." "We're not trapped." Vance's voice was calm despite the chaos. "There are other ways off this island. The North Shore, we can swim if we have to." "Swim where?" "They've got boats everywhere." "Then we hide, wait for them to leave." "They're not leaving. Look at them, they're settling in. This isn't a raid, it's an occupation." The argument spiraled, fear and exhaustion and desperation colliding. Marcus held Maya close and tried to think, tried to find a way through, and then from outside a voice. Amplified, familiar. "Attention, residents of Mud Island. This is Vernon Teague, the builder. Your island is now under the protection of the Pyramid Alliance. Resistance is futile and will be met with lethal force. Those who cooperate will be treated fairly. Those who resist..." A pause. "Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that." The voice echoed across the burning island, bouncing off the water, reaching every corner of the community they'd worked so hard to build. "You have 1 hour to present yourselves at the central square. 1 hour to choose a better future. After that, Another pause. My patience will have limits. The speaker clicked off. Silence fell. Marcus looked at the faces around him, scared, desperate, looking for someone to tell them what to do. Looking at him. "We're not surrendering," he said quietly. "Not tonight. Not ever." "Then what?" someone asked. "We wait, we hide, we let them think they've won, and then—" He looked at Vance, at Dell, at Adaz. "We show them what this community is made of." It wasn't a plan. Not really, it was barely even hope. But it was something. The hour passed. Teague's forces searched the island, but the museum had a basement, an old storage area forgotten by most, cramped but hidden. 100 people pressed together in the darkness, barely breathing. Maya was asleep against his shoulder. Jamie was curled nearby, Dr. Gray standing guard. The adults were awake, listening, waiting. Footsteps overhead. Voices. "Cleared the main buildings, no one left." "Keep searching, the builder wants everyone accounted for." "Yes, sir." The footsteps faded. Marcus exhaled. "They'll be back," Vance whispered. "This isn't over." "I know. We need to get off this island, tonight if we can." "And go where?" "Anywhere. Everywhere. Scatter, regroup, find a way to strike back." Vance's eyes gleamed in the darkness. "Teague thinks he's won. Let's show him how wrong he is." Marcus thought of Tom, of the promise he'd made, the weight he carried. "My friend, you're going to be okay." "Okay," he said. "Let's show him." They waited until the search parties had moved on, until the sounds of occupation had faded into the routine of conquest. Then one by one they slipped out of the basement and into the night. The North Shore was dark and quiet, away from the fires and the guards. The water was cold, shockingly cold, but they crossed anyway, swimming, wading, helping those who couldn't help themselves. Maya clung to his back, her breath warm against his neck. Jamie was with Vance. Dr. Gray somehow still clutched in his arms despite the water. By dawn, they'd reached the mainland. 100 survivors scattered along the riverbank, soaked and exhausted and alive. Behind them, Mud Island burned. Ahead of them, Marcus didn't know. Couldn't know. The future was dark and uncertain and full of terrors. But they were still here, still fighting, still human. And sometimes that was enough. They found shelter in an abandoned warehouse half a mile from the shore. The morning light filtered through broken windows, casting long shadows across the concrete floor. People huddled together for warmth, sharing blankets and body heat and the simple comfort of not being alone. Marcus stood at one of the windows, watching the smoke rise from Mud Island. The community they'd built, the homes, the gardens, the careful infrastructure of survival, all of it was gone now. Taken by a man who saw people as resources and survival as a game to be won. "Dad?" Maya's voice. He turned to find her standing beside him, her face pale and tired. "Yeah, baby?" "What happens now?" He looked at his daughter, at the fear in her eyes, the determination underneath, the way she held herself even now, brave, strong, impossibly young. "Now we fight," he said. "Not today. Maybe not tomorrow, but soon. We find allies, we gather resources, we figure out how to take back what was ours." "Can we? Against all those people?" "I don't know." Marcus crouched down to her level. "But I know we have to try, because if we don't, if we just give up, then Teague wins. And I won't let that happen." Maya nodded slowly. "Mr. Tom would have said that." "He would have." "Then I guess we do what he would have done." She took his hand, squeezing tight. "We keep going, one step at a time." Marcus pulled her into an embrace, holding her close, feeling the steady beat of her heart against his chest. Outside, the smoke continued to rise. Somewhere across the river, Teague was consolidating his victory, preparing for whatever came next. But here, in this warehouse, 100 people were still breathing, still hoping, still ready to fight. And in the firelight, watching everything burn, Marcus began to understand. He was going to teach them, all of them, what it meant to survive, what it meant to resist, what it meant to be human even when the world tried to take that away. Tom's voice echoed in his memory one last time. "My friend, you're going to be okay. Maybe, just maybe, if they fought hard enough, if they never gave up." Marcus stood at the grimy window, watching the sun rise over a city that no longer belonged to the living. Behind him, 93 survivors huddled in the cold, their breath forming small clouds in the October air. 93 out of nearly 300 who'd called Mud Island home. The others were dead, captured, or scattered to the winds. 3 days since Teague's attack. 3 days of running, hiding, scrounging for supplies in abandoned buildings while trying to stay ahead of patrols that seemed to know exactly where they were going. Someone was still feeding Teague information. Marcus was certain of it now. The attack had been too precise, too well coordinated. Someone had told them about the museum basement, about the North Shore escape route. They'd barely made it out. "Dad?" Maya's voice, soft and worried. He turned to find her standing a few feet away, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, Jamie hovering behind her with Dr. Gray clutched to his chest. "You should be sleeping," Marcus said. "So should you." Maya moved closer, her eyes studying his face. "You've been standing there for hours, just thinking. About what?" "About Elena, still trapped in the pyramid. About Douglas, captured during their escape from the island. About the 150 people who were dead or enslaved because he hadn't been smart enough, fast enough, good enough. About what comes next," he said instead. "What does come next?" Marcus didn't have an answer. 3 days of running had bought them time, but time for what? They had no base, no supplies, no plan. They were refugees in their own city, hunted by a man who saw them as resources to be harvested. "We'll figure it out," he said. The words felt hollow. "We always do." Maya's hand found his, small and warm. "That's what you taught me, one problem at a time. When did you get so wise?" "I had a good teacher." Behind them, the warehouse was stirring. People waking, stretching, facing another day of uncertainty. Another day of survival. Marcus squeezed his daughter's hand and turned away from the window. Time to lead. The morning meeting convened in what had once been a loading dock. The leadership structure had evolved since Mud Island fell. Gerald was gone, taken during the attack, probably dead by now. Morris was definitely dead. That left Vance, Dell, Adaze, and a handful of others who'd stepped up when stepping up meant the difference between life and death. And Marcus. Always Marcus, whether he wanted to be there or not. "We can't stay here," Vance said without preamble. "This location is compromised. Teague's patrols passed within 2 blocks yesterday. It's only a matter of time." "Where do we go?" Dr. Keller asked. She looked exhausted. Her medical training pushed to the limit by 3 days of treating injuries with minimal supplies. "We've been driven from every safe location in the city." "South," Dell suggested. "Rural areas, fewer zombies, fewer people. We could disappear." "And abandon everyone still in the pyramid?" Marcus's voice was sharp. "Elena's in there, Douglas, dozens of people from our community." "They're already gone, Doc, you know that." "I don't know that. I won't know that until I see their bodies." The silence that followed was uncomfortable. Marcus could feel the others looking at him, weighing his words, measuring his sanity. "Marcus is right." Adazi's voice cut through the tension. "We cannot simply run. Tom would never have run. He would have found a way to help." "Tom's dead," Dell said flatly. "And so are we if we keep throwing ourselves at that fortress. Then we find a smarter way." Adaze met Dell's eyes. "I was inside the pyramid. I know its weaknesses. There are ways in that Teague doesn't guard because he doesn't know they exist. Such as service tunnels, maintenance access. The building was designed for tourists, not warfare. There are back doors everywhere if you know where to look. Marcus leaned forward. Can you draw us a map? I can do better than that. I can guide you there myself. Absolutely not. Marcus shook his head. You just escaped. You're exhausted, injured. I'm the only one who knows the layout, the guard rotations, where they keep the prisoners. Adaise's voice was firm. You need me, Dr. Chen Williams, whether you like it or not. The argument continued for another hour, but the conclusion was inevitable. They would send a small team to infiltrate the pyramid. Marcus, Vance, Dell, and Adaise. The goal, rescue Elena and any other prisoners they could reach, gather intelligence, and get out before Teague knew they were there. It was a desperate plan, possibly suicidal, but it was better than waiting to die. Day 22. The survivors moved to a new location, an abandoned church on the outskirts of the city. Its stained glass windows shattered, but its walls still solid. The journey was harrowing, a 6-hour trek through zombie-infested streets that cost them 2 people and nearly cost them more. But they made it. They always made it somehow. That evening, Marcus found Dell alone in the church's basement, staring at a wall covered in faded religious murals. You okay? Dell didn't turn. I've been thinking about what you said, about not abandoning people. And you know why I really want to run? Why I've been pushing for us to go south? Survival. Same reason as everyone else. No. Dell's voice was hollow. Fear. I'm afraid of Teague. Not the zombies, not the city, not any of it. Him. Specifically him. Marcus waited. I told you about my brother, killed by cops during one of Teague's revitalization projects. What I didn't tell you was why. Dell finally turned, his face haunted. My brother was protesting peacefully. He was 23 years old and he was standing in front of a bulldozer because that bulldozer was about to knock down our grandmother's house, the house she'd lived in for 50 years. The house Teague wanted to turn into a parking lot. I'm sorry. The cop who shot him claimed he had a weapon. He didn't. Everyone knew he didn't. But nothing happened. No charges, no investigation. Teague made a speech about urban renewal and the incident was forgotten. Dell's hands clenched. Everyone forgot. Everyone except me. Dell, when I saw Teague at the pyramid, when I realized who he was, I wanted to kill him. I still want to kill him, but more than that, I'm afraid of him. Afraid of what he represents. Afraid that no matter how hard we fight, people like him always win. Marcus thought about Tom, about Emma Holloway, about all the impossible choices and their impossible consequences. People like him win when we stop fighting, he said quietly. When we decide that running is easier than standing. Is it, though? Easier? No, it's not. Marcus moved to stand beside him. Running just means you carry the weight further. It doesn't make it lighter. Dell was silent for a long moment. Then, my grandmother used to say that revenge is a poison you drink hoping the other person dies. She sounds wise. She was, but she also said that sometimes poison is the only medicine available. Dell met his eyes. I'm not running anymore. Whatever we do at the pyramid, I'm in. All the way. Good, because I'm going to need you. For what? To help me bring that place down. Day 23. The planning intensified. Adaise spent hours drawing maps from memory, the pyramid's layout, its patrol routes, the locations she'd observed during her captivity. The picture that emerged was both terrifying and promising. Teague had built an empire, but empires had weaknesses. The pyramid was designed for commerce, not defense. Its multiple entrances and internal spaces made it difficult to secure completely. Guards were concentrated at the main entrance and the upper floors where Teague lived. The lower levels and service areas were less protected. "The prisoners are kept here," Adaze said, pointing to a section of her map labeled Basement Level 2. "It's where they kept me before I escaped. Maybe 30 people crowded into what used to be storage rooms. How did you get out?" "There was a fire. Someone, I don't know who, set fire to one of the upper floors. In the confusion, the guards abandoned their posts. I ran." "A fire," Vance mused. "That could work again." "It's risky. Teague will be expecting it now. Then we need a distraction they're not expecting." Marcus studied the map. "What about here?" He pointed to the outdoor amphitheater attached to the pyramid complex. "The concert venue. It's abandoned. Teague doesn't use it." "Exactly. If we could draw their attention there, make them think that's where the attack is coming from." "We could enter through the service tunnels on the opposite side," Vance finished. Classic misdirection. The plan took shape over the next several hours. A small team would approach from the river using boats to reach the pyramid's least guarded shore. They would create a distraction at the amphitheater while the main team entered through service access, located the prisoners, and led them out through the same route. It was complicated. It was dangerous. It required split-second timing and more than a little luck, but it was possible. "When do we move?" Dell asked. "Tomorrow night," Marcus said. "The longer we wait, the more chance Teague has to prepare." "Tomorrow?" Vance nodded slowly. "That doesn't give us much time." "Then we'd better not waste it." The night before the mission, Marcus couldn't sleep. He walked the church's corridors, his footsteps echoing in the empty spaces. Most of the survivors were asleep, wrapped in blankets and exhaustion. A few guards stood watch at the entrances, but the church was quiet otherwise. He found himself in the main sanctuary, standing before what remained of the altar. The cross that had once hung above it was gone, looted probably, or simply fallen, but the space still felt sacred somehow. A pocket of stillness in a world gone mad. "Can't sleep either?" Reverend Whitmore appeared from the shadows, his Bible tucked under one arm. He looked older than he had on Mud Island, the weight of recent days carved into the lines of his face. "Too much on my mind," Marcus said. "Tomorrow's mission?" "That, and everything else." Whitmore moved to stand beside him, gazing up at the empty space where the cross had been. "I've been thinking about faith lately, what it means in times like these." "What have you concluded?" "That faith isn't about certainty. It's about acting despite uncertainty. Moving forward when you can't see the path." "That sounds more like desperation than faith." "Perhaps they're not so different." Whitmore smiled gently. "The Israelites wandered the desert for 40 years. They didn't know where they were going. They just knew they had to keep moving. They had God leading them. We just have ourselves." "Do we?" Whitmore's eyes were kind. "I've watched you, Dr. Chen Williams. The way you carry these people. The way you fight for them even when it costs you. If that's not a form of divine purpose, I don't know what is. I'm not divine. I'm just stubborn. Sometimes stubborn is enough." Whitmore clasped his shoulder. "Get some rest if you can. Tomorrow we'll need everything you have." He walked away, leaving Marcus alone with the empty altar and his thoughts. Day 24. The mission team assembled at dusk. Marcus, Vance, Dell, Adaze, and 2 others. A former police officer named Devin Price, who'd joined them after the Mud Island attack, and a nurse named Sarah, who'd survived more close calls than seemed statistically possible. 6 people to infiltrate a fortress, rescue prisoners, and escape without getting killed. The odds were terrible, but they'd beaten terrible odds before. "Remember the plan," Vance said, checking her weapon for the 10th time. "Devin and Sarah create the distraction at the amphitheater. The rest of us enter through the service tunnels, locate the prisoners, and extract. We have a 2-hour window before Teague's patrols reset. After that, we're on our own. What if we can't find the prisoners in time? Devon asked. Then we get out anyway and try again later. No heroics. No one dies because they got stubborn. Marcus felt eyes on him. He knew what they were thinking, that he was the most likely to get stubborn, to take risks, to push too hard. They weren't wrong. Let's move, he said. The journey to the pyramid took 2 hours. They traveled by boat, hugging the riverbank, using the darkness as cover. The city slid past like a ghost, silent, abandoned, populated only by the wandering dead and the occasional flicker of firelight from other survivors too cautious to reveal themselves. The pyramid rose from the Memphis skyline like a monument to hubris. Its lights were blazing, generators, Marcus assumed, fueled by the labor of Teague's captive workforce. From a distance, it almost looked normal. A building doing building things. Up close, it was a nightmare. Guards patrolled the perimeter every 15 minutes. Vehicles moved between the pyramid and outlying supply depots, their headlights cutting through the darkness. And everywhere, the signs of occupation. Barricades, watchtowers, the careful infrastructure of tyranny. There, Adaze whispered, pointing. The service entrance, behind that row of containers. Marcus studied the approach. A 50-yard gap between their position and the entrance, most of it exposed. If a patrol came by at the wrong moment. We wait for the distraction, Vance said. Then we move fast. They waited. The minutes stretched like hours. Marcus could hear his own heartbeat, feel the cold seeping through his clothes, taste the fear at the back of his throat. Somewhere in that building, Elena was waiting. Douglas, dozens of others who'd trusted the community to protect them. He wouldn't fail them, not tonight. The explosion came at 11:47 p.m. Devon and Sarah had done their work well. The amphitheater lit up with fire and noise, a spectacular display designed to draw every eye. Guards shouted, vehicles turned. The pyramid's attention shifted west toward the apparent threat. Now, Marcus said. They ran. The service tunnels were dark and cold. Adaze led the way, her memory proving accurate despite the terror of her captivity. They moved in single file, weapons ready, following the maze of corridors toward the basement level where the prisoners were held. Left here, Adaze whispered. Then down 2 flights. The stairs were treacherous, rusted, narrow, slippery with condensation. Marcus nearly fell twice, catching himself against the wall, his heart hammering with each near miss. They reached the basement level without incident. The corridor beyond was dimly lit, emergency lights casting everything in a sickly yellow glow. At the end of the hall, a heavy door with a guard station beside it. One guard, alone, half asleep. Vance moved before Marcus could stop her. She crossed the distance in seconds, silent as a shadow, and the guard went down without a sound. Clear, she whispered. They approached the door. It was locked, heavy deadbolt, industrial grade, but Dell had brought tools for this. 20 seconds of work, and the mechanism clicked open. The room beyond was hell. Maybe 40 people crowded into a space meant for 10, lying on bare concrete, their faces hollow with hunger and despair. The smell was overwhelming. Bodies, waste, suffering. Marcus had seen refugee camps in his residency, but nothing like this. Who are you? A woman's voice, weak and disbelieving. We're here to get you out, Marcus said. Can you walk? Some of us, others. The woman gestured toward the far corner where several figures lay motionless. They took the sick ones yesterday. Said they were going to the medical wing. They didn't come back. Marcus's stomach churned. He didn't want to know what medical wing meant in Teague's kingdom. Marcus, Vance's voice was urgent. We need to move. The distraction won't last forever. He scanned the room, searching for familiar faces. There, Elena propped against the wall, her pregnant belly visible even in the dim light. She looked up when she heard his voice, and the hope in her eyes was almost too much to bear. "Dr. Chen Williams? I'm here. We're getting you out. I knew you'd come." Elena struggled to her feet, accepting his help. "I told them. I said you wouldn't forget us." "Never." Marcus looked at the other prisoners. "Everyone who can walk, follow us. Help those who can't. We move fast. We move quiet. And we don't stop until we're out of this building." The evacuation began. They made it almost to the exit before everything went wrong. The corridor was narrow, the prisoners moving too slowly despite their desperation. Marcus was at the rear, helping support an elderly man whose legs had given out when he heard the shout. "Hey! What the—" A guard, coming from a side corridor they hadn't mapped, young, surprised, reaching for his radio. Dell was faster. His knife found the guard's throat before the call could go out, but the damage was done. The guard's cry had echoed. Someone would have heard. "Move!" Marcus shouted, abandoning stealth for speed. "Everyone move!" They ran, stumbled really, a ragged column of the desperate and the dying. The service entrance was 50 yards away, then 40, then 30. The alarm began to wail. Red lights, sirens, the entire pyramid coming awake, guards mobilizing, doors slamming throughout the building. "Keep going!" Vance was at the entrance now, shoving people through. "Don't stop for anything!" Marcus pushed the elderly man toward the exit, turned to help the next person, and saw Douglas. He was in the corridor behind them, separated from the main group, a guard's arm around his throat. 3 other guards were with him, weapons raised, blocking the way. "That's far enough!" the guard shouted. "Anyone moves, this one dies!" The evacuation stuttered to a halt. Marcus's mind raced. Angles, options, ways out. There weren't any good ones. "Let him go," he said. "He's not worth anything to you." "He's worth something to you, that's what matters." The guard smiled. "The builder wants to talk to you, Doctor. He's very interested in meeting the man who's been causing so much trouble." "Marcus, don't—" Douglas's voice was choked. "Just go. Get the others out." "I'm not leaving you." "You have to. They need you more than—" The guard tightened his grip, cutting off Douglas's words. "Clock's ticking, Doctor. More guards coming every second. You want to save your friends, you come with us. Otherwise—" He pressed his weapon against Douglas's temple. "Well—" Marcus looked at the prisoners, at Elena, her hands on her belly, at the old man barely standing, at the faces he didn't recognize but knew he was responsible for. Tom's voice in his head. The only choice. The impossible choice. "Marcus," Vance's voice was low. "We need to go now. I can't leave him." "You can, you have to." Her hand gripped his arm. He knew the risks. We all did. Douglas's eyes met his across the corridor. Fear there, yes, but also understanding, acceptance. "Go," Douglas mouthed. "Please." Marcus made his choice. "Fall back," he said. "Everyone out." The guard laughed. "Smart man, the builder will be disappointed, but—" Vance's shotgun roared, not at the guards, at the ceiling above them. Concrete and debris rained down, creating a wall of dust and chaos. In the confusion, Marcus grabbed the nearest prisoner and ran. They made it to the exit, made it to the boats, made it across the river while sirens wailed behind them and searchlights cut through the darkness. 37 prisoners rescued. Elena safe. The mission a success by any reasonable measure. But Douglas was still in there, and Marcus had left him behind. Day 25. They gathered at the church, the rescued prisoners joining the exhausted survivors. The mood should have been celebratory. They'd pulled off the impossible, struck a blow against Teague, proven that resistance was possible. Instead, there was only grief. Word came at dawn. A messenger from another survivor group, one that had been watching the pyramid from a distance. They'd seen what happened to Douglas. Public execution. Teague himself had presided, making a speech about the costs of defiance. Douglas had died quickly, a bullet to the head, but his body had been left hanging from the pyramid's entrance as a warning. Marcus heard the news in silence. When the messenger finished, he walked out of the church without a word. He found an empty corner of the building, a storage room dark and cold, and sat down on the concrete floor. His hands were shaking. His mind was blank. Douglas was dead because of him, because he'd organized the mission, made the plan, led them into the pyramid, because he'd made the choice to leave him behind. The only choice, the impossible choice. But it didn't feel like the only choice. It felt like murder. Maya found him hours later. He hadn't moved from the storage room, hadn't eaten, hadn't slept, hadn't done anything but sit in the darkness and replay the moment over and over. Douglas's eyes, his mouthed pleas, the sound of Vance's shotgun and the chaos that followed. "Dad?" Her voice was small, worried. "I'm here. Everyone's looking for you. They want to know what to do next." "I don't know what to do next." Maya crossed the room and sat down beside him. For a long moment, she didn't say anything, just sat there, her warmth against his side, her presence a silent anchor. "Jamie told me what happened," she said finally, "about the man, Douglas. He died because of me. He died because Teague killed him. I left him behind. I had a chance to save him, and I chose to save the others instead. You saved 37 people. I lost one. But you saved 37. Maya's voice was firm. "That's more than 0. That's more than if you'd tried to be a hero and gotten everyone killed. You don't understand." "I do understand. I understand that you're doing what you always do, blaming yourself for things that aren't your fault." Maya turned to face him. "Dad, you're not responsible for what Teague does. You're not responsible for every bad thing that happens. You're just one person trying to do the right thing in an impossible situation. The right thing got Douglas killed. The wrong thing would have gotten everyone killed, including you." Her eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. "And then where would I be? Where would Jamie be? Where would any of us be?" Marcus didn't have an answer. "I need you," Maya whispered. "I know you're hurting. I know this is hard. But I need you to be here, present, not lost in your head, blaming yourself for things you can't control." "I don't know how." "Then learn. That's what you always tell me. When something's hard, you learn, you practice, you get better." She took his hand. "We'll figure it out together. But you have to try. You have to keep trying." Marcus looked at his daughter, at the wisdom in her eyes, the strength in her voice. 11 years old and already more resilient than he'd ever been. "When did you grow up?" he asked. "When I had to." Maya almost smiled. "Now come on. People are waiting. And there's soup. Elena made it. It's not very good, but it's warm." Marcus let her pull him to his feet. His body ached, his mind was numb, and the weight on his shoulders felt heavier than ever. But he was moving. That was something. One step at a time. Day 26. The community gathered to plan their next move. The pyramid rescue had proven that Teague wasn't invincible, that his fortress had weaknesses, that his guards could be surprised, that his prisoners could be freed, but it had also proven how dangerous he was, how ruthless, how willing to make examples of those who defied him. "We need to strike back," Dell said. His voice was hard, his eyes harder. "Not just rescue missions, a real attack. Hit them where it hurts." "With what resources?" Vance asked. "We have 90 people, most of them civilians. Teague has hundreds, plus weapons, vehicles, a defensible position. Then we get more resources, find other survivor groups, convince them to join us. Other groups are running scared. The execution, everyone's heard about it. No one wants to be next. Then we show them that fighting is possible. That resistance isn't suicide. The argument continued, but Marcus wasn't listening. His mind was elsewhere, on Douglas, on Tom, on all the people he'd failed to save. The weight of it was crushing, pressing down on every thought. "Marcus?" Adai's voice. He looked up to find the others watching him expectantly. "Sorry, what?" "We were asking your opinion about the next step." "I don't—" He stopped, swallowed. "I'm not sure I'm the right person to be making these decisions." "You're exactly the right person," Adai said quietly, "because you understand what they cost. Understanding the cost doesn't make the choices any easier. No, it doesn't. But it makes them honest." Adai's eyes were steady. "My husband used to say that the best leaders weren't the ones who made decisions easily. They were the ones who made them anyway, despite the difficulty, who carried the weight without being crushed by it." Tom said that? "Many times, usually when he was struggling with something himself." Adai smiled gently. "He would have been proud of you, Marcus, for what you've done, for who you've become." Marcus felt something shift in his chest. Not peace, nothing like peace, but something. "We need more information," he said finally. "Before we can plan anything, we need to know what we're dealing with. Teague's full capabilities, his weaknesses, his plans. How do we get that? We watch, we wait. We find people who've been inside and debrief them thoroughly." He looked at Elena. "You were at the pyramid longer than Adai's. What can you tell us that we don't already know?" Elena looked startled. "I was in the prisoner quarters most of the time. I didn't see much." "You saw something. Everyone sees something. Think, guard schedules, supply deliveries, conversations you overheard. Anything could be useful." The debriefing took hours. Elena, Adiz, and the other rescued prisoners shared what they knew, piece by piece, building a picture of Teague's operation that was more complete than anything they'd had before. By evening, patterns were emerging. Teague's supply lines were vulnerable, long convoys traveling predictable routes. His guard force was stretched thin, covering too much ground with too few people. And his inner circle was smaller than expected, a handful of trusted lieutenants with everyone else kept at arm's length. "He's paranoid," Vance observed. "Classic dictator syndrome. The more power he accumulates, the less he trusts anyone to share it." "We can use that," Marcus said. "If his organization is held together by fear rather than loyalty, it could fracture under pressure." "What kind of pressure?" "The kind that shows his people he's not invincible. That standing up to him is possible." Marcus looked around the room. "We hit his supply lines, we free his prisoners, we make him look weak. And we do it over and over until his own people start to doubt him." "That's a long game," Dell said. "Months, maybe years." "I know. But it's better than dying in a single glorious assault that accomplishes nothing." The meeting ended with plans for their first supply raid. Small team, quick strike, minimal risk. A proof of concept for the longer campaign to come. But as the others dispersed, Marcus remained, staring at the maps they'd drawn, thinking about Douglas, about Tom, about all the weight he was asking others to carry. Could he do this? Could he lead these people through a war that might last years, making impossible choices day after day, carrying the dead without being crushed? He didn't know. But he was going to try. Day 27. The storm came without warning. One moment the sky was gray but calm. The next the wind was howling, rain hammering down in sheets so thick you couldn't see 10 feet ahead. The weather service had been offline for weeks, leaving survivors to read the sky the old-fashioned way. And the sky had given no indication of what was coming. "Everyone inside!" Marcus shouted over the wind. "Get the children to the basement!" The church became chaos. People running, shouting, trying to secure supplies and protect the vulnerable. The roof was leaking in a dozen places, water streaming down the walls, pooling on the floor. Where's Maya? Marcus grabbed Vance's arm. Have you seen Maya? She was with the other kids heading for the basement. And Jamie. Vance's expression flickered. I don't know. Marcus ran. The basement stairs were crowded with survivors pushing their way down. He fought against the current, shouting Maya's name, his heart pounding. Dad! Her voice from somewhere ahead. Dad, Jamie's not here. He went outside. He said Dr. Gray fell. Jamie outside. In a storm that was shaking the building's foundations, Marcus didn't think. He just moved. The church doors burst open under his weight, and the storm hit him like a physical force. Rain so heavy he could barely breathe. Wind so strong he could barely stand. And somewhere in that chaos, an 8-year-old boy was looking for a stuffed elephant. Jamie! He could barely hear his own voice. Jamie! He found the boy near the edge of the church property at the top of a small hill that sloped down toward a drainage channel. Jamie was on his hands and knees reaching for something at the water's edge. Dr. Gray, caught in the rushing current. Jamie, stop! But the boy didn't hear him or didn't listen. He lunged for the elephant, lost his balance, and tumbled down the slope, into the water. Marcus was moving before he knew it, sliding down the mud, reaching for the boy. The drainage channel had become a river, brown water churning with debris. Jamie was fighting to keep his head above the surface, his small arms flailing. Marcus grabbed him, got an arm around his chest, tried to pull them both toward the bank. The current was too strong. They went under, once, twice. Marcus fought for the surface, fought to keep Jamie's head above water, fought against the impossible strength of the flood. His hand found something solid, a tree root maybe, or a pipe, and he held on, pulled Jamie closer, tried to catch his breath. Hang on! He could hear voices now shouting. Help was coming. Just hang on. But Jamie wasn't moving. Marcus looked down. The boy's eyes were closed. His body was limp. No. No, no, no. He dragged them both out of the water, collapsing on the muddy bank. CPR. He knew CPR, had done it 1,000 times, but his hands were shaking and the rain was hammering down and nothing was working. Come on, Jamie. Compressions, breaths, nothing. Others arrived, Vance, Dell, hands trying to help, voices asking questions. Marcus barely heard them. All he could see was Jamie's face, pale and still, all the life gone out of it. He's not breathing. His voice broke. He's not. Let me try. Dr. Keller pushed in beside him, taking over compressions. Keep doing rescue breaths. Don't stop. They worked for 10 minutes, 20, 30. It didn't matter. Jamie Reeves, 8 years old, was dead. Marcus didn't remember how he got back to the church. He remembered the rain stopping eventually. Remembered someone draping a blanket over his shoulders. Remembered Maya's face streaked with tears asking questions he couldn't answer. He remembered holding Dr. Gray, soaked, muddy, somehow recovered from the flood, and not knowing what to do with it. He didn't remember the rest. At some point he found himself in the storage room again, the same dark corner where he'd retreated after Douglas died. The same cold concrete floor. Jamie was dead. Jamie who'd trusted him, who'd followed him through the hospital and the evacuation and the long, terrible journey to Mud Island, who'd offered Dr. Gray for luck and believed, somehow, that Marcus could keep him safe. Dead. Because Marcus hadn't been fast enough, hadn't been strong enough, hadn't been enough. The door opened. Footsteps. Someone sitting down beside him. I heard what happened. A Daisy's voice. Marcus didn't respond. The boy, Jamie. He was yours in a way. You took responsibility for him. And I failed him. You tried to save him. In the middle of a storm, in conditions that would have killed most people, you went after him. It didn't matter, he's still dead. Silence. The rain had started again, gentler now, drumming on the roof above them. My husband and I wanted children. Adiz said finally. Very much. We tried for years, treatments, specialists. Everything medicine could offer, nothing worked. She paused. I blamed myself. Believed there was something wrong with me, something broken. That I'd failed at the most basic function of being human. Marcus didn't know what to say. Tom helped me through it. He never blamed me, never made me feel less than, but he couldn't fix the hurt. Couldn't make the absence go away. Adiz's voice was soft. We learned to live with it, to carry the weight of what we'd lost without being crushed by it. It wasn't easy. It was never easy. But it was possible. How? By remembering that grief is the price of love, that we mourn because we cared, and that caring, even when it hurts, is what makes us human. Adiz turned to face him. You loved that boy. I could see it. Everyone could see it. And now you're grieving. That's not failure, Marcus. That's life. I promised him. I promised I'd keep him safe. You promised to try. That's all any of us can promise. Adiz's hand found his. Tom used to say that the universe doesn't make bargains. We do our best, and sometimes our best isn't enough. The only sin is not trying. He said that? Many times. Adiz squeezed his hand. My husband trusted you. At the end, when he knew he was dying, he trusted you with his last words, his last requests. He trusted you to find me, to keep fighting, to be the person he knew you could be. I don't know who that person is. Then find out, not for Tom, not for Jamie, not for anyone else. For yourself. Adiz's eyes were bright with unshed tears. Guilt is easy, Marcus. Living is hard. But you have to choose living. You have to choose to get up every day and keep trying, even when it hurts. Especially when it hurts. Marcus looked at her, at the grief in her face, the strength beneath it, at the woman who had survived captivity and loss and was still somehow fighting. I don't know if I can. You can. Because you have to. Because there are people depending on you, your daughter, Elena, all of them. They need you present. They need you fighting. Adiz stood, pulling him up with her. The dead stay with us, they always do. But we make room for them. We carry them with us, and we keep going. Marcus felt something shift inside him. Not peace, nothing like peace, but something. A decision. I need to see Maya. She's in the main room. She's been asking for you. He walked out of the storage room, leaving the darkness behind. The church was quiet now, the storm having passed. Candles flickered in the corners, casting long shadows across the walls. Maya was sitting near the altar, her knees pulled up to her chest. When she saw him, her face crumpled. Dad! He crossed the room and pulled her into his arms. She cried against his chest, great racking sobs that shook her entire body. He held her and let her grieve, and for the first time in days he grieved too. I'm sorry, he whispered. I'm so sorry, baby. It's not your fault. I know. But I'm still sorry. They held each other in the candlelight, father and daughter united in their grief. And somewhere in the darkness, Marcus made a choice. He would keep fighting. Not because he was strong, not because he was brave, but because there was no other option. Because the people he loved needed him. Because giving up would mean the dead had won. Tom's voice in his head one last time. My friend, you're going to be okay. Maybe, just maybe. Day 28, the community held a funeral. It was simple. They had no resources for anything elaborate, but it was sincere. Reverend Whitmore spoke about innocence and loss and the particular tragedy of young lives cut short. Others shared memories, Jamie's courage, his kindness, the way Dr. Gray had been his constant companion. Marcus didn't speak. He couldn't find the words. But he held Dr. Gray through the service, the stuffed elephant still damp from the flood. And when Whitmore asked if anyone wanted to say a final goodbye, Marcus placed the elephant on Jamie's grave. He would have wanted you to have this, he said quietly. To keep you company. The grave was small, dug in the church's garden. A wooden cross marked the spot, Jamie's name carved into it in careful letters. Jamie Reeves' beloved son, beloved friend. He was brave afterward. The community dispersed to their various duties. There was work to be done, always work to be done. And grief couldn't stop the needs of survival. But Marcus stayed. He stood at the grave until the sun began to set, until the shadows grew long and the air turned cold. He thought about Jamie, about Douglas, about Tom, about all the people he'd lost and all the people he might still lose. Dad, Maya's voice. He turned to find her standing a few feet away, her expression worried. I'm okay, he said. Just saying goodbye. Can I stay with you? Always. She moved to stand beside him, her hand slipping into his. They watched the sunset together, the sky turning orange and gold and purple. What happens now? Maya asked. Marcus thought about the question, about the war they were fighting, the choices ahead, the impossible burden of leadership. Now we fight, he said, for Jamie, for Douglas, for everyone Teague has hurt. How? I don't know yet, but we'll figure it out. He squeezed her hand. Together. Maya nodded slowly. Together. They stood there until the stars came out, father and daughter, united against the darkness. Day 29. Marcus called a meeting. The entire community gathered in the church's main room. 90-odd survivors, tired and scared and looking for direction. They'd been through so much in the past week. The rescue mission, Douglas's execution, the storm, Jamie's death. They needed something to hold on to, something to believe in. Marcus stood before them, feeling the weight of their attention. I'm going to be honest with you, he began. The last few days have been hard. We've lost people we cared about. We've seen things that no one should have to see. And I know many of you are wondering if this fight is even worth continuing. Silence. Faces watching him, waiting. I've been wondering the same thing after Douglas, after Jamie. His voice cracked, but he pushed through. I wanted to give up, to crawl into a corner and disappear, to let someone else carry this weight. He looked at Maya standing in the front row, at Adaz beside her, at Vance and Dell and all the others who'd fought and bled and survived. But then I remembered something. Something Tom told me before he died. Marcus paused. He said that the best we can do is the best we can do. That we can't control the outcome, only the effort. That trying even when we fail is what makes us human. He took a breath. We're going to keep trying. We're going to fight Teague, not with a single glorious assault, but with patience and persistence and the knowledge that every day we survive is a victory. We're going to hit his supply lines, free his prisoners, show his people that he's not invincible. And we're going to build something worth fighting for. How? Someone asked. We're outnumbered, outgunned. We have each other. We have our skills, our knowledge, our determination. And we have something Teague doesn't. A cause worth dying for. Marcus's voice grew stronger. Teague rules through fear, but fear is fragile. It only works as long as people believe there's no alternative. We're going to show them there is. What about the cost? The people will lose. The cost will be high. I won't lie about that. Some of us won't survive what's coming. Marcus thought of Tom, of Douglas, of Jamie. But the alternative is living under Teague's heel, watching him destroy everything we care about. That's not life. That's just slow death. He looked around the room, meeting eyes, seeing the fear and the hope and the fragile determination. I'm not asking you to follow me blindly. I'm not asking you to trust me without question. I'm asking you to choose, consciously, deliberately, whether this fight is worth fighting. If it's not, if you want to leave, to try your luck elsewhere, I won't stop you. But if you stay, he paused, if you stay, we fight together, we win together, or we die together knowing we did everything we could. The silence stretched. Then Vance stepped forward. I'm in, she said, all the way. Dell followed. Me too. Adaze, Elena, Dr. Keller, one by one the survivors stepped forward, adding their voices to the chorus, and finally Maya. I'm in, she said, her voice clear and strong. We all are. Marcus felt something bloom in his chest. Not quite hope. Nothing so simple, but something. A beginning. Day 30. The planning began in earnest. Maps were drawn, supply caches identified, patrol patterns analyzed. The survivors divided into teams based on skills and abilities, scouts, fighters, medics, support. Everyone had a role. Everyone contributed. Marcus worked alongside them, coordinating, advising, making the thousand small decisions that kept the operation moving. It was exhausting work, but it was necessary work. Work that mattered. In the evenings, he sat with Maya and talked. About Jamie, about the future, about what they were fighting for. She was growing up fast, too fast, but she was strong. Stronger than he'd ever been at her age. Dad? She asked one night as they watched the stars through a hole in the church roof. Yeah? Are you still sad? About Jamie? Yes. I'll always be sad about him. But you're still going to fight? Yes. Marcus pulled her close. Because that's what Jamie would have wanted. What Tom would have wanted. What all of them would have wanted. How do you know? Because I knew them. And they were fighters. All of them. Maya nodded slowly. I want to help. With the fight, I mean. Not just staying safe in the back. You're 11. And I've survived more than most adults. I can shoot. Vance has been teaching me. I can scout. I'm small and quiet and people don't notice me. I can... Maya. Marcus cut her off gently. I know you're capable. I know you want to help. But you're also my daughter, and keeping you safe is the most important thing in the world to me. That's not fair. No, it's not. But it's the truth. He met her eyes. When you're older, when this is over, you can make your own choices. But right now, right here, your job is to survive, to grow up, to become the person you're meant to be. And what if I die anyway? What if Teague wins and kills us all? Then at least you'll have lived, really lived, not just existed. Marcus smiled. That's all any of us can hope for. Maya was quiet for a long moment. Then she leaned against him, her head on his shoulder. I love you, Dad. I love you too, sweetheart. More than anything. They sat there in the darkness, watching the stars, and for a little while the war felt very far away. The night before the first major operation. Marcus couldn't sleep, no surprise there, so he walked the church's perimeter, checking on the guards, reviewing the plan in his head. Tomorrow they would hit one of Teague's supply convoys, a routine shipment between the pyramid and an outlying warehouse. 6 vehicles, 12 guards, enough supplies to feed the community for a month. It was a risky operation, ambitious, exactly the kind of strike that could go wrong in 1,000 ways. But it was also necessary. They needed supplies, yes, but more than that, they needed a victory. Something to prove that fighting back was possible. Something to give people hope. He found himself at the church's entrance, looking out at the city beyond. Memphis was dark now. Had been dark for weeks, but he could still see the glow of the pyramid in the distance. Teague's kingdom lit up like a beacon. You're going to be okay. The words came unbidden, Tom's voice in his head. Not a ghost, not a delusion, just memory. The echo of a friend who'd believed in him when he couldn't believe in himself. I hope so, Marcus whispered to the darkness. I really hope so. Dad? Maya's voice. He turned to find her standing in the doorway, wrapped in a blanket. What are you doing up? I heard you leave. I wanted to make sure you were okay. I'm fine, just thinking. About tomorrow? About everything. He held out his arm and she crossed to him, fitting herself against his side. Are you scared? A little, are you? Yes, always. But you're still going to do it. Lead the mission. Someone has to. It doesn't have to be you. Yes, it does. Marcus looked at the distant glow of the pyramid. Because if I let fear stop me, then Teague wins and I won't let him win. Not after everything he's done. Maya was quiet for a moment, then, Jamie would be proud of you. You think so? I know so. He believed in you. We all do. Marcus felt tears prick at his eyes. He blinked them back. Thank you, Maya, for everything. That's what family does. She squeezed his arm. Now come back inside. You need sleep, even if you don't think you do. In a minute. Promise? Promise. She lingered for a moment longer, then retreated into the church. Marcus stayed at the entrance, watching the night sky, thinking about tomorrow. They would hit the convoy. They would take the supplies. They would prove that Teague wasn't invincible. And then they would do it again. And again. And again. Until Teague's empire crumbled or they died trying. For Jamie. For Douglas. For Tom. For everyone. Marcus stood there until the stars began to fade, until the eastern sky lightened with the first hint of dawn. Then he turned and walked back inside, ready to face whatever came next. Dawn. Day 30. The mission team assembled in the church's main room. 10 people, Marcus, Vance, Dell, Devon, and 6 others who'd volunteered for combat duty. They were armed with whatever they'd been able to scavenge. Shotguns, pistols, a few hunting rifles, plenty of knives. Not an army, but it would have to do. Everyone knows the plan, Vance said, checking her weapon. We hit them fast, we hit them hard, and we get out before reinforcements arrive. No heroics, no unnecessary risks. We grab what we can carry and we run. Nods around the room. Marcus, you're with me on the primary strike team. Dell, Devon, you take the flanking positions. Everyone else provide cover and prepare for extraction. More nods. Everyone knew their role. Maya appeared in the doorway, her face pale but determined. Be careful, she said. Marcus crossed to her, pulling her into a hug. I will. I promise. You always promise. And I always try to keep my word. She held on for a long moment, then stepped back. Her eyes were wet, but she was smiling. Go kick some ass. Marcus laughed despite himself. Language. You're about to shoot people. I think bad words are okay. Fair point. He kissed her forehead. I'll be back before dark. You better be. The team filed out of the church into the early morning light. The air was cool, crisp with the promise of autumn. A good day for a fight. As they moved through the abandoned streets, Marcus thought about everything that had brought them to this moment. The hospital, the evacuation, Mud Island, Tom's death and Douglas's execution and Jamie's drowning. All of it leading here. To this. For the first time in 8 months, Marcus Chen Williams felt ready. Not healed, not whole, but ready. And sometimes that was enough. The convoy appeared right on schedule. 6 vehicles, moving in a tight formation along the highway that led from the pyramid to its outlying territories. 2 trucks, 2 SUVs, 2 smaller cars. Maybe 15 people total, most of them focused on the road ahead. They never saw the attack coming. Vance opened fire from the elevated position they'd taken, an overpass that gave them a clear view of the road below. Her first shot took out the lead vehicle's tire, sending it careening into the guardrail. The second shot shattered the windshield of the truck behind it. Chaos erupted. Marcus was already moving, sliding down the embankment toward the disabled convoy. Dell and Devon flanked from the opposite side, their weapons barking in the morning air. The guards never had a chance. It was over in minutes. 7 of Teague's people dead, 5 surrendered, 3 fled into the woods. The vehicles were intact, their cargo untouched. Canned goods, medicine, ammunition, enough supplies to sustain the community for weeks. "Load up," Vance shouted. "We've got 5 minutes before someone comes looking." The team worked with practiced efficiency, transferring supplies to the vehicles they'd brought. Marcus helped where he could, his hands steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. This was what fighting back looked like. Not glory, not heroism, just hard work and careful planning and the willingness to do what needed to be done. They were rolling before the 5 minutes were up, heading back toward the church through a maze of side roads designed to confuse pursuit. The morning sun rose higher, painting the sky in shades of gold and orange. A beautiful day, despite everything. The community greeted them like heroes. People crowded around the vehicles as they pulled into the church's courtyard, cheering, crying, reaching out to touch the supplies like they couldn't quite believe they were real. "Food," someone kept saying. "Actual food." Marcus climbed out of the lead vehicle, exhaustion and relief washing over him in equal measure. They'd done it. They'd actually done it. Maya found him in the crowd, throwing her arms around him. "You came back. I told you I would." "I know." She pulled back, her face shining. "You did it. You actually did it. We did it, all of us." Marcus looked at the team, at Vance and Dell and Devon and the others, all of them dirty and tired and grinning. "We did it together." The celebration continued through the afternoon. Food was distributed carefully, fairly, everyone getting their share. Stories were told, details exaggerated, the raid becoming legend before the sun even set. But beneath the joy, Marcus felt the weight of what came next. This was just the beginning, one victory in what would be a long and costly war. Teague would respond, probably violently, and they needed to be ready. But for now, for this moment, they had won. And that was something to hold on to. That evening, Marcus found himself on the church's roof. The sunset was spectacular, oranges and purples and deep reds, the kind of sky that made you forget for a moment that the world was ending. Maya joined him, sitting beside him on the edge of the roof. "It's beautiful," she said. "It is. Do you think it'll always be like this? The fighting, I mean, the running." "I don't know, maybe. Probably not forever." Marcus looked at the horizon. "Eventually, things will stabilize, people will rebuild. The world will find a new normal. And until then? Until then, we fight. We survive. We protect each other." Maya was quiet for a moment, then, "Dad, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad I'm here too. And I'm glad we're together, no matter what happens." Marcus pulled her close, his arm around her shoulders. "Whatever happens," he said, "we'll face it together. That's what family does." "That's what family does," Maya agreed. They sat there until the stars came out, father and daughter watching the sky change. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new dangers, new impossible choices, but tonight, they had each other. And for now, that was enough. Later, alone in his makeshift quarters, Marcus allowed himself to think about the future. Teague was still out there, still dangerous, still a threat to everything they'd built. The war was far from over. People would die, probably many people, including some he cared about. But they'd also won something today, not just supplies, but hope. The belief that fighting back was possible. The knowledge that they weren't helpless, weren't victims, weren't just waiting to die. Tom's voice in his head, "You're going to be okay." Maybe. Marcus was starting to believe it. He pulled out the newspaper clipping he'd carried since before the outbreak, Emma Holloway's obituary. The face that had haunted him for 8 months. For a long time, he just looked at it. Then carefully he folded it and placed it in his pocket. Not gone, not forgotten, but no longer a weight that crushed him. The dead stayed with him, they always would. But he was learning to carry them without being buried. And that was something. Marcus lay down on his cot and closed his eyes. For the first time in weeks, sleep came easily. Tomorrow the war would continue, but tonight he rested. Marcus stood at the edge of their staging area, an abandoned boathouse 3 miles south of the pyramid, watching the sunrise paint the water gold and orange. Behind him, the assault team was making final preparations, checking weapons, reviewing routes, saying goodbyes they hoped wouldn't be permanent. 47 people. That's what they'd managed to gather for the assault. Survivors from the church community, reinforcements from 2 smaller groups who'd agreed to join them, and a handful of volunteers who'd escaped from the pyramid itself over the past weeks. Not an army, but it would have to do. Day 31, 6 weeks since the world ended, 6 weeks of running, hiding, fighting, losing people he cared about. And today, finally, they would take the fight to Teague's doorstep. Marcus. Adaizi's voice. He turned to find her approaching, her face drawn and serious. She'd been instrumental in planning this assault. Her knowledge of the pyramid's interior was invaluable, but something about her expression made his stomach tighten. "We need to talk," she said. "Privately." He followed her away from the main group toward a small shed at the water's edge. The fog swirled around them, muting the sounds of preparation behind them. When they were alone, Adaiz stopped. Her back was to him, her shoulders tense. "I need to show you something." She turned. Slowly, deliberately, she rolled up her sleeve. The bite wound was on her forearm, ragged, inflamed, the skin around it darkening with the telltale signs of infection. 2 days old, maybe, already spreading. Marcus felt the world tilt beneath his feet. "When?" "The storm, the night, Jamie." She stopped, composed herself. "There was a zombie in the water. I didn't feel it at first, the cold, the chaos. I didn't realize until later." "How long have you known?" 2 days. "I've been hiding it." Adaizi met his eyes. "The infection is in my torso. You know what that means?" He did. Torso bites spread faster than extremity wounds. The infection had a shorter path to the brain. She had hours, maybe less. "We could try cauterization, amputation." "It's too late for that. Look at the veins." She lifted her arm higher, and he could see it, the dark tendrils spreading upward past her elbow toward her shoulder. "It's systemic now. There's nothing to cut off." "Then I can..." Marcus's voice broke. "There has to be something." "There isn't. You know there isn't." Adaizi's voice was calm, almost gentle. "I've had 2 days to accept this, Marcus. I'm at peace with it." "I'm not." "I know. But I need you to listen to me because I don't have much time and there are things that need to be said." Adaiz took his hand. Her skin was warm, too warm, the fever already beginning. "I'm not going to die screaming in a corner. I'm not going to turn and become a danger to the people I love. I'm going to choose how I end, on my terms." "What do you mean?" "I've been watching the pyramid, the guard rotations, the defenses, the weaknesses." Adaizi's eyes were bright, feverish but focused. "There's a zombie corral on the east side. Teague keeps captured zombies there. A defense against attack, a way to dispose of enemies. Maybe 200 of them penned behind chain-link fencing." Marcus's stomach dropped. "Adaiz, the infection changes blood chemistry. You've seen it. Zombies avoid the freshly bitten. The virus recognizes itself." She squeezed his hand. "When the turning begins, when I start to change, I can walk into that corral. I can open the gates. I can lead them wherever they need to go. That's suicide. I'm already dead, Marcus. This way my death means something. He wanted to argue, wanted to scream, to rage, to find some alternative that didn't involve watching another person he cared about sacrifice themselves. But Adazi's eyes held no doubt, no hesitation. Only the terrible clarity of someone who had accepted the inevitable. Tom would have hated this, he said. Tom would have understood. Adaze smiled, sad and soft. He always did. How long do you have? Until the turning begins? 4 hours, maybe 5. Enough time to help with the assault. Enough time to do what needs to be done. She released his hand. I'm telling you because you need to know. Because when the moment comes, you need to let me go. I don't know if I can do that. You can. You have to. Adazi's voice hardened. My husband trusted you. At the end, when he knew he was dying, he trusted you with everything that mattered. I'm trusting you too. Don't make that trust worthless. Marcus closed his eyes. Tom's voice echoed in his memory. My friend, you're going to be okay. Okay, he whispered. Okay. Good. Adaz stepped back. Now let's go win a war. The assault briefing convened an hour later. 47 people gathered in the boathouse, their faces a mix of determination and fear. Marcus stood at the front, the weight of leadership settling onto his shoulders like armor he'd never asked to wear. You all know why we're here, he began. Vernon Teague has built an empire on the backs of people who had no choice. He's enslaved our friends, our families. He's killed people we loved and called it justice. Today we take that empire away from him. He turned to the map they'd assembled. A rough schematic of the pyramid complex marked with guard positions, entry points, and the locations they'd identified through weeks of surveillance. We're dividing into 3 teams. Alpha Team, led by Vance, will approach from the main entrance. Your job is to draw attention. Make them think that's where the attack is coming from. Engage the guards, make noise, be visible. Vance nodded, her face grim. Beside her, 12 fighters waited, armed with the best weapons they had. Beta Team, led by Devon, will infiltrate through the service tunnels on the east side. Your objective is the basement levels. Free the prisoners, arm anyone who can fight, and get them to the extraction point. Devon, still recovering from the gunshot wound he'd taken weeks ago but refusing to stay behind, gave a tight nod. Gamma Team is support and extraction. We'll hold the perimeter, manage logistics, and coordinate the retreat when it's time to pull out. Marcus paused. I'll be with Beta Team for the initial infiltration, then moving to support wherever needed. What about resistance? Someone asked. Teague's got hundreds of people in there. Not all of them are fighters. Not all of them are loyal. Marcus looked around the room. Many of the people in that building are prisoners, workers, people who are there because they had no choice. When we show up, when we demonstrate that Teague isn't invincible, some of them will join us. Others will run. The hardcore loyalists, Teague's inner circle. Those are the ones we need to neutralize. And Teague himself? Marcus had thought about this, had turned it over in his mind for weeks, the question of what to do with the man who'd caused so much suffering. If we get the chance, we take him alive. He needs to answer for what he's done. But if it comes down to him or us, he let the silence speak for itself. The briefing continued for another hour, details, contingencies, fallback positions. By the time it ended, the sun had risen fully and the fog was beginning to burn off. As the teams dispersed to make final preparations, Adaze caught Marcus's arm. One more thing you should know, she said quietly. About the immunity. Some people are resistant to the infection. A genetic variation, Tom and I theorized. 1 in 50,000, maybe. They can be bitten and not turn. You think there are immune people in our group? I think it's possible. And if we find them, if we can identify who they are, they could be valuable. For research, for developing countermeasures, for hope. Marcus nodded slowly. How would we know? How would we identify them? The only way to know for certain is exposure. Adaizi's eyes were serious. I'm not suggesting we test people deliberately, but if someone is bitten and doesn't turn, that person matters. Protect them. I will. Good. Adaiz squeezed his arm, then released it. It's time. Let's go. The pyramid rose above the Memphis skyline like a monument to a dead god. Marcus crouched in the shadows of an abandoned warehouse, watching the building through binoculars. Even from here, he could see the activity. Guards patrolling the perimeter, vehicles moving between structures, the machinery of Teague's empire grinding along. The plan was simple. Alpha Team would attack the main entrance in 30 minutes, drawing the guards' attention. While they were occupied, Beta Team would enter through the service tunnels and work their way to the prisoner levels. Gamma Team would hold the extraction point and cover the retreat. Simple, except nothing was ever simple. Beta Team, this is Alpha. Vance's voice crackled through the radio. We're in position, ready on your signal. Copy that, Alpha, 30 minutes. Marcus turned to the team assembled behind him. 20 people, armed and ready. Devin was there, his face pale but determined. Dell, Sarah, a dozen others who'd volunteered for the most dangerous part of the assault. And Adaiz, her eyes fever-bright, the clock ticking inside her. Remember the plan, Marcus said quietly. We move fast. We stay quiet. We don't engage unless we have to. The goal is the prisoners. Everything else is secondary. Nods all around. Let's move. They slipped through the industrial district like ghosts, using the abandoned buildings for cover. The service entrance was exactly where Adaizi's maps had indicated. A rusted door and a concrete wall overlooked and unguarded. Dell had the lock open in 30 seconds. The tunnel beyond was dark, dank, smelling of mold and disuse. They moved in single file, flashlights cutting through the blackness. Marcus counted the turns, left at the first junction, right at the second. Straight for 100 yards, then down a flight of stairs that descended into deeper darkness. The basement level smelled like fear. Even before they reached the prisoner holding area, Marcus could sense it. The accumulated despair of hundreds of people crammed into spaces too small, fed too little, worked too hard. The air was thick with it, a miasma that coated his throat and made breathing feel like an act of violence. There, Adaiz whispered, pointing. The guard station. 2 guards, looking bored, looking tired. They never saw it coming. Dell and Devin moved as one, closing the distance in seconds. The guards went down without a sound, and then they were at the door. The prisoner quarters were worse than Marcus had imagined. Maybe 200 people crowded into a space meant for 50. They lay on bare concrete, huddled together for warmth, their eyes hollow and hopeless. The smell was overwhelming. Unwashed bodies, human waste, the particular stench of people who had given up. And then someone recognized them. Dr. Chen Williams? A voice weak but disbelieving. Is that really? We're here to get you out, Marcus said, keeping his voice low. Everyone who can walk, follow us. Help those who can't. The transformation was immediate. Hope, something these people probably thought they'd lost forever, bloomed on face after face. People began to move, to help each other up, to gather what few belongings they had. The guards will notice we're missing, someone said. They do counts every hour. The guards are about to have bigger problems. Marcus checked his watch. In about 10 minutes, all hell is going to break loose up there. We need to be at the extraction point before that happens. There's more of us. Other holding areas, the sick ward. Show us. Quickly. The next 15 minutes were chaos, barely contained. They found 3 more holding areas, each as bad as the first. By the time they were done, they had nearly 300 former prisoners following them through the tunnels, some walking, some carried. all of them shell-shocked and disbelieving. And then the explosion started. Alpha Team, right on schedule. The sound was muffled by the tons of concrete above them, but the effect was immediate. Alarms began wailing, footsteps thundered overhead. The pyramid was coming awake, its defenders mobilizing to meet the threat at the main entrance. "Move!" Marcus shouted. "Everyone to the extraction point, now!" They ran, stumbled, carried those who couldn't run. The tunnels seemed endless, the darkness pressing in from all sides, and then suddenly, they were out. The extraction point was a parking structure on the pyramid's east side, chosen for its proximity to the service tunnels and its multiple exit routes. Gamma Team was already there, vehicles running, ready to evacuate the freed prisoners. "Get them loaded," Marcus ordered. "As many as we can fit, the rest follow on foot. We'll cover them." The evacuation was chaos. People crammed into vehicles, spilled out onto the street, began the long run toward the fallback position. Marcus stood at the parking structure's entrance, watching for pursuit, weapon ready. "Marcus!" Dell's voice, urgent. "We've got a problem." He turned. Dell was pointing toward the east side of the complex, where the zombie corral. Something was happening there. Movement, shouting. The unmistakable sound of chain-link fence being torn apart. And in the middle of it, walking toward the opening with terrible purpose, a figure Marcus recognized. Adaiz. She had waited until the moment was right. Marcus understood it now, had understood it the moment she'd shown him the bite. Adaiz had never intended to survive this assault. She'd come to make her death matter, to turn her final hours into a weapon against everything Teague had built. And now she was walking into a corral full of zombies. "Adaiz!" He was running before he knew it, pushing through the chaos, trying to reach her. "Adaiz, stop!" She turned. Across the distance, their eyes met. She was smiling, that same sad, soft smile she'd shown him in the shed. She shook her head. Just slightly. A farewell. Then she reached for the corral's gate. The zombies inside had been agitated by the noise of the assault, pressing against the fencing, hungry for the living. When Adaiz opened the gate, they poured out like water through a broken dam. 200 walking corpses driven by instinct and hunger. But they didn't attack her. They flowed around her like she wasn't there, the infection in her blood marking her as one of them. She was a shepherd among wolves, and the wolves were looking for prey. She began to walk. The horde followed. Marcus watched, helpless, as Adaiz led 200 zombies directly toward the pyramid's east entrance, the entrance that Teague's guards had been defending against Alpha Team's assault. They never saw the horde coming. The screaming started seconds later. Teague's defenses, so carefully planned against human attackers, collapsed under the weight of the dead. Guards who'd been firing at Vance's team suddenly found themselves surrounded, overrun, torn apart from behind. The pyramid's east side became a slaughterhouse, and in the middle of it, walking with terrible dignity, Adaiz continued forward. Marcus could see her through the chaos, her traditional dress bright against the gray of the dead, her head held high even as the infection consumed her. She was dying. He could see it in her movement, in the way her steps were becoming unsteady. The turning was beginning. Adaiz. His voice was lost in the chaos. She couldn't hear him, probably couldn't hear anything anymore, her consciousness slipping away as the virus claimed her brain. But she was still walking, still leading, still making her death count for something. She reached the entrance, turned to face the pyramid, the fortress that had held her prisoner, that had taken so much from so many. For one moment she was still herself, still Adaiz Okafor, professor of biology, wife of Tom, survivor and fighter and friend. Then her eyes clouded over. The loop that came from her mouth was quiet, barely audible over the screaming and gunfire. But Marcus heard it anyway, would always hear it. Tom, where are you?" Tom. her husband's name, her final thought, her eternal echo. Marcus's vision blurred. He sank to his knees in the chaos, watching as the woman who'd trusted him, the woman who'd given everything, disappeared into the horde she'd created. "Marcus!" Dell's hand on his shoulder, pulling him up. "Marcus, we have to move. The whole east side is compromised." He couldn't move, couldn't think, could only watch as Adaz, what was left of her, merged with the dead, becoming one more whisper in the chorus of the lost. "Tom. Tom, where are you?" "Marcus!" Dell was shouting now, dragging him backward. "The mission isn't over. We have to finish this." The mission, the assault, the hundreds of people counting on him. Marcus forced himself to focus, forced himself to breathe, forced himself to become once again the person they needed him to be. "Where's Vance?" His voice sounded strange, distant. "Alpha Team breached the main entrance. They're pushing into the building, but Teague's regrouping his forces on the upper floors." "Then that's where we go." Marcus checked his weapon. "Get the prisoners clear. I'm going after Teague." "Marcus." That wasn't a request. Dell stared at him for a moment. Whatever he saw in Marcus's face made him step back. "Be careful," he said. Too late for that. The pyramid's interior was a war zone. Marcus moved through corridors that had been designed for tourists and shoppers, now littered with bodies and debris. The sounds of combat echoed from every direction. Gunfire, screaming, the wet rasp of zombies finding prey. Adiz's gambit had worked almost too well. The horde had torn through Teague's east side defenses, but now they were spreading throughout the building, attacking everything that moved. Teague's soldiers and the assault team and innocent bystanders alike. The dead didn't discriminate. Marcus found Maya in the worst possible place. She was supposed to be with Gamma Team at the extraction point, safely away from the fighting. Instead, she was in the pyramid's main lobby, surrounded by chaos, trying to pull a wounded woman toward the exit. "Maya!" He ran toward her, his heart hammering. "What are you doing here?" "She needed help." Maya looked up, her face smeared with blood that wasn't hers. "I couldn't just..." A zombie emerged from the smoke. It was fast, a fresh turn, probably a guard who'd been killed in the last few minutes. It lunged toward Maya with the desperate hunger of the newly dead. Marcus wasn't fast enough. The zombie's teeth closed on Maya's arm. Time stopped. Marcus heard himself screaming, a primal sound torn from somewhere deeper than thought. He was moving, reaching for the zombie, tearing it away from his daughter. The zombie's head came apart under his fist. The crowbar he'd grabbed without thinking was red and dripping. "Maya. Maya, baby, look at me." She was pale, shaking. The bite was deep, blood welling up through the torn fabric of her sleeve. "Dad, I'm here, I'm right here." His hands were steady, they were always steady, even when his mind was screaming. He tore a strip from his shirt, began binding the wound. "We need to get you to medical, we need to..." "Dad." Maya's voice was calm, too calm. "Look at my eyes." He looked. They weren't clouding over, they weren't changing at all. "It's been... how long since the bite?" Maya asked. 2 minutes, maybe 3. "And I'm not... I don't feel..." She stopped. Touched her own face, her own eyes. "I should be feeling something, right? The fever, the confusion?" Marcus's medical training kicked in, overriding his panic. He checked her pulse. Steady. Her eyes clear. Her skin. Normal color, no sign of the infection spreading. "You're not turning," he said. "Maya, you're not turning. Is that possible?" 1 in 50,000. The words came out in a rush. "Genetic resistance. Adaz told me about it this morning. Some people can be bitten and not..." His voice broke. "Maya, you're immune." "I'm immune?" "You're immune." Maya stared at him for a long moment. Then incredibly, she laughed. "Well," she said, "I guess that's good news." Marcus pulled her into his arms, holding her tight, feeling her heartbeat against his chest. She was alive. She was immune. She was going to be okay. "I love you," he whispered. "I love you so much." "I love you too, Dad." Maya pulled back, her eyes serious despite the smile on her face. "But we're kind of in the middle of a war here." "Right. Right." Marcus forced himself to focus. "Can you get to the extraction point, the wounded woman?" "I can handle it." Maya was already moving, helping the wounded woman to her feet. "Go finish this." "Maya, I'll be fine, I promise." She met his eyes. "Go. End this." He watched her go, his daughter, his miracle, walking through hell with her head held high. Then he turned and headed deeper into the pyramid. The upper floors were Teague's domain. Marcus climbed through the chaos, following the sounds of organized resistance. Teague's loyalists had retreated upward, creating defensive positions on the stairwells and corridors that led to the building's apex. Vance found him on the 10th floor. She was wounded, blood on her shoulder, her arm hanging at an awkward angle, but still fighting, still moving. "Teague's on the top level," she said. "The lookout. He's got maybe 20 guards with him, his inner circle. They're dug in." "What's our status?" "Alpha team's been cut in half. Beta team's still evacuating prisoners. Gamma team's holding the extraction point, but they're getting hit from both sides. Zombies and Teague's people." Vance grimaced. "We don't have the numbers to take the top level by force." "We don't need to take it by force. We just need to get to Teague." "What's the plan?" Marcus thought about it. The pyramid's interior was chaos. Zombies wandering, firefights erupting, civilians caught in the crossfire. Teague's guards were focused on protecting the stairwells, the obvious points of access. But the pyramid was designed for tourists. It had more than one way up. "The observation elevator," he said. "The sky lift. Is it still operational?" "Maybe. The power's been fluctuating." "Then we take it, small team. Hit them where they're not expecting." Vance nodded slowly. "That's a hell of a risk." "Everything's a risk. This one might work." They gathered what remained of the assault team, 8 people, all of them wounded, all of them exhausted, all of them willing to see this through. The observation elevator was on the opposite side of the building, accessible through a service corridor that had been overlooked in the chaos. The elevator was still working. They rode up in silence, the cable groaning, the car shuddering with every foot of ascent. Through the glass walls, Marcus could see the city spread out below them. Memphis, his city, broken and burning and somehow still beautiful. The lookout came into view. Teague was there. He stood at the observation deck's railing, watching the chaos below with the detached interest of a scientist observing an experiment. He was older than Marcus had expected, silver-haired, heavy-set, his face carrying the permanent tan of a politician who'd spent decades shaking hands in the sun. A dozen guards surrounded him. More than their small team could handle in a straight fight, but they didn't need a straight fight. "Remember," Marcus said quietly, "Teague's the priority. Everyone else is secondary." The elevator doors opened. The firefight was brief and brutal. Teague's guards were caught off guard. They'd been watching the stairs, expecting an attack from below. The assault team hit them from behind, using the confusion to maximum advantage. 8 people became 6, became 4. The guards fell, but not before taking their toll. And then it was just Marcus and Teague. The guards were dead or dying. Vance was down, alive, but unable to move. The others had fallen back to secure the elevator, prevent reinforcements from arriving. Teague stood alone at the railing, watching Marcus approach with something like amusement on his face. "Dr. Chen Williams, I presume?" His voice was cultured, smooth, the voice of a man who'd spent his life convincing people to trust him. "I've heard a lot about you. I wish I could say the same." "Oh, but you have. You just don't know it," Teague smiled. "Every time one of my convoys was hit, Every time my prisoners escaped, every time my people came back terrified, talking about the doctor who wouldn't stop fighting. That was you, wasn't it? That was all of us. Yes, but you're the one who holds them together, the one who makes them believe. Teague's smile widened. I respect that, you know. Leadership is rare, especially now. Is that what you call what you do? Leadership? I call it survival. I call it building something from nothing. I call it being willing to make the hard choices that others can't. Teague spread his hands. Look around you, Doctor. This building houses 500 people, feeds them, protects them, gives them purpose. Is that not leadership? You're enslaving them, torturing them, killing anyone who disagrees with you. I'm doing what needs to be done. The old rules don't apply anymore. Society collapsed. Someone had to rebuild it. Teague's eyes were cold. I chose to be that someone. You can judge me all you want, but while you were hiding in churches and abandoned warehouses, I was building an empire. An empire built on fear and suffering. All empires are built on fear and suffering. That's what empire means. The strong rule, the weak serve. That's the natural order. Teague stepped closer. You're a smart man, Doctor. A capable man. You could be useful to me. To what I'm building? You're offering me a job? I'm offering you a partnership. Join me. Help me make this empire stronger. In return, I'll protect your people, your daughter, that little community you've been fighting so hard to preserve. Teague's voice was almost gentle. Think about it. No more running. No more fighting. Just stability. Marcus thought about Tom, about Douglas, about a days walking into a horde of zombies to buy them this chance. He thought about Jamie drowning in a flood while reaching for a stuffed elephant. He thought about Emma Holloway, the choice that had started everything. No. Teague's expression flickered. Just for a moment, something ugly showed through the mask of civilization. That's disappointing, but not surprising. He sighed. I suppose I'll have to. I'm not going to kill you. Teague stopped. What? I'm not going to kill you. That would make me like you. Marcus raised his weapon, then deliberately lowered it. But I'm not going to protect you either. Movement behind him. Footsteps on the observation deck. Marcus turned. The prisoners had found their way up. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. The people Teague had enslaved, had tortured, had treated as resources to be used and discarded. They'd followed the assault team up through the chaos, and now they were here, surrounding the man who'd tormented them. Their faces were hollow with hunger, but their eyes burned with something else. No. Teague's mask crumbled. No, you can't. I built this place. I kept you alive. Without me, without you, we were people. The voice came from the crowd. Marcus didn't see who spoke, but the words echoed across the observation deck. With you, we were animals. I'll give you anything, food, weapons, a place in my... Your empire is over. Marcus stepped back. Whatever happens now, happens without me. Teague looked at him. For the first time, there was fear in his eyes. Real fear. The kind he'd made others feel for weeks. You can't just walk away. Watch me. Marcus turned his back on Vernon Teague, walked toward the elevator where what remained of his team was waiting. Behind him, the crowd closed in. He didn't see what happened next. Didn't need to. The sounds told the story, screaming first, then silence. When he looked back, Teague was gone. The crowd remained, their faces blank, their hands red. Justice of a sort, but not Marcus's justice. He got on the elevator and went down. The pyramid fell in pieces. With Teague dead and his inner circle eliminated, the remaining loyalists scattered. Some fled, some surrendered, some fought to the end, dying in the corridors they'd helped patrol. The zombies were a bigger problem. Adaizi's horde had infiltrated every level, creating chaos that made organized resistance impossible. Clearing them would take days, maybe weeks of careful, methodical work. but the building was theirs. Marcus found Maya at the extraction point, helping coordinate the evacuation of prisoners. Her arm was bandaged, the bite wound already beginning to heal, but she moved with the energy of someone who'd just discovered she was invincible. "We won," she said when she saw him. "We actually won. We did." "What happened to Teague?" "He's dead." "Did you?" "No, his people did." Marcus pulled her into his arms. "It's over, Maya. It's finally over." "Is it?" She pulled back, looking up at him. "There's still so much to do. The prisoners need care, the building needs to be secured, and the zombies. We'll handle it one thing at a time." "That's what you always say." "That's because it's always true." The sun was setting by the time they had the situation under control. The assault had cost them 17 dead, including Adaze. Dozens wounded. The pyramid would take weeks to fully secure and months to transform into something livable. But they'd won. Marcus stood on the lookout, the same observation deck where Teague had made his last stand, watching the sunset paint the city gold. The Mississippi flowed below, eternal and indifferent, carrying the debris of civilization toward the sea. Vance found him there. She was wrapped in bandages, her arm in a sling, but she was alive. They all were. The core of the team that had fought together since the hospital fell. "We won," she said. "Did we?" "We're alive. That's a win. I keep counting the dead." Marcus touched his chest. "Tom, Adaze, Nathan, Douglas, Jamie, all of them. They're all still here. They don't leave." Vance moved to stand beside him. "I've got ghosts too. Afghanistan, the hospital, this place." She paused. "But you make room for them and you keep going. Is that supposed to be comforting?" "It's supposed to be true." Vance looked at him. "You did something today that most people couldn't do. You led us through hell and brought us out the other side. That matters. Adaze did that. You led. Even when you didn't want to. Even when it cost you." Vance's voice was fierce. "Own it, Marcus. Be the person you became today." Marcus didn't know what to say, so he just stood there watching the sun set, letting the silence speak for itself. Devon Price was dying. Marcus had been so focused on the battle, on Maya, on Teague, that he'd lost track of the others. Now, in the aftermath, the cost was becoming clear. Devon had been shot during the final push, a sniper, one of Teague's last loyalists, picking off assault team members from an upper floor. The bullet had caught him in the chest, puncturing a lung, causing internal bleeding that was slowly killing him. They'd brought him to what had been the pyramid's medical wing, now repurposed as a triage center for the wounded. Marcus was the only surgeon available, the only person with the skills to even attempt saving him. "Can you do it?" Dr. Keller asked, her face tight with worry. "Under these conditions?" Marcus looked around. No proper operating room, no anesthesia beyond local. Limited supplies, limited light, a patient who was barely clinging to consciousness. It was impossible. By any reasonable standard, Devon was already dead, but Marcus had done impossible things before. "Get me everything you can find, sutures, clamps, anything that might work as a retractor, and find someone who can hold a flashlight steady. Marcus, he's not dying today, not if I can help it." The surgery took 3 hours. 3 hours of working by flashlight, improvising tools, fighting against blood loss and failing vitals and the accumulated damage of a bullet that had torn through Devon's chest. 3 hours of making decisions that would have been difficult in a fully equipped hospital. Decisions that could kill or save with equal probability. His hands didn't shake. They never shook. Even when his mind was screaming with exhaustion, even when his heart was breaking with fear, his hands remained steady, calm, precise. He found the bleeder, clamped it, repaired the lung tissue as best he could. drained the blood from Devon's chest cavity, stitched everything closed with the careful precision of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. When it was over, Devon was still breathing, barely. His vitals were fragile, his recovery uncertain, but he was alive. That was... Dr. Keller couldn't find the words. "I don't know how you did that. I did my job." Marcus stripped off his gloves, his hands finally beginning to tremble now that the crisis was past. "Keep monitoring him. Call me if anything changes." He walked out of the medical wing into a corridor that was still littered with debris from the battle. Survivors were beginning to move through the building, assessing damage, clearing bodies, starting the long process of making this place livable. Maya found him sitting against a wall, his head in his hands. "Dad? I'm okay, just tired." "Devon? Alive, for now." Maya sat down beside him, her bandaged arm brushed against his, a reminder of her own miracle. "You saved him," she said. "We'll see." "You did, Dad. You saved a lot of people today." "Not enough." Marcus closed his eyes. "Never enough." "That's not true." Maya's voice was gentle but firm. "You saved me. You saved Devon. You saved 300 people who were prisoners in this building. That's a lot. That's more than anyone else could have done. Adaz made her choice. You gave her the chance to make it mean something." Maya took his hand. "That's what you do. You give people chances. You let them be heroes." Marcus didn't have an answer for that. So he just sat there, holding his daughter's hand, letting the exhaustion wash over him. Day 32. The sun rose on a changed world. The pyramid was theirs. The prisoners were free. Teague was dead. His empire crumbled, his inner circle eliminated. For the first time in weeks, there was no immediate threat, no enemy at the gates, just the work of building something new. Marcus walked through the building in the early morning light, surveying the damage, talking to survivors, getting a sense of what they had to work with. The pyramid was massive, more space than they could possibly use, filled with supplies that would sustain them for months. The zombie problem was being addressed. Teams were clearing the building floor by floor, eliminating the remnants of Adazi's horde. It was slow, careful work, but they were making progress. The wounded were being cared for in the medical wing. Devon was stable, still critical, but stable. The others who'd been injured in the assault were recovering, their spirits buoyed by victory. And everywhere there were people, survivors from the church community, former prisoners who were still processing their freedom, Teague's workers who had chosen to join rather than flee, all of them somehow becoming a community. Maya found him on the observation deck watching the sunrise. "Beautiful, isn't it?" she said. "It is." "Do you think it'll always be like this, the fighting?" Marcus considered the question. The same question she'd asked before in a different place, a different context. "No," he said. "Not always. Eventually things will stabilize, people will rebuild, the world will find a new normal. And until then? Until then, we keep doing what we've been doing, surviving, protecting each other, building something worth living for." Maya nodded slowly. "I can do that. I know you can." They stood there in silence, watching the sun climb higher. The Mississippi flowed below, eternal and indifferent. The city spread out around them, broken but not destroyed, waiting to be reclaimed. "Dad?" Maya's voice was quiet. "I'm glad we're here, together." "Me too, sweetheart, me too." The memorial service was held on day 35. They gathered on the pyramid's main floor, the atrium that had once housed displays of boats and fishing equipment, now cleared for a different purpose. Nearly 500 people filling the space with their presence, their grief, their determination. Reverend Whitmore presided. His voice echoed through the vast chamber, carrying the weight of shared loss. We gather today to remember those who gave everything, to honor their sacrifice, and to commit ourselves to the future they died to protect. Names were read, stories shared, tears shed. Tom Okafor, Douglas Nathan Jamie, Adaiz Okafor. When her name was called, Marcus stepped forward. The words he'd prepared seemed inadequate, but he spoke them anyway. Adaiz Okafor was a professor, a scientist, a wife, and in the end, she was a warrior. His voice cracked, but he pushed through. She knew she was dying. She could have spent her final hours in peace, surrounded by people who cared about her. Instead, she chose to fight. She walked into a horde of the dead and turned them into a weapon. She gave us the victory we're celebrating today. He paused, gathering himself. Her husband, Tom, was my best friend. Before he died, he asked me to find her, to tell her what happened, to make sure she knew he loved her. Marcus closed his eyes. I did that. I kept my promise, and now I make another promise, to both of them. He opened his eyes, looking out at the assembled survivors. I promise that their sacrifice wasn't in vain, that we'll build something here worth living for, that we'll protect each other, care for each other, be the community they believed we could be. His voice strengthened. We've lost so much. But we're still here. We're still fighting. And as long as we're fighting, they're fighting with us. The service continued. More names, more stories, more tears. By the end, the sun was setting again, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. The survivors dispersed to their duties, their quarters, their makeshift lives. But something had changed. They were no longer just survivors. They were a community, a family, and they were just getting started. Day 36. Devin woke up. Marcus was there when it happened. He'd been checking on the patient every few hours, monitoring vitals, adjusting treatment as needed. When Devin's eyes fluttered open, Marcus felt a surge of relief so intense it nearly knocked him off his feet. "Hey," Devin said, his voice barely a whisper. "Did we win?" "Yeah, we won." "Teague?" "Dead." His people turned on him. Devin closed his eyes, a small smile on his face. "Good. That's good. How do you feel?" "Like I got shot in the chest and then operated on by flashlight in a post-apocalyptic shopping center." Devin's eyes opened again, focusing on Marcus. "Thank you for saving my life. That's my job. It's more than that, and you know it." Devin's voice was weak but sincere. "You didn't have to try. The odds were... I heard Dr. Keller talking. You shouldn't have been able to save me. I did my best. That's all any of us can do. Your best is pretty damn good." Devin reached out, his hand finding Marcus's. "Thank you." Marcus squeezed his hand. "Rest. You've got a lot of healing to do." "Copy that." Devin drifted back to sleep, his breathing even, his vitals stable. Marcus watched him for a moment longer, then stood and walked out of the medical wing. The pyramid was coming to life around him. People were working, clearing debris, securing supplies, establishing routines. The chaos of the assault was giving way to the order of reconstruction. They were building something here, something new, something worth fighting for. Day 38, the first council meeting of the new community. They gathered in what had been Teague's command center, a large conference room on one of the upper floors, now repurposed for democratic governance. 15 people, representing different factions of the survivor population. Marcus was there, reluctantly. He'd tried to decline a leadership role, wanted to focus on medicine, on caring for people rather than directing them. But the others had insisted. "You led us here," Vance had said. "You don't get to walk away now." The meeting was practical, focused on immediate concerns: food distribution, security protocols, work assignments, the 1,000 small decisions that kept a community functioning. But underneath the logistics, there was something else, a sense of possibility, of hope. "We need to think long-term," Elena said. She was there too, her pregnancy now visibly advanced, her voice strong despite the trauma of recent weeks. Gardens on the roof, sustainable food production, things that will keep us alive not just for months, but for years. "We should consider expansion," Dell added. "There are other survivor groups out there, people who might want to join us, people who have skills we need." "And defense," Vance said. "Teague wasn't the only threat. There will be others." The discussion continued for hours. Agreements were reached, plans were made, responsibilities were assigned. By the end, they had something that almost resembled a government, a structure, a way forward. Marcus walked out of the meeting exhausted but oddly satisfied. They'd done something today, something that mattered. Maya was waiting for him in the corridor. "How did it go?" "Long, but good," Marcus smiled. "We're actually doing this, building something real." "I knew you would." Maya fell into step beside him. "You're good at this. The leadership thing. I don't feel good at it." "That's probably why you are," Maya grinned. "The people who think they're good at it usually aren't. That's very wise for an 11-year-old. I'll be 12 in 2 months, practically a teenager. Don't remind me." They walked through the pyramid together, father and daughter, watching their new home take shape around them. Day 39. A quiet day. The first truly quiet day Marcus could remember since the outbreak began. The zombie clearing was nearly complete. The last pockets of the dead were being eliminated, floor by floor, room by room. Soon the pyramid would be fully secure. The wounded were healing. Devon was sitting up now, complaining about the food, a sure sign of recovery. The others who'd been injured in the assault were making progress, their bodies slowly mending. And the community was settling in. People were finding their places, their roles, their routines. Arguments broke out, they always did, but they were resolved through conversation, through compromise. No violence, no power struggles, just people trying to live together. Marcus spent the day in the medical wing doing the work that had defined his life, checking on patients, adjusting treatments, teaching volunteers the basics of first aid. It felt good, normal almost. "Dr. Chen Williams?" A young woman, maybe 19, approached him nervously. She'd been one of Teague's prisoners, had spent weeks in the basement levels, subjected to horrors Marcus could only imagine. "Yes?" "I wanted to thank you for coming for us, for not giving up. We did what needed to be done. It was more than that." The woman's eyes were wet. "No one was coming for us. We'd given up hope, and then you were there." She paused. "I don't know how to repay that, but I wanted you to know it mattered." Marcus didn't know what to say, so he just nodded, touched her shoulder gently, and watched her walk away. Later, on the observation deck, he thought about her words. It mattered. 2 months ago, he'd been a broken man, haunted by a choice he'd made, paralyzed by guilt, unable to see a path forward. He'd been going through the motions of life while dying inside. And then the world ended, and somehow in the chaos he'd found his way, not healed, not whole. The dead still stayed with him, Tom, Adaze, Douglas, Jamie, Emma Holloway. They were there every night in his dreams, in the quiet moments between crises. But he could carry them now, could make room for them without being crushed. That was something. That was maybe everything. Day 40. Marcus stood on the lookout, watching the sun set over Memphis. The city spread out below him, broken but not destroyed. The Mississippi flowed past, carrying the debris of civilization toward the sea. In the distance, fires burned, other survivor groups probably, or just the slow decay of a world that no longer had anyone to maintain it. It was beautiful, despite everything. "Hey," Vance's voice. She appeared beside him, her arm still in a sling, her face lined with exhaustion. "How's Devin?" "Better. He's complaining about wanting to get back to work. That's a good sign." "It is." Vance looked out at the city. "We did it, you know. We actually did it. We did something, whether it's enough." Marcus shrugged. "I don't know. It's a start." Vance turned to face him. "You know, when I first met you at the hospital in the middle of all that chaos, I thought you were soft. Too worried about feelings, too concerned with being nice. And now? Now I think you're the best leader I've ever served under. And I've served under a lot of them." Marcus didn't know what to say. "The thing about you," Vance continued, "is that you care, really care about every person under your command. That's rare. Most leaders, they learn to distance themselves, to treat people as resources, as assets. You never did that. It's not a leadership technique, it's just who I am. That's what makes it effective." Vance smiled, a rare expression on her weathered face. "Keep being who you are, Marcus. The world needs more people like you." She walked away, leaving him alone on the observation deck. Marcus stayed there until the stars came out, until the night wrapped itself around the pyramid like a blanket, until the weight on his shoulders began to feel less like a burden and more like a purpose. Tom's voice in his head. "You're going to be okay. Maybe." Marcus was starting to believe it. He wasn't healed, wasn't whole, but he was standing, fighting, leading. And for now, that was enough. Maya found him there hours later. "Dad, everyone's looking for you." "I know, just thinking." She crossed the deck and stood beside him, her shoulder brushing his arm. "About what?" "About everything. The hospital, the evacuation, Mud Island, this place." Marcus looked at her. "About you." "What about me?" "You're immune. Do you understand what that means?" "It means I can't turn even if I'm bitten." "It means more than that. Your blood, your genetics, they might hold the key to understanding this infection, to developing treatments, maybe even a cure." Maya was quiet for a moment. "Is that why you're looking at me like that? Like I'm special?" "You've always been special." Marcus put his arm around her. "But now you're important in a different way, a way that might matter to everyone, not just me. I don't know how to be important. You don't have to know. You just have to be yourself. The rest will follow." Maya leaned against him, her head on his shoulder. They stood there in the darkness, watching the stars, breathing the cold night air. "Dad?" "Yeah? I'm glad we're here, together." "Me too, sweetheart, me too." Silence then. "Dad?" "Yeah? What happens now? After the pyramid, after we've built something here, what comes next?" Marcus thought about the question. The future stretched out before them, uncertain and full of dangers, but also full of possibilities. "I don't know exactly, but I know we'll face it together, whatever comes." He pulled her closer. "That's what family does." "That's what family does," Maya agreed. They stayed there until dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, father and daughter watching the world wake up around them. The last entry in the story Bible for Part 5 reads, Part 5 ends with, "Carrying the dead. Victory secured. Marcus and Vance on observation deck." Final line, "The dead stayed with him, they always would." But for the first time, Marcus thought he might be able to carry them. Marcus looked at Vance, at the sunrise, at the city spread out below them. The dead stayed with him, they always would. Tom's voice in his head echoing, "My friend, you're going to be okay." Adazi's voice whispering, "Trust yourself." Jamie's laughter, distant but real. Douglas's face calm in the moment before Marcus had to leave him behind. They were all there, all of them. The ghosts he carried, the weight he'd learned to bear. But for the first time, Marcus thought, I might be able to carry them. Not easily, not without pain, but carry them. That was the lesson, he realized. The one Tom had been trying to teach him all along. The one Adaz had demonstrated with her final breath. You couldn't save everyone. You couldn't undo the past. You couldn't make the impossible choices any less impossible. But you could carry the dead. You could honor them by living, by fighting, by building something worth protecting. Marcus looked at the sunrise, at the city, at the future, and for the first time in a very long time, he felt something that might have been hope. Marcus stood in what had been the building's main atrium, watching the community come to life around him. 2 weeks since the assault, 2 weeks since Teague fell and his empire crumbled. 2 weeks of clearing zombies, treating wounded, burying dead, and beginning the impossible work of building something new. 417 people now called this place home. They moved through the vast space with purpose. Some heading to work assignments, others gathering for the morning meal, children running between the legs of adults who'd learned to smile again. The sounds of construction echoed from the upper floors where crews were converting retail spaces into living quarters. Somewhere someone was laughing in the apocalypse. Marcus still wasn't used to it. Dr. Chen Williams? He turned. A young man he didn't recognize, one of the former prisoners probably still adjusting to freedom, was approaching with a clipboard. The council's ready for you. Conference room B. Thanks. I'll be right there. The young man nodded and hurried away. Marcus took one more moment to watch the atrium, to absorb the sight of people living rather than just surviving. Then he went to work. The council had evolved considerably since those first chaotic meetings. 15 representatives now chosen by different factions of the community. Medical, security, agriculture, construction, education. Each area had a voice, a vote, a stake in the decisions being made. It wasn't democracy exactly, but it was something. Marcus took his seat at the long table, nodding to the familiar faces. Vance was there, her arm finally out of the sling, her expression as grim as ever. Devon had recovered enough to attend, though he still moved carefully. Dr. Keller, Reverend Whitmore. Elena, her pregnancy now enormously visible, due any day. And Dell, who'd transformed from suspicious outsider to trusted advisor in the weeks since the assault. Let's begin, said Patricia Chen, no relation to Marcus, who'd emerged as the council's informal chair. First item, security report. Vance stood. The building is secure. Final zombie clearance was completed yesterday. We've established perimeter patrols, watch rotations, and early warning systems for any external threats. She paused. We've also made contact with 3 other survivor groups in the past week. 2 seem friendly. 1, we're keeping an eye on. Hostile? Not yet, but they're well armed and asking questions about our resources. Could be nothing. Could be something. Marcus made a mental note. The war with Teague might be over, but there would always be new threats. That was the nature of this world now. Medical report, Patricia said. Dr. Keller spoke up. We're stable. The wounded from the assault are recovering well. We've converted the 3rd floor into a proper medical wing, not hospital quality but functional. Our biggest concern is long-term supplies. We have antibiotics for maybe 3 months. After that, she shrugged, we'll need to start scavenging pharmaceutical facilities or figure out alternative treatments. I've been working on that, Marcus said. There's a distribution center in Olive Branch that might still have stock. We should scout it within the week. Noted. Agriculture? A woman named Sarah, formerly one of Teague's workers, now head of food production, stood. The rooftop gardens are coming along. We've got soil up there, seeds planted, basic irrigation from the water collection system. First harvest won't be for months, but we're on track. In the meantime, we have enough canned goods and preserved food to last through winter. The meeting continued through a dozen more items: water purification, education for the children, housing assignments, conflict resolution procedures. The 1,000 small decisions that kept a community functioning. By the time it ended, 2 hours had passed and Marcus's head was spinning with logistics. "One more thing," Patricia said as people began to stand. "We need to discuss leadership structure." Formally, the room went quiet. "We've been operating ad hoc," Patricia continued. "Everyone pitching in, decisions made by committee. It's worked so far, but as we grow, as we face new challenges, we need something more structured." "What are you proposing?" Vance asked. "An executive council. 3 people with authority to make decisions between full council meetings. Coordinate departments, respond to emergencies, represent the community to outsiders." "And who would these 3 people be?" Patricia looked around the room. Her eyes landed on Marcus. "I think we all know who the community would choose, if given the option." Marcus felt every eye turn toward him. The weight of their expectations, their trust, their hope. "I'm a doctor," he said, "not a politician." "You're a leader, you've proven that." Patricia's voice was firm. "We're not asking you to run for office. We're asking you to keep doing what you've been doing, just officially. And if I say no, then we find someone else, but you won't say no." Patricia almost smiled. "Because you can't. Because walking away isn't in your nature." Marcus looked around the room, at Vance, who'd fought beside him through hell, at Dell, who'd transformed from thief to trusted ally, at Elena, whose baby would be born into this new world they were building. At all of them, waiting for his answer. "Fine," he said, "but I want Vance and Devon on the council with me. And we revisit this in 6 months. If the community wants different leadership, they get it." "Agreed." Patricia extended her hand. "Congratulations, Dr. Chen Williams, you're officially in charge." "Lucky me." That evening, Marcus found Maya on the observation deck. She'd claimed this spot as her own in the week since the assault. Coming here at sunset to watch the city, to think, to process everything that had happened. Marcus understood the appeal. There was something peaceful about this height, this distance from the chaos below. "Hey," he said, settling beside her. "Hey." She didn't look up. "How was the meeting?" "Long, bureaucratic. They made me officially in charge." "I heard." Maya finally turned, a small smile on her face. "Congratulations or condolences, I'm not sure which." "Neither am I." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the sun sink toward the horizon. The sky turned orange, then pink, then deep purple. Stars began to emerge, faint points of light in the gathering darkness. "Dad?" "Yeah?" "Do you ever think about before? Before all this?" Marcus considered the question. Before felt like another lifetime. The hospital, the surgeries, the routine of a world that no longer existed. "Sometimes. Less than I used to." "What do you think about?" "My patients, mostly. Wondering what happened to them. The ones who were in the hospital when..." He trailed off. "And your mother. I wonder if she's still out there somewhere." Maya was quiet for a moment. "I try not to think about Mom. It hurts too much." "I know, sweetheart, I know. But I think about other things. School, my friends, the way everything used to be so normal." Maya pulled her knees up to her chest. "Sometimes I can barely remember what normal felt like. That's okay. Normal doesn't exist anymore. We're making something new." "Is that better or worse?" "Different. Just different." Marcus put his arm around her. But we're together. That's what matters. Maya leaned against him, her head on his shoulder. I'm glad you're here, Dad. Me too, sweetheart, me too. Day 43. Elena went into labor at 3:47 a.m. Marcus was woken by pounding on his door. One of the nurses from the medical wing, her face tight with urgency. The baby's coming. Dr. Keller needs you. He was moving before she finished speaking. The medical wing was chaos. Elena was on a bed, her face sheened with sweat, her hands gripping the rails. Dr. Keller was already there, checking vitals, preparing supplies. How far along? Marcus asked, pulling on gloves. 6 centimeters, progressing fast. Dr. Keller looked up. But the baby's in breech position. We might need to intervene. Breech. Feet first instead of head first. In a normal hospital, this would mean a C-section, safe, routine, standard procedure. Here, with limited equipment and no proper operating room. Can you turn it? I've been trying. The baby's not cooperating? Marcus moved to Elena's side. Her eyes found his, wide with fear. Dr. Chen William, I'm here. We're going to get through this. He kept his voice calm, reassuring, even as his mind raced through options. Elena, I need you to trust me. Can you do that? Yes, I trust you. Good. Here's what's going to happen. Yitod Sen, the next 4 hours were the longest of Marcus's life. He delivered babies before, dozens of them during his residency and the occasional emergency that came through the trauma center. But never like this. Never with a breech presentation, limited supplies, and a mother who'd survived weeks of captivity and trauma. The baby didn't want to turn. They tried everything, positioning, manual manipulation, waiting for nature to take its course. Nothing worked. At 7:15 a.m., with Elena's contractions intensifying and the baby's heart rate beginning to fluctuate, Marcus made a decision. We're going to deliver breech, he said. It's risky, but it's safer than waiting. Is the baby going to be okay? Elena's voice was raw with exhaustion and fear. I'm going to do everything I can, that's a promise. The delivery was difficult. Marcus guided the baby out feet first, then hips, then torso, supporting the body while Elena pushed. The head came last, the most dangerous part, the moment when everything could go wrong. He worked by feel and instinct, the skills of a lifetime compressed into a few critical seconds. His hands were steady, they were always steady. At 7:47 a.m., the baby emerged. For one terrible moment, she didn't cry, didn't move. The silence stretched like an eternity. Then a cough, a gasp, and finally the most beautiful sound Marcus had ever heard. A newborn's wail, filling the medical wing with life. It's a girl, he said, his voice cracking. Elena, you have a daughter. Elena was crying, tears of exhaustion, of relief, of overwhelming joy. Marcus placed the baby on her chest, watching as mother and daughter met for the first time. She's perfect, Elena whispered. She's absolutely perfect. She is. I'm going to name her Adaize Tomochukwu Vasquez. Elena looked up at Marcus, her eyes wet. After the woman who saved us, and after Mr. Tom, so she'll always remember what they gave. Marcus felt tears prick at his own eyes. He blinked them back. That's a beautiful name. It's the right name. Elena stroked her daughter's face. She's going to grow up in this world, this new world, and she's going to know the names of the people who made it possible. Marcus watched them, mother and child, life continuing despite everything, and felt something bloom in his chest. Hope. Real hope. For the first time in longer than he could remember. The news spread through the community like wildfire. A baby. The first baby born in the pyramid since they'd taken it. A symbol of life, of continuity, of the future they were building. People came to visit in shifts, bringing gifts, offering congratulations, marveling at the tiny person who'd arrived in the middle of the apocalypse. The atmosphere in the building shifted, lightened. Even the most hardened survivors found themselves smiling at the sight of Elena and her daughter. Maya was among the first visitors. "She's so small," she said, peering at the baby with wonder. "Was I ever that small?" "Smaller, actually. You were 3 weeks early." "Really?" "Really. You spent a week in the NICU scaring your mother and me half to death, but you pulled through. You've always been a fighter." Maya reached out, touching the baby's hand with one finger. Adaz's tiny fingers curled around it, grasping with surprising strength. "Hi, little one," Maya whispered. "Welcome to the world. It's kind of scary out there, but don't worry, we'll protect you." Marcus watched his daughter with the baby, and something in his heart expanded. This was what they were fighting for. Not just survival, not just making it through another day, but this. Connection, family. The next generation growing up in a world their parents had fought to create. It was worth it, all of it. The losses, the sacrifices, the impossible choices. It was all worth it. Day 45. The council called a community-wide assembly. They gathered in the main atrium, all 417 of them, filling the vast space with their presence. Marcus stood at the front, flanked by Vance and Devon, looking out at the faces of people who had become family. "Thank you all for coming," he began. "We have a lot to discuss today. But first, we need to take care of something that's been too long delayed." He paused, gathering himself. "We've been so focused on survival, on fighting, on building, on making it through each day, that we haven't had time to properly grieve, to honor the people we've lost, to say goodbye." The room was silent, attentive. "Tomorrow evening we're holding a memorial service for everyone who didn't make it here, everyone who died so that we could live." Marcus's voice caught, but he pushed through. "Tom Okafor, Adazy Okafor, Douglas Nathan, Jamie Reeves, and all the others, named and unnamed, who gave everything." He looked around the room. "I want each of you to think about the people you've lost, the names you carry. Tomorrow we'll speak those names together, we'll share their stories, and we'll commit ourselves to building something worthy of their sacrifice." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Some people were already crying. Old grief, finally given permission to surface. "We're not just survivors anymore," Marcus continued. "We're a community, a family. And families take care of each other, in life and in death." He stepped back. The assembly continued with more practical matters. Announcements, schedules, the mundane business of collective living. But the mood had shifted. Something had been acknowledged that needed acknowledging. Tomorrow they would grieve together. Tonight, they would prepare. The memorial service was held at sunset on day 46. They gathered in the amphitheater attached to the pyramid, the same space where the assault team had created their distraction, now transformed into something sacred. Candles lined the aisles, their flames flickering in the evening breeze. The last light of day painted the sky in shades of gold and rose. Reverend Whitmore presided, his Bible open but largely unused. This wasn't a service of scripture and doctrine. It was something simpler, more human. "We gather tonight to remember," he began. "To speak the names of those who are no longer with us, to honor their lives and their deaths, and to find in our shared grief the strength to continue." He paused, his eyes sweeping the assembled crowd. "Each of you has lost someone, a friend, a family member, a stranger who became something more. Tonight I ask you to share those losses, to speak the names aloud so that they echo not just in memory but in our community." The silence stretched. Then slowly someone stood. "My sister," a woman said. Her voice was rough with tears. "Jennifer. She was 32. She died on the second day trying to get to her kids." The woman's face crumpled. "I don't know if she made it. I'll never know." She sat down. Someone else stood. My husband, Carlos, he was bitten protecting me. A pause. He told me to run, I ran. Another voice, another name. My father, James Thompson, heart attack on day 1. He didn't even get to see what the world became. My daughter, Lily, she was 6. My best friend, Marcus, different Marcus. He was a firefighter. He went out to help people and never came back. The names kept coming, dozens of them, hundreds. Each one a life, a story, a loss that someone was still carrying. When the individual testimonies slowed, Reverend Whitmore spoke again. And now for those who gave everything in the fight to bring us here. The names we all know. He looked at Marcus. Marcus stood. His legs felt unsteady, but his voice was clear. Tom Okafor. The name felt like a prayer and a wound at once. He was my best friend for 15 years. He was wise and kind and impossibly stubborn. He died saving a child, a stranger's child, because that's who he was. He believed in people. He believed in me when I couldn't believe in myself. He paused, swallowing hard. His last words to me were, "You're going to be okay." I'm still trying to believe him. He sat down. Others stood to share memories of Tom. Colleagues from the hospital, patients he'd treated, people who'd known him only briefly but had been changed by his presence. Then came the other names. Adeze Okafor. Elena stood, baby Adeze cradled in her arms. I never met her before the pyramid, but I know what she did. She walked into a horde of zombies to give us a chance. She turned her death into a weapon. Elena's voice trembled. My daughter carries her name, so that it never gets forgotten. Douglas, Vance stood, her face carved from stone. He was captured during the rescue mission, executed by Teague. He died because he wouldn't give up information about us. He died protecting strangers. Nathan, Dr. Keller. 9 years old. He drowned in the flood while we were escaping Mud Island. He was just a child. He deserved so much more. Jamie Reeves, Maya's voice, small but clear. She stood near the front, her face wet with tears. He was 8. He had a stuffed elephant named Dr. Gray. He was brave even when he was scared. He was my friend. More names. More stories. The sun sank below the horizon and the candles became the only light. Finally, Reverend Whitmore spoke again. We carry these names with us. In our memories, in our hearts, in the community we're building. They are not gone. Not truly. They live on in us, in the choices we make, in the world we create. He closed his Bible. Let us now observe a moment of silence. For the named and the unnamed. For all those we've lost. The silence was absolute. 400 people breathing together, grieving together, united in their shared humanity. When the moment ended, Reverend Whitmore raised his hands. Go in peace, and remember, the best way to honor the dead is to live fully, to love fiercely, to build something worthy of their sacrifice. The service ended. People dispersed slowly, reluctant to break the spell. Some lingered, talking quietly, holding each other. Others walked alone, lost in private grief. Marcus stayed until the amphitheater was nearly empty. Maya found him there, sitting in the front row, staring at the candles as they burned down. Dad? I'm okay, just processing. Maya sat beside him. They watched the candles in silence. Do you feel better? She asked finally. After the service? Different. Not better exactly, but different. Marcus looked at her. The grief doesn't go away, but sharing it helps, knowing that other people understand. I miss Jamie. I know. I miss him too. And Mr. Tom and Mrs. Adai's. Maya's voice was thick. I miss everyone. Marcus pulled her close. So do I, sweetheart, so do I. They stayed there until the last candles burned out, father and daughter, united in their grief and their love. Day 47. The radio crackled to life. Dell was the one who heard it. monitoring the shortwave frequencies they'd established for external communication. He came running into the council chamber, his face a mixture of shock and hope. Military broadcast, not a recording, live. Someone's actually talking. Marcus followed him to the communications room, a converted office space filled with salvaged equipment. The voice coming through the speakers was faint but unmistakable. Quarantine zones are holding. Repeat, quarantine zones in the following locations are confirmed secure. Nashville, Little Rock, Birmingham, Atlanta. Marcus grabbed the microphone. This is the Pyramid Settlement in Memphis. We read you. Please respond. Static. Then, Memphis, this is Command Post Alpha in Nashville. We didn't know there was anyone alive down there. What's your situation? The next hour was a whirlwind of information exchange. The military had established quarantine zones in several major cities, areas they'd managed to secure against the initial outbreak, then held through the weeks that followed. Communication had been sporadic, resources limited, but they were functioning. Governing, rebuilding. They'd assumed Memphis was lost. The city's dense population and early outbreak had seemed to guarantee total overrun. We have 400 survivors, Marcus said into the microphone. We've secured the Bass Pro Pyramid as a settlement. We're self-sustaining, organized, and looking for contact with other survivor groups. 400 survivors in Memphis, that's remarkable. The voice on the other end sounded genuinely stunned. How did you manage it? Marcus thought about the hospital, the evacuation, Mud Island, the assault on the pyramid, all the death and sacrifice that had brought them here. One day at a time, he said. That's all any of us can do. The conversation continued. Logistics, coordinates, the possibility of future contact or even physical connection between settlements. By the time it ended, Marcus's head was spinning with implications. They weren't alone. The world hadn't ended, not completely. Somewhere out there, civilization was holding on, rebuilding. There was a future. The news transformed the community. Word spread quickly, whispered conversations, excited discussions. The particular electricity of hope. For weeks, they'd been operating on the assumption that they were alone. That the world beyond Memphis was nothing but ruins and death. Now they knew different. What does it mean? Maya asked that evening. For us? I don't know yet. Maybe trade eventually, maybe communication with other settlements. Maybe even travel once things stabilize. Marcus looked out the window at the darkening city. It means we're not the only ones fighting. That helps. Are we going to leave? Go to one of the quarantine zones? No, at least not yet. We've built something here. We don't abandon that for a promise. He turned to face her. But it's good to know the option exists. To know there's something else out there. Maya nodded slowly. It feels different. Knowing. Different how? Like maybe we're not just waiting to die, like maybe there's actually a future. She smiled, small but real. It's nice. It is. They watched the stars come out together, the vast universe that continued to turn regardless of what happened on one small planet. Day 50, Vance requested a private meeting. They met in Marcus's office, a converted storage room that he'd claimed as a workspace. Vance looked tired, which wasn't unusual, but there was something else in her expression, something he couldn't quite read. What's on your mind? Vance sat heavily in the chair across from his desk. I've been offered a position. What kind of position? Security leadership for the settlement, permanent, official. She paused. They want me to stay. Of course they do. You're the best we have. That's the problem. Vance met his eyes. I don't know if I want to stay. Marcus leaned back. Tell me more. I've been fighting my whole life. Army, police, now this. I know how to survive in a war zone, How to protect people, how to eliminate threats, how to keep moving when everything's falling apart. Vance's voice was flat, controlled. What I don't know is how to live in peace. We're not exactly at peace. We're closer than we've been. The external threats are diminishing. The internal structure is stabilizing. We're becoming a community, not a wartime operation. She shook her head. I don't know how to be part of that. I'm not sure I'm capable of it. Marcus considered his words carefully. The other day you told me something about how I care about people, really care, and how that makes me a good leader. I remember. You care too. You just show it differently. He leaned forward. Every person you've protected, every mission you've led, every sacrifice you've made. That's caring, Vance. That's love expressed through action. Vance was silent. The war's not over. It might never be over, not completely. There will always be threats, always be people who need protecting. Marcus paused. But you're right that things are changing. We're building something new. And that new thing needs people like you, people who know how to keep others safe. I don't know how to be anything else. Maybe that's okay. Maybe learning to be a peacetime protector is just another skill to develop. Marcus smiled. You've learned harder things. Vance sat with that for a long moment. When she finally spoke, her voice was rough. I've never had a home, not really. The army was close, but then I lost my squad, and after that, she trailed off. This place, these people, they feel like something, I'm not sure what. They feel like family. Maybe. I'm not good at family either. Neither was I before all this, but I'm learning. Marcus stood, moved around the desk, and sat in the chair beside her. Stay, Vance. Not because we need you, though we do, but because you need us. Because everyone deserves a home. Vance looked at him. Something in her expression shifted. A crack in the armor she'd worn for so long. Okay, she said quietly. I'll stay. Good. Because I'd hate to have to train someone else. She almost smiled. Almost. You're not as soft as I thought, Chen Williams. I've heard that before. It's still true. Day 52. The first snow came without warning. Marcus woke to a world transformed. The city blanketed in white, the usual gray and brown of the ruins hidden beneath inches of pristine powder. The temperature had dropped overnight, and when he stepped out onto the observation deck, his breath fogged in the cold air. Maya found him there, wrapped in blankets, staring at the snow-covered landscape. It's beautiful, she said, her voice hushed. It is. The snow continued to fall throughout the morning, fat, lazy flakes that drifted down from a sky the color of old paper. People emerged from the building's warmth to watch, their faces turned upward, catching snowflakes on tongues and eyelashes. The children were the first to play in it. They spilled out of the pyramid in a ragged mob, their shouts of joy echoing off the buildings. Snowballs flew, snow angels were made. The adults watched, smiling, remembering winters from before. Maya grabbed Marcus's hand. Come on, let's go. I'm not really dressed for... Come on. She dragged him down from the observation deck, through the corridors, out into the snow. The cold hit him immediately, sharp, biting, almost painful after weeks of climate-controlled interiors. But Maya was laughing, running through the snow, kicking up powder, her face alive with joy. Marcus followed. They built a snowman. It was lopsided, lumpy, the worst snowman Marcus had ever made. But Maya declared it perfect, and that was enough. Look at everyone, she said, gesturing at the scene around them. They're happy. Really happy. She was right. Throughout the pyramid's grounds, survivors were playing in the snow, building forts, having snowball fights, simply standing with their faces turned to the sky. For a few hours, the weight of everything they'd been through seemed to lift. They were just people, enjoying a winter morning. It's like the world forgot to be broken, Maya said quietly. Just for today. Maybe that's enough. One day at a time. They stayed outside until the cold drove them back in, cheeks red, fingers numb, hearts lighter than they'd been in weeks. That evening, the community gathered on the observation deck. Word had spread about the view, the city blanketed in white, the river frozen at the edges, the world transformed into something almost peaceful. People came in shifts, crowding the deck, watching the sunset paint the snow in shades of pink and gold. Marcus stood near the railing, Maya beside him. Around them, families clustered together. Friends stood shoulder to shoulder. Strangers became neighbors in the shared experience of beauty. This is what we're fighting for, someone said. Marcus didn't see who. This. Right here. He thought about Tom. About what his friend would have said seeing this moment. Something about the resilience of human beings, probably. About how we find beauty even in devastation, joy even in grief. About how that capacity, that stubborn refusal to give up on hope, was what made us human. He missed Tom, would always miss him. But standing here, watching the sunset over a snow-covered city surrounded by people who had become family, he felt something that might have been peace, not complete, not permanent, but real. Maya slipped her hand into his. I love you, Dad. I love you too, sweetheart. The sun sank below the horizon. The stars emerged, and for one perfect moment, everything was exactly as it should be. Day 55. The conversation Marcus had been avoiding finally happened. He was in his office, reviewing supply inventories, when Maya appeared in the doorway. Her expression was serious, more serious than he'd seen in days. Can we talk? Always. What's on your mind? Maya came in, closed the door behind her. She sat in the chair across from his desk, the same chair where Vance had sat a few days earlier, making her own difficult confession. I want to know about Emma. Marcus went very still. Emma Holloway, the girl from before. Maya's voice was steady, but her eyes were watching him carefully. I've heard people talk about it, about the lawsuit, about what happened. Where did you hear about that? Conversations. People whispering when they think I'm not listening. Maya met his eyes. I want to hear it from you. Marcus looked at his daughter, at the girl who'd grown up so much in the past 2 months, at the young woman she was becoming, curious and compassionate and unwilling to accept half-truths. She deserved the whole story. 8 months before the outbreak, he began, his voice rough. There was an accident. Multi-car pileup on I-40, mass casualties. The hospital was overwhelmed. Maya listened without interrupting. 2 patients came in at the same time, a mother and daughter, Diane and Emma Holloway, both critical, both needing immediate surgery. Marcus paused, the memory flooding back. We didn't have the resources for both. I had to choose. What did you choose? I chose the mother. Diane had survivable injuries, bad but manageable. Emma had massive internal bleeding. The odds of saving her, even with full resources, were not good. But not zero. No, not zero. Marcus closed his eyes. I made the call, the textbook call, the one every triage protocol would support. And Emma died while I was operating on her mother. Silence. The mother blamed me, filed a lawsuit, gave interviews calling me a murderer. Marcus opened his eyes. She was wrong about the legal part. I followed protocol, made the right medical decision. But she wasn't wrong about the rest. Her daughter died because I chose to save her instead. Maya was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was gentle. Do you still think about her? Emma? Every day. I carry her with me. Her face, her name, the weight of what I couldn't change. Marcus met his daughter's eyes. I'll always carry her. Is that why you were so broken before the outbreak? Partly. I couldn't forgive myself for making a choice that ended a child's life, even though it was the right choice. Even though the alternative would have meant losing them both. But you're different now. Am I? You are. Maya leaned forward. You're still sad, I can see that, but you're not paralyzed anymore. You're living, fighting, leading. Marcus thought about it, about the past 2 months, the transformations he'd undergone, the person he'd become. I learned something, he said slowly. From Tom, from Adaz, from all of it. That making the right choice doesn't guarantee a good outcome. That the weight never goes away. But that carrying it, learning to carry it without being crushed is possible. Sad and okay at the same time? Marcus smiled, remembering when he'd first said those words to her. Yeah, something like that. I think that's wise. Maya stood, came around the desk and hugged him. I'm proud of you, Dad. I'm proud of you too, sweetheart. You've grown so much. I had a good teacher. They held each other for a long moment. Then Maya pulled back, her expression lighter. Thanks for telling me. I know it was hard. It was, but you deserve to know. Marcus touched her face. No more secrets between us. Not about the important things. Deal. She left him alone in his office, the weight on his shoulders unchanged, but somehow more bearable. The truth was out, and the world hadn't ended. Day 57. Devon was finally cleared for full duty. Marcus did the final evaluation himself, checking the healing wound, testing range of motion, making sure the lung function had returned to normal. The bullet had done significant damage and the recovery had been long. But Devon was strong, stubborn, and determined. You're good, Marcus said, setting down his stethoscope. Back to active duty, effective immediately. Devon grinned. About damn time. I've been going crazy sitting around. You were shot in the chest. Sitting around was medically necessary. Didn't make it any less boring. Devon stood, stretching carefully. Thank you, Doc, for everything. I know the surgery was complicated. You survived. That's what matters. That's what I mean. A lot of people wouldn't have even tried. The odds, the conditions, anyone else would have declared me dead and moved on. Marcus thought about that night. The chaos, the exhaustion, the desperate improvisation that had somehow miraculously worked. I did my job, that's all. That's more than all. That's everything. Devon extended his hand. I owe you my life. I won't forget that. Marcus shook the offered hand. Just pay it forward. That's all I ask. Count on it. Devon left the medical wing, moving with the careful confidence of someone who'd learned not to take mobility for granted. Marcus watched him go, thinking about all the people he'd saved over the years, all the lives touched by his skills, his decisions, his stubborn refusal to give up. It wasn't enough to balance the losses. Nothing ever would be. But it was something. Day 60. The council met to discuss long-term planning. They gathered around the conference table, the same 15 representatives, now familiar faces, no longer strangers but colleagues. Friends, even. First item, Patricia Chen said. The new growing season. Sarah, what's your assessment? Sarah stood, her confidence grown since her early days on the council. The rooftop gardens are fully established. We've got seed stock for vegetables, grains, even some fruit trees that should bear in 2 or 3 years. If we expand our growing space, use the amphitheater, the parking structures, we could be food independent within 18 months. Excellent. What do you need? Labor, tools, protection from the weather. Sarah glanced at Marcus. And maybe some medical consultation on nutrition. We want to make sure we're growing the right things. I'll put together some recommendations. The meeting continued through other topics. water purification expansion, the establishment of a school for the children, security protocols for the growing perimeter. Each item represented progress, stability, the slow construction of something that could last. Near the end, Reverend Whitmore raised his hand. "There's something else we should discuss, something less practical but equally important." "Go on." "Faith." Whitmore looked around the room. "Not religion necessarily, though there's that too, but faith in our future, in what we're building." He paused. "I've been talking to people throughout the community. There's hope here, more than there's been in weeks. But there's also fear, uncertainty about whether this can last." "What are you proposing?" "A celebration, a real one. Not a memorial, not a meeting, but a party. Music, if we can find it. Dancing, food, a day to remember why we're fighting, why life is worth living." The council was quiet. Then Dell spoke up. "I like it. We've been so focused on survival that we've forgotten to actually live." "It could be good for morale," Vance admitted. "Lord knows we could use something to look forward to." "Then let's do it." Patricia looked around the table. "All in favor?" Hands raised, unanimous. Motion passed. "We'll schedule the celebration for..." She checked the calendar. 2 weeks from now. That gives us time to prepare." The meeting ended on an unusual note, optimism. As the council members dispersed, Marcus found himself thinking about the future in a way he hadn't allowed himself to before. Not just survival, not just getting through each day, actually living. The celebration took shape over the following days. People threw themselves into the preparations with an enthusiasm that surprised everyone. A band was formed, 3 guitarists, a drummer using salvaged kitchen equipment, a woman who could actually sing. Decorations were crafted from whatever materials were available. Food was hoarded, recipes planned, the promise of a real feast for once. Marcus watched it all with something approaching wonder. These people who had been through hell, who had lost everything, were planning a party. Human resilience never ceased to amaze him. Maya appointed herself his social coordinator, insisting that he participate in the planning rather than just overseeing it. "You can't be the leader all the time," she said. "Sometimes you need to just be a person." "I'm always a person." "You know what I mean. You're always working, always thinking about the next crisis. Take a break, have fun." "I don't remember how to have fun." "Then learn. That's what you always tell me." He couldn't argue with that, so he learned. He helped string lights in the atrium, tasted samples from the cooking teams, listened to the band practice their limited repertoire. He talked to people, not as their leader, but as a neighbor, a friend. It felt strange, but good. Day 73. The celebration arrived. The atrium had been transformed, lights strung everywhere, casting warm golden shadows across the space. Tables laden with food, more food than they'd seen in one place since before the outbreak. The band set up on a makeshift stage, testing their instruments, warming up their voices. 400 people gathered as the sun set, dressed in their best clothes, whatever that meant now, their faces bright with anticipation. Marcus stood near the back, watching. "You're supposed to be enjoying yourself," Vance said, appearing beside him. "Not supervising." "I am enjoying myself. I'm just doing it from over here." "That's not enjoying. That's observing." Vance actually smiled, a rare expression on her weathered face. "Come on. There's someone who wants to dance with you." She pointed. Maya was standing near the dance floor, waving frantically. "I don't dance." "Tonight you do." Marcus let himself be led to the dance floor. The band started playing something upbeat, something that had been popular before the world ended. People began to move, hesitantly at first, then with growing confidence. Maya grabbed his hands. "I don't know what I'm doing, he said. "Neither do I. That's the point." They danced. Badly, probably. Marcus couldn't remember the last time he'd danced, and it had never been his strong suit. But Maya was laughing, spinning under his arm, her face bright with joy. Other people joined them, Devin and Sarah. Dell with a woman Marcus didn't recognize. Even Vance swaying awkwardly at the edge of the crowd, looking uncomfortable but present. The music swelled, the lights sparkled, and for one evening the world felt almost normal. Later, as the celebration wound down, Marcus found himself on the observation deck again. The city spread out below him, dark and quiet. The snow had mostly melted, leaving patches of white among the gray and brown. The Mississippi flowed past, eternal, indifferent to human concerns. Elena joined him there, baby Adaiz sleeping in her arms. "Beautiful night," she said. "It was. Thank you. For all of it." Elena looked at him. "For coming for us at the pyramid, for building this place, for giving us a future. I didn't do it alone. No. But you were the center, the one who held it all together." Elena smiled. "My daughter is going to grow up here, in this community you built. She's going to have a life, a real life, because of what you did." Marcus looked at the sleeping baby, at the tiny face, peaceful and perfect, unaware of the world she'd been born into. "She's going to have a better world than we did," he said. "That's the goal. It's a good goal. It's the only one that matters." They stood there in silence, watching the stars. After a while, Elena went back inside, leaving Marcus alone with his thoughts. He thought about Tom, about Adaiz, about all the people who'd given everything to make this moment possible. They weren't here to see it, but they were part of it, woven into the fabric of everything this community was becoming. The dead stayed with him. They always would. But he could carry them now, could make room for them without being crushed. And that was everything. Day 75. The routine of community life continued. Marcus fell into a rhythm, council meetings in the morning, medical duties in the afternoon, evenings with Maya and the growing circle of people who had become family. The work was endless, but it was satisfying in a way his previous life had never quite managed. He was making a difference, every day in 1,000 small ways. The outside contact with other settlements continued to develop. Radio conversations with Nashville, Atlanta, Birmingham, the sharing of information, resources, hope, the slow realization that they weren't rebuilding alone, that across the country, perhaps across the world, humanity was clawing its way back. "Do you think it'll ever be normal again?" Maya asked one evening. "Like before?" "No, it'll be different." Marcus looked out at the city. "But different isn't bad, just different. I can barely remember what normal was like." "That's okay. You're building new normal. That's more important than remembering the old." Maya considered this. "I think I like new normal better." "Yeah?" "Yeah. We're closer now. All of us. In the old normal, everyone was separate, in their own houses, their own lives. Now we're together. A real community." "That's very wise. I learned from the best." Marcus smiled. His daughter, 11 going on 12, already wiser than most adults he'd known. The future was uncertain. It always would be. But with people like Maya in it, with communities like the one they'd built, there was reason to hope. Day 80. A quiet afternoon in the medical wing. Marcus was reviewing patient files, routine stuff, nothing urgent, when Maya appeared in the doorway. She was holding something behind her back, her expression a mixture of nervousness and determination. "Can I ask you something?" "Always. I want to learn. Medicine, I mean, what you do." Maya stepped forward, revealing what she'd been hiding. A worn medical textbook salvaged from somewhere in the building. "I want you to teach me." Marcus looked at his daughter, at the determination in her eyes, the set of her jaw. "Why?" Because I want to help people. Really help them, the way you do. Maya set the textbook on his desk. I've watched you. The way you make people better. The way you bring them back from the edge. I want to be able to do that. It's not glamorous, it's hard and exhausting, and sometimes people die despite everything you do. I know. I've seen it. Maya met his eyes. But I've also seen the other part, the saving, the healing, the hope you give people just by being there. She paused. I want to give that too. Marcus felt something swell in his chest. Pride, love, the particular joy of seeing your child become something extraordinary. Okay, he said. I'll teach you. Maya's face lit up. Really? Really? But we start with the basics. Anatomy. First aid. The things that seem boring but save lives. I'm ready. I know you are. Marcus picked up the textbook, flipped to the first chapter. Lesson 1. The human body. Let's begin. They spent the afternoon going through basic anatomy. Bones, muscles, organs. Maya listened intently, asked questions, absorbed information with the hunger of someone who'd found their purpose. By evening, they'd barely scratched the surface. But it was a start. Same time tomorrow? Maya asked. Same time tomorrow. She left with the textbook clutched to her chest, already reading ahead. Marcus watched her go, thinking about the future, about the doctor she might become, about the lives she might save. Tom would have loved this, would have delighted in the idea of Marcus teaching his daughter, passing on the skills and knowledge that defined their profession. Maybe that was the best legacy anyone could hope for. Not monuments or memorials, but knowledge. The chain of teaching stretching forward into the future, carrying the wisdom of those who came before. Marcus smiled and got back to work. Day 85, the second council election was held. Marcus had insisted on it, a real vote, the whole community participating, a chance to confirm or change the leadership structure they'd established. If the people wanted someone else in charge, they should have the opportunity to say so. The results weren't close. Marcus, Vance, and Devon were confirmed by overwhelming margins. Patricia Chen was elected council chair. The other representatives were mostly retained, with a few new faces added to reflect the community's growth. You're stuck with us, Vance said after the announcement. Hope you're happy. Happy isn't the word, but satisfied maybe. Marcus looked out at the assembled crowd. They trust us, that's not nothing. It's everything, and it's a responsibility. I know. The celebration that followed was smaller than the big party, but no less meaningful. Food and drink were shared, congratulations offered, plans discussed for the coming months. The community felt solid, unified, moving in the same direction. Later, alone in his office, Marcus allowed himself a moment of reflection. 3 months ago, he'd been a broken man, haunted by a choice, paralyzed by guilt, going through the motions of a life he no longer believed in. Now he was leading 400 people through the apocalypse, making decisions that affected hundreds of lives, carrying responsibilities he'd never asked for and couldn't imagine setting down. And somehow, impossibly, he was happy. Not perfectly happy. The grief was still there, would always be there, lurking beneath the surface. But it coexisted now with something else. Purpose, connection, hope. Sad and okay at the same time. Tom had understood, had been trying to teach him all those months ago that the weight never went away, but you could learn to carry it. That grief was the price of love, and love was always worth the cost. Marcus looked at the newspaper clipping he'd carried for so long. Emma Holloway's face frozen in time, forever 12 years old. He didn't burn it, didn't throw it away. Just placed it carefully in a drawer, alongside the other mementos of a life that felt increasingly distant. The past was part of him, always would be. but the future was waiting. Day 90. Spring was coming. The snow had long since melted, and the first signs of new growth were appearing throughout the city. Grass pushing through cracks in the pavement, trees budding along the riverbank, the world slowly, steadily coming back to life. Marcus stood on the rooftop garden watching Maya work among the seedlings. She'd thrown herself into the agricultural program with the same intensity she brought to everything. Learning the rhythms of planting and cultivation, helping Sarah and the other gardeners coax life from the barren soil. Her hands were dirty, her face smudged with earth, and she looked happier than he'd seen her in months. "She's got a gift for it," Sarah said, appearing beside him. "A real connection with growing things. She's got gifts for a lot of things. You've raised her well. She's raised herself mostly. I just tried not to get in the way." Sarah smiled. "That's what all good parents say." The garden spread out before them, rows of vegetables, patches of herbs, the beginning of what would become a self-sustaining food supply. It wasn't much yet, but it was everything. Proof that life could flourish even in the ruins of the old world. "Dr. Chen Williams?" A young man appeared at the rooftop entrance. "The council's ready for you. Be right there." He took one last look at Maya, at the garden, at the sky stretching blue and clear above them. Then he headed back inside to face whatever the day would bring. The council meeting was routine. Supply reports, security updates, the endless logistics of community management. But near the end, Elena raised a new topic. "We should think about the future, not just the next month or the next year, but the real future. What this community is going to become." "What do you mean?" Patricia asked. "I mean, governance structures, education systems, laws and courts, all the things that a real society needs." Elena looked around the table. "We've been in survival mode for months, but we're past that now. We're building something that could last for generations. We should build it deliberately, not just let it happen by accident." The discussion that followed was wide-ranging and passionate. Ideas were proposed, debated, refined. By the time the meeting ended, they had the outline of something that looked almost like a government. Constitution writing. Who would have thought? Marcus walked out of the meeting with his head spinning. Not from exhaustion, though there was that too, but from the sheer improbability of what they were doing. Building a civilization in the middle of an apocalypse, out of nothing but determination and hope. Tom would have laughed, would have made some dry comment about ambition and hubris and the eternal human tendency to overreach. But he would have helped too, would have rolled up his sleeves and gotten to work the way he always did. The dead stayed with us. They always would. But sometimes that was a comfort rather than a burden. Day 95. The anniversary approached. 3 months since the outbreak began. 3 months since Patient Zero walked into the Regional 1 ER and changed everything. An eternity in some ways, the blink of an eye in others. Marcus found himself thinking more about the before. Not with the obsessive grief of those early weeks, but with a kind of wistful appreciation. The world he'd known was gone, but it had given him things he still carried, skills, relationships, the person he'd become, the person he was still becoming. "Dad?" Maya's voice. She was standing in his office doorway, her expression unreadable. "Yeah? Can I show you something?" He followed her through the building, upstairs and down corridors, to a room he'd never visited before. A small space converted from some kind of storage area, now filled with art, drawings mostly. Some crude, some surprisingly skilled. Images of the old world and the new, of people and places and moments captured in pencil and charcoal. "What is this?" "The kids' project. We've been working on it for weeks." Maya gestured at the walls. Everyone contributed something. A memory, a picture, a piece of who they were before. Marcus looked closer. A drawing of a house painstakingly detailed. Someone's childhood home, probably. A portrait of a woman with kind eyes. A mother, a grandmother, a beloved face. A landscape showing mountains and sky, someplace far from Memphis that someone still remembered. And in the corner, a drawing of a stuffed elephant. Dr. Gray, Jamie's constant companion, rendered in careful strokes by a child's hand. Marcus felt tears prick at his eyes. "We didn't want to forget," Maya said quietly. "Any of it. The people, the places, the way things used to be, so we're keeping it here, adding to it, building a memory for the people who come after. It's beautiful. It's important." Maya took his hand. "The kids decided something. We're calling it the memory room, and we want you to add something too." "Me? You've lost people too, Mr. Tom, Mrs. Adize, everyone." Maya squeezed his hand. "You should get to remember them here, with the rest of us." Marcus looked at the walls, at the accumulated memories of a community preserved against time and forgetting. "I don't know what to draw." "You don't have to draw, you can write something, a name, a memory, anything." Maya pressed a piece of paper into his hands along with a pencil. "Just something." Marcus stood there for a long moment, the blank paper waiting. Then he began to write. "Tom Okafor, my friend, my mentor, my anchor. He believed in people when they couldn't believe in themselves. He made the hard choices and carried them with grace. He taught me that the best we can do is the best we can do. I miss him every day. I'll carry him always." He added the paper to the wall, among the drawings and the memories and the traces of lives lost and remembered. Maya stood beside him, reading his words. "That's perfect," she said. "It's not enough. Nothing's ever enough. But it's something. And something is all any of us can give." They stood there together, father and daughter, surrounded by memories. The past pressing in from the walls, the future stretching ahead unknown. Both of them exactly where they needed to be, day 100. The second council celebration was held on the 100th day since the community was established. It was a milestone, arbitrary perhaps, but meaningful nonetheless. 100 days of survival, of building, of hope. 100 days of proving that humanity could endure. The celebration was smaller than the first, more intimate. A gathering in the atrium, food and music, the simple pleasure of being alive together. Marcus spent most of it on the edges, watching rather than participating. Not from melancholy, he'd learned to distinguish that from the simple need for quiet. Just observing. Taking it in. These people, this community, this impossible thing they'd built from nothing. "You're doing it again," Maya said, appearing beside him. "The watching from the sidelines thing. Guilty? You're supposed to be celebrating." "I am, in my own way." Maya rolled her eyes, a gesture so familiar, so normal that it made his heart ache. "Come on, dance with me." "I thought we established that I don't dance." "You didn't dance before. Tonight you're going to learn." She dragged him onto the floor where a cluster of people were swaying to music from the improvised band. The song was slow, simple, something about love and loss and holding on. Maya put his hands on her shoulders, took his hand in hers. "Just follow me," she said. "It's not complicated." They danced, slowly, awkwardly, but together. Around them, other couples moved in their own rhythms. Familiar faces. People who'd become family. "Dad?" "Yeah, thank you." "For what?" "For everything. For finding me at the school, for building this place, for being here." Maya looked up at him, her eyes wet. "For being my dad." Marcus felt his own eyes sting. "Thank you for being my daughter. For making all of this worth it. We make a good team. The best." The song ended. Another began. They kept dancing. Day 105. The morning Maya's medical training truly began. They met in the converted medical wing, just the two of them, the same textbook from weeks ago open on the table between them. But today was different. Today she would learn with her hands. Suturing, Marcus said, laying out the equipment. One of the most important skills you'll ever learn. Maya looked at the needle, the thread, the practice material they'd improvised from synthetic fabric. Her expression was focused, intent. Show me. Marcus demonstrated the technique, the way to hold the needle driver, the angle of insertion, the gentle curve of the stitch that would hold flesh together. His hands moved from muscle memory, the motions as familiar as breathing. Now you try. Maya picked up the needle driver. Her grip was awkward at first, uncertain, but she adjusted, found the right position, started the first stitch. Steady, Marcus said. Don't rush. Let the needle do the work. She pulled the thread through. The stitch was imperfect, too tight in places, too loose in others, but it held. Not bad for a first try. It's terrible. My first stitch was worse, much worse. Marcus smiled. You're a natural. I don't feel like a natural. That's part of being one. The people who think they're good usually aren't. Maya tried again, and again. Each stitch slightly better than the last, the technique slowly becoming instinct. An hour passed. 2. The fabric was covered with practice stitches, a map of Maya's progress. Let me see, Marcus said finally. He examined her work. The later stitches were good, really good, considering she'd learned them that morning. Even spacing, proper tension, the technique solid. Better than my first day, he said. Much better. Maya beamed. Really? Really. Marcus set down the fabric. You've got talent, Maya, real talent. With training, with practice, you could be better than me someday. That's the plan. Ambitious. I learned from the best. They cleaned up the equipment together, the easy rhythm of shared work. When everything was put away, Marcus turned to face his daughter. I'm proud of you, he said. Not for the stitching, though that was impressive. For everything. For who you've become. I'm proud of you too, Dad. Maya hugged him. For everything. They held each other for a long moment. Then Maya pulled back, her expression thoughtful. Same time tomorrow? Same time tomorrow. She left the medical wing, already reading ahead in the textbook. Marcus watched her go, thinking about the future. She would be a good doctor someday, maybe a great one. She had the skills, the temperament, the heart. All she needed was time and teaching. And Marcus would give her both, for as long as he could. That was the job. That was the purpose. That was everything. Day 110. The final piece fell into place. Marcus was in his office reviewing the latest reports when Vance appeared with news. Radio contact from Nashville. They want to establish a trade route. Details? They've got medical supplies we need. We've got agricultural expertise they could use. Vance sat across from him. They're proposing a formal alliance. Mutual defense, resource sharing, coordinated expansion. That's significant. It's more than significant. It's the beginning of something. Vance leaned forward. Real civilization, Marcus, not just survival, actual rebuilding, multiple settlements working together. Marcus thought about it. The implications, the opportunities, the risks. Set up a meeting, council level. We'll discuss terms. Already done. Tomorrow morning. You're very efficient. I've had practice. The meeting the next day was long and detailed. Terms were negotiated, concerns addressed, agreements reached. By the end, they had the framework of something that looked almost like a treaty. This is historic, Reverend Whitmore said. Whatever word means anything anymore. It means something. Marcus looked around the table. It means we're not alone. It means there's a future worth building. The agreement was formalized a week later. The first trade convoy arrived a month after that. Supplies from Nashville, seeds and expertise from Memphis. The beginning of a relationship that would grow for years to come. Marcus watched the convoy arrive, standing on the observation deck with Maya beside him. "It's really happening," she said, "the future. It's really happening. Are you scared?" "Always, but less than before." "Me too." Maya slipped her hand into his. "I'm glad we're here to see it." "So am I, sweetheart, so am I." The final entry. Day 120, 4 months since the outbreak, a lifetime in the New World. Marcus stood on the rooftop garden watching Maya work among the plants. She'd become skilled at this, the cultivation, the nurturing, the patient work of growing life from nothing. Her medical training continued too, her skills improving daily, her determination unwavering. She would surpass him someday. He was certain of it. The community spread out below them. 450 people now, growing by the week. The pyramid had become a true settlement, a functioning society with laws and governance and plans for the future. Trade routes connected them to other communities. Radio contact linked them to the wider world. They were no longer survivors. They were builders. Marcus thought about everything that had brought them here. The hospital where it all began. The evacuation, the chaos, the losses, Mud Island and its fall, the assault on the pyramid, the sacrifices made, the victory won. Tom, Adaiz, Douglas, Nathan, Jamie, the dead who stayed with him, who always would. He didn't carry them as burdens anymore. They were part of him, woven into his decisions, his values, the person he'd become. They walked beside him, not on his back. Sad and okay at the same time. The words had become a kind of prayer, a reminder that grief and healing could coexist, that the weight of the past didn't have to crush the possibility of the future. Maya looked up from her work, caught his eye, smiled. "Hey, Dad, come help with the tomatoes?" "In a minute." He stayed where he was a moment longer, breathing in the morning air, feeling the sun on his face. The Mississippi flowed past below, eternal, indifferent, carrying the debris of the old world toward the sea. Life went on, despite everything, because of everything. The final scene. Marcus and Maya together on the rooftop. He was teaching her to suture, not on practice material this time, but on real skin. A small cut on his own arm, deliberately made, a teaching opportunity seized. "Steady," he said. "Pressure, but not too much. Let the needle do the work." Maya concentrated, her face intent, her hands moved with growing confidence, the technique becoming instinct. "Like this?" "Just like that. You're a natural." She completed the stitch, clean even, nearly perfect. Her first real suture on real flesh. "That's good," Marcus said. "Really good." Maya examined her work, her expression shifting from concentration to satisfaction. "Better than your first?" "Much better. I learned from a good teacher." They sat there together, father and daughter, the city spread out below them. The river flowed past. The sun climbed higher. Life continued as it always had, as it always would. "Dad?" Maya's voice was soft. "Yeah? I'm glad we're here, together." "Me too, sweetheart. Whatever happens next, I'm glad we made it this far." "So am I." She finished examining the suture, nodded in satisfaction, and leaned against him. They watched the world wake up around them, the community stirring, the garden growing, the future unfolding moment by moment. Marcus thought about everything that had brought them here, the choices, the sacrifices, the weight of the dead. He thought about Tom, about his final words. "My friend, you're going to be okay. Maybe. Finally, maybe. Not perfectly okay." The grief was still there, would always be there, lurking beneath the surface. But it coexisted now with something else. Purpose, love, hope. The dead stayed with him. They always would. But he had learned something the zombies never could: how to carry the dead without being buried with them. It wasn't easy. It would never be easy. But every morning he got up. And every morning that was enough. The river flowed below them, brown and eternal. The city spread out around them, broken but healing. The future stretched ahead, uncertain but possible. And in the quiet of the morning, father and daughter sat together, building something new from the ruins of what had been. This was the gift the dead had given them. This was the promise the living kept. This was home.